Chapter 1. A Brush with the Supernatural? In the Northern Feng County of the Qian Kingdom stood a dilapidated Taoist temple. The inscription on the plaque, though faint, seemed to spell out the three characters: Qingyun Temple. As dawn began to break softly in the east, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the stillness. Li Daozhong, please help me. An anxious voice resonated from outside the door. As the sole priest of Qingyun Temple, Li Yanchu found himself somewhat unfamiliar with such sounds these days. Back in the days when his old master was alive, occasional visitors would knock, usually seeking aid against some malevolent force or strange occurrences that had invaded their homes. Li Yanchu quickly rolled out of bed, donning his robe and striding towards the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking grew increasingly frantic. "I'm coming," Li Yanchu called out. After unfastening the door latch, he pulled the door open, eyes widening slightly in surprise. Standing outside were 4 or 5 young men, dressed like servants. The one at the front, appearing somewhat composed, urgently explained, "Li Daozhong, I am from the Qin family. There has been an incident at our home, and we urgently request your assistance." A spark of excitement ignited within Li Yanchu. It seemed work had come his way. "What has happened?" he inquired. The composed youth glanced around briefly before whispering, "Li Daozhong, it would be best if you followed me. You'll understand once we arrive." There was an air of mystery about it. Li Yanchu nodded and replied, "Please wait a moment." He turned back into his room. With only 13 copper coins to his name, he couldn't afford to be idle. A desperate man cannot shy away from opportunity. After all, if life were to end, there would be another chance in the next life. With nothing to lose, he was not willing to leave this world in vain. After preparing himself, he donned his Taoist robe, slung on his peachwood sword, and tucked a few talismans, gifted by his late master, into his belt. After a moment's consideration, he retrieved a few more items from beneath his pillow: a wooden tiger claw, which he slipped into his pocket, and a sharp cleaver, which he secured at his waist. Once adequately equipped, he hurried to the door and, alongside the Chun family servants, set off towards the Qin residence. Along the way, he quietly inquired about the nature of the incident. The lead servant, Qingyun, waited until they were sufficiently away from prying eyes before revealing the details. Li Yanchu's heart raced as he listened, his eyes reflecting his contemplative thoughts. The Qin family was relatively affluent, boasting considerable assets. Master Chun, at the age of 50, often traveled for business, leaving behind 2 sons and a daughter. It was the youngest daughter, the third Miss Chun, who had encountered trouble. "No wonder this fellow speaks in hushed tones," Li Yanchu mused. The third Miss Chun had evidently fallen victim to some malign influence. She was babbling incoherently and appeared almost deranged. Strange sounds, like laughter from a man, often resonated from her chamber, yet every time someone entered, she was always alone. This seems akin to being haunted by a lecherous ghost, Li Yanchu thought. Having transmigrated to this place called the Qian Kingdom a year ago, reminiscent of an ancient feudal society, he soon learned that the third Miss Chun, in a disheveled state, was succumbing to madness in her own home, and the men there naturally dared not approach her. Thus, the Qin family had sought the help of Taoists and monks to dispel this evil. What baffled Li Yanchu was the reason the Qin family hadn't sought out the renowned temples and monasteries in the city, but instead turned to him. Could it be that they fear a scandal affecting the third misreputation? He wondered. It was only when he met the Chun family steward and exchanged a few words that the truth dawned on him. Along with others, he realized that he was merely the 4th outsider summoned in a desperate bid for relief. Yet, without exception, those self-proclaimed masters of great power, monks and Taoists alike, had been repelled by the bizarre occurrences in the third Miss room, all leaving in disarray and terror. The steward, having once met Li Yanchu's master, recognized him as a capable Taoist. It was this recognition that prompted him to summon Li Yanchu, the last disciple of the old master, as a last resort. It was akin to hoping to revive a dead horse by treating it as a live one. Though the steward had little expectation of success, he treated Li Yanchu with the utmost respect, avoiding any melodramatic scenes. "Li Daozhong, your master was a true expert, as I have witnessed myself. Given our young Miss' predicament with these evil spirits, I earnestly hope for your assistance, and we will ensure due compensation thereafter." As a steward of a wealthy family, Qingyun was adept at handling people. He elevated Li Yanchu in esteem and meticulously observed the etiquette. Li Yanchu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration indeed. The ways of affluent households were far from simple. "Steward Chun, you flatter me. Je shall do my utmost," Li Yanchu responded earnestly. Soon, he followed the steward into the rear courtyard. The grandeur of the Chun family's estate exuded elegance without overwhelming Li Yanchu's composure. After all, he had seen his fair share of tall buildings in his previous life and maintained his poise. On the contrary, the steward's impression of Li Yanchu improved as he noted his calmness. In the back courtyard, the area was adorned with phoenix trees and flowering crabapple trees, creating a serene atmosphere. Presently, Madame Chun, the mother of the third miss, anxiously awaited word in her daughter's chamber, accompanied by a maid. Her expression was one of worry, her brow furrowed with distress. Madame Chun was a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding elegance and a captivating charm. "Madam, this is the disciple of Xuanqing Daozhong whom I mentioned to you," Li Daozhong introduced the steward with a respectful gesture. Madame Chun nodded thoughtfully and addressed Li Yanchu. "Thank you for coming to aid my daughter." As a mother, she could not express the depths of her anxiety to an outsider. She felt a flicker of disappointment upon seeing the young Taoist, but desperation drove her to try anything. Li Yanchu, perceiving the unsureness in Madame Chen's gaze, understood that she viewed him as too young for this grim task. However, he neither took offense nor reacted impulsively, recognizing the natural inclination of human judgment. With a slight nod, he turned and ascended the stairs to the second floor. The building was a modest structure where the maids occupied the first floor while the third miss resided alone on the second floor. At this moment, those in attendance dared not approach. After all, matters involving spirits and demons instilled fear among the common folk. The few who had previously ventured and had been driven back, suggesting that the ghost could not be exceedingly malevolent. Li Yanchu inhaled deeply, steeling himself as he ascended. From the second-floor room came the sound of a woman's laughter, light, melodious, imbued with a hint of seduction. The sound stirred a flutter of feelings within him. Exhaling a breath of trepidation, Li Yanchu steadied his thoughts and pushed the door open. Entering, he was immediately enveloped by an alluring fragrance. The room was elegantly decorated, showcasing the delicate charm of a young woman's abode. Seated upon a large bed was a disheveled young woman. With an oval face, long lashes, and finely crafted features, her skin was fair. This was none other than the third Miss Qingyun Monastery. As he stepped inside, it became evident that her condition had worsened. Her attire was now even more disordered. Her collar was partially undone, rendering her a sight one could scarcely avert their gaze from. Her complexion was flushed, eyes hazy as she giggled sweetly, gazing with yearning and affection into the void as if beholding a beloved suitor. The entire scene exuded an uncanny discord, a bewildering tableau that defied explanation. Chapter 2. The Thunderstruck Wood Tiger Claw and the Pig-Slaying Knife. "Miss San," Li Yanchu ventured cautiously. Qin San, the third miss of the Qin family, gazed at Li Yanchu with an entranced smile, licking her lips in an indescribably alluring manner. Li Yanchu shook his head and called out again, "Miss San?" At this moment, the attire of Qin San had slipped, revealing shoulders as smooth as congealed fat, embodying the essence of a radiant beauty. Yet her eyes betrayed a hint of disdain as she spoke in a low, masculine voice. "Get out." The temperature in the room plummeted abruptly, exuding an eerie atmosphere that it was evident that she was under control. Li Yanchu furrowed his brow, locking his gaze onto the cold-eyed third miss, and remarked, "Wait a moment, I'm not quite familiar with the procedure." As he spoke, he retrieved a small vial from his robe. With a soft pop, he uncorked the wooden stopper and tilted his head back, letting 2 drops of a transparent liquid fall into his eyes. Chun Sin seemed to find this young Taoist intriguing and did not rush to act. Watching him leisurely, Li Yanchu blinked and looked again. The scene before him had shifted that in what was once an empty boudoir. Now stood not only Qin San and Li Yanchu but also a tall, handsome young man clad in flamboyant attire. However, this dandy wore a thick layer of powder on his face, exuding an inexplicable creepiness. His gaze was filled with lewdness, and his lips were painted a vivid hue, more befitting a woman. "Let us negotiate. Can you leave?" Li Yanchu said politely. The young Taoist possesses some skills. It seems you can see me, the dandy replied with a smile, though his expression soon darkened. Simultaneously, the disheveled Qingyun, with her half-exposed shoulder, and the eerie dandy spoke in unison. Get out. In a daze, Li Yanchu felt a chilling wind sweep through the room, and dark energy surged ominously. There was no room for negotiation. Li Yanchu swiftly withdrew a talisman, pinching it between his fingers. After a moment's thought, he quickly returned it to his robe. Calmly, he donned the wooden tiger claw and flashed a slight smile at the dandy. The powdered-faced, lecherous figure erupted in a silent laughter. Young Taoist, such trinkets are of no use to me. He spoke the truth. Only the esoteric arts could contend with spirits. Ordinary attacks, mere physical strikes, were utterly ineffective against ghosts. Is that so? Li Yanchu replied with a smile. How would you know without trying? The dandy regarded the young Taoist with derision, his eyes brimming with disdain. Another charlatan masquerading as a Taoist. In an instant, he moved like the wind, appearing directly before Li Yanchu, intent on striking him down. However, in the next moment, Li Yanchu's fist connected with the dandy's chin, crackling with a hint of lightning. The dandy let out a piercing scream, filled with agony. The thunderous power was the most potent force in the cosmos, severely suppressing the malevolent spirit. The ghostly energy within the dandy was momentarily disrupted, leading to a brief halt. Without hesitation, Li Yanchu slammed another punch into his eye socket. The strike was clean and decisive, infused with sheer force. Crack! A spark of lightning erupted, and the dandy shrieked in torment, collapsing to the ground. The ghost's ability to traverse like the wind was entirely restrained beneath the purifying force of the thunderous strike. The dandy was pinned to the ground by Li Yanchu, continuously beaten, his cries growing feebler. What in the world is this? The dandy exclaimed in terror. Li Yanchu, unfazed and devoid of pretense, replied coolly. This is called the tiger claw, made from thunderstruck wood. Thunderstruck wood is a crucial material for crafting Taoist artifacts, harboring the essence of utmost yang and strength. When struck by lightning, it retains a trace of thunderous might. Thunderstruck wood. The dandy's eyes widened in horror. How cunning this fellow was! He recognized the potency of thunderstruck wood but never anticipated it to be fashioned into such a ghastly form. No! This is not pure thunderstruck wood. The dandy, utterly devoid of resistance, felt his ghostly energy waning. Indeed, I also infused it with black dog blood, Li Yanchu said with a slight smile, then delivered another punch. Once the lecherous spirit was nearly devoid of breath, Li Yanchu stood up, drawing a 2-foot-long pig-slaying knife from his waist. The pig-slaying knife, known as the Blade of Slaughter, bore a fierce aura capable of subduing malevolent beings. Typically kept in households for warding off evil. With a swift motion, Li Yanchu brought the knife down, severing the dandy in disbelief that a spirit of considerable prowess was thus vanquished by a series of physical strikes. Its form becoming ethereal and dissipating into the in that moment. A profound voice resonated within Li Yanchu's mind, grand and authoritative. Decree! 300 merits. The resounding voice ebbed like a tide. Li Yanchu was momentarily taken aback. Merits. The Huangting Dao scripture also mentioned merits, though merely as an enigmatic concept. Every living being has the chance to acquire merits, yet the workings of fate remain inscrutable, invisible to mortals in his otherwise ordinary life. A hint of extraordinary fortune finally manifested. After careful contemplation, he found no immediate changes within himself. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was to complete the exorcism effectively. After the dandy was slain, Qingyun's eyes regained clarity. Though she felt a wave of weakness, collapsing softly onto the bed, Li Yanchu sheathed the pig-slaying knife, removed the tiger claw, and tucked it away in his robe, adjusting his Taoist robe to restore his dignified appearance. Only then did he approach to check on Qingyun's condition. Briefly feeling her pulse, he lifted her eyelid for inspection. Those afflicted by malevolent spirits often display dark shadows in the whites of their eyes. Upon closer examination, he noted that Qingyun's dark shadows had significantly diminished, indicating that the malevolence had been dispelled. With proper recuperation, she would suffer no lasting harm. Typically, Individuals afflicted by such spirits merely experience fatigue and low vitality for a few days. In more severe cases, it could prove life-threatening. That it is no exaggeration to assert that had Li Yanchu not intervened, Chun San's life would likely have been in grave jeopardy. The ghostly energy was fundamentally incompatible with the life force of the living. Those possessed by spirits were subjected to the suppression of their inner vitality, leading to inevitable deterioration over time. That Li Yanchu helped Chun San onto the bed to rest, then descended to inform the others of his successful exorcism. Madame Chun, overjoyed, summoned a physician to prescribe restorative tonics for her daughter and expressed her deep gratitude to Li Yanchu. No one anticipated that this seemingly youthful Taoist possessed such remarkable abilities. Chapter 3. Decree. Madame Chun hosted a banquet to express her gratitude to Li Yanchu, presenting him with 100 taels of silver as a reward. According to the currency system of the Qian nation, 100 wen equals 1 qian, and 10 qian equals 1 tael. Thus, the Qin family generously bestowed 100 taels, equivalent to over 300,000 in modern terms. Prior to this, Li Yanchu had barely accumulated 13 wen. Moreover, a constable in the local magistrate's office earned merely 2 qian a month, while the average person earned even less, making savings exceedingly difficult. With this windfall, Li Yanchu suddenly found himself a modestly wealthy individual. Indeed, one must possess genuine skill. Li Yanchu mused, his respect for his master deepening. Without his master's teachings, he would not have achieved such success today. Upon receiving this substantial sum, Li Yanchu promptly purchased several bottles of fine wine and went to pay respects at his master's grave. After a lengthy soliloquy, he finally departed. Now that I have money, I can visit the apothecary to inquire about the materials for the Qingyun Dan, he thought to himself. The Huangting Dao scripture passed down from his master detailed the arduous path of cultivation with entry, practice, and mastery all proving challenging. However, for Li Yanchu, having access to Taoist methods for cultivation was already a significant advantage. He could not afford to be choosy. The scripture recorded a formula for a pill known as Qingyun Dan, which could enhance a practitioner's ability to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, thereby improving their cultivation. Unfortunately, the materials listed were exceedingly rare and precious, far beyond the reach of ordinary remedies found in the marketplace. Had it not been for the Qingyun Temple's status as a legitimate Taoist sect, such a rare formula would not exist. Now that he had the means, Li Yanchu's foremost desire was to procure the ingredients for Qingyun Dan. If he could successfully concoct it, his cultivation would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. That Li Yanchu was filled with anticipation. However, upon arriving at the apothecary and inquiring about the various ingredients for Qingyun Dan, he soon understood why this formula had fallen into obscurity. Some ingredients required 100 years of preparation, and even with wealth, they were unattainable. Moreover, several herbs had become extinct. No wonder there are so few cultivators in the world, and even fewer elixirs for immortality, Li Yanchu sighed. With a fortune of 100 taels, this Taoist found himself unable to procure the materials for alchemical concoctions. Encouraged by a helpful shopkeeper, Li Yanchu ended up purchasing several ingredients for a tonic known for its revitalizing properties, beneficial for strengthening the body and replenishing qi and blood. Upon returning to Qingyun Temple, Li Yanchu set up a furnace, preparing to brew the medicine. As he opened the mulberry paper, a fragrant aroma of herbs wafted toward him. The mixture contained numerous tonics, including ginseng, albeit of the inferior variety, thin and of poor quality. Nevertheless, even this was quite valuable. If only this were aged mountain ginseng, Li Yanchu remarked, recalling the profound teachings that surfaced in his mind after vanquishing the lecherous fiend at the Chan household. Li Yanchu smiled faintly, feeling an inner stir. Mimicking that resonant voice, he pointed at the medicinal herbs and declared, "Seal it." In the next moment, a brilliant light flickered, and the herbs on the table visibly transformed. The ginseng, which had been no thicker than a pinky finger, now boasted the girth of an infant's arm in his previous life. Li Yanchu had encountered a 30-year-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain, yet its appearance paled in comparison to this specimen. Just inhaling its fragrance invigorated him. This herb is miraculous. To his astonishment, Li Yanchu noticed that his merit points had decreased from 300 to 200. Does this mean I can consume merit to enhance items? The revelation left him utterly astonished. To test the efficacy of this nourishing concoction, he promptly set about preparing the medicine in the kitchen. Once the brew was ready, a rich and potent aroma filled the entire room. The black donkey in the yard suddenly stretched its neck, its eyes gleaming with excitement. This was a relic left to him by the old Taoist master. Feeling a surge of inspiration, Li Yanchu ladled some of the soup into a bowl and ventured outside. The black donkey, tethered beneath a tree and grazing, was instantly roused by the scent of the medicinal brew, eagerly extending its tongue. "Big Black, don't rush. How could I not think of you when there's something good?" Li Yanchu smiled warmly. He placed a bowl of medicine near the donkey's mouth, and the eager beast promptly licked it clean. The donkey brayed joyfully, its hooves frantically digging at the ground, and in an instant, it broke free from its tether and began to dash wildly around the yard. By the heavens! Li Yanchu swiftly sidestepped to avoid the chaos. Having learned some rudimentary martial arts from his master, including a technique known as the six-yang blade method, he could handle 4 or 5 ordinary men without issue. Yet, facing a frenzied donkey was not a challenge he wished to confront. Fortunately, Big Black merely cavorted around the yard, leaping and bounding without damaging anything. After a couple of hours of this commotion, the donkey finally settled down, panting heavily beneath the tree. After a careful examination, Li Yanchu confirmed that the medicine had no adverse effects. Returning to the kitchen, he cautiously sipped a mouthful. Boom! A surge of potent medicinal energy coursed through his body, invigorating his blood and causing his heart to pound robustly. So powerful! Li Yanchu felt an inexhaustible energy within him, desperately seeking an outlet. What should I do? I haven't even married yet. How can I release this energy? He felt a pang of urgency. While marriage was not forbidden, he had no bride in sight. Seeking entertainment, the thought quickened his breath, making his blood run hotter. There was indeed a brothel in Wei County, but given his current state, time was of the essence. His yang energy was too abundant. With a sudden idea, he grasped the cold pig-slaying knife at his waist. He pushed open the kitchen door and entered the spacious yard, beginning to practice the six-yang blade method taught by his master. Typically, practicing the forms alone strengthened his body and increased his vitality. In truth, this blade technique had significant origins, ranking among the third-tier martial arts in the realm. Do not underestimate third-tier martial arts. They're the foundational skills of many sections. Mastering the first tier allows one to cultivate the six-yang inner strength, infusing weapons with sharpness and intensity, thereby enhancing their power. However, reaching this level was no small feat. As Li Yanchu wielded the pig-slaying knife with increasing speed, his earlier restlessness began to fade, replaced by a state of transcendence where he lost himself in the practice. This state in martial arts is referred to as enlightenment. After practicing through the night, Li Yanchu was elated to discover that he had successfully cultivated the six-yang strength, stepping into a realm that would typically take ordinary martial artists 3 to 5 years to attain. The first layer of the six-yang blade method. Chapter 4. The lady in green gazing at the gradually brightening sky, Li Yanchu felt a sense of bewilderment. Have I truly achieved the first layer of the six-yang blade method so easily? This is a level that ordinary martial artists might not reach even in a decade. The medicinal herb, once sealed, was undoubtedly extraordinary, propelling him to the first layer of the six-yang blade method overnight. Li Yanchu had only a rudimentary understanding of martial arts, as his master was a Taoist priest. The six-yang blade method had been discovered by Master Xuanqing, who chanced upon a relic left by a swordsman pursued by enemies. Master Xuanqing himself was not a martial artist. It seems I must seek out Miss Qingyun for guidance tomorrow, Li Yanchu mused. Directly across from Qingyun Temple was the Taiping Inn, managed by a widow. Fang Qingyun was the innkeeper's sister, a true martial arts expert trained by renowned masters, skilled with an iron sword and possessing exceptional swordsmanship. The following day, Li Yanchu arrived early at the Taiping Inn. The innkeeper was a mature woman in her 30s, exuding a captivating charm with every smile and frown, with an oval face adorned by a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Her voluptuous figure was alluring. "Master Li, you've come. I shall brew some tea for you," the young servant greeted enthusiastically. In the entire Taiping Inn, perhaps this servant was the only one treating Li Yanchu with such courtesy. The innkeeper, however, maintained a colder demeanor, as she had leased the land for Qingyun Temple to Master Xuanqing. The temple had seen dwindling offerings, and the rent had been overdue for more than a year. "Isn't this Li Yanchu?" the innkeeper remarked with a stern expression. Neither warm nor cold, in truth, she was not ill-natured. Had it been someone else, they would have long been expelled. Yet her tongue was never forgiving. "Your complexion seems particularly good today. I suspect business will flourish even more these days," Li Yanchu said with a smile. "Umph." The innkeeper shot him a frosty glance and retorted, "Master Yanchu, how long do you intend to delay the rent? You might as well close the temple and come work for me." Li Yanchu remained silent, smiling while pulling out several silver ingots and placing them on the counter. The innkeeper's luscious lips continued to spew cold remarks about Li Yanchu clinging to that dilapidated temple, but upon seeing the silver, her expression suddenly froze in disbelief. Her rosy lips parted, incredulous. She knew how impoverished Qingyun Temple was. Li Yanchu wouldn't even possess a single coin, so where had he acquired such wealth? "I appreciate the innkeeper's care. This is the overdue rent, along with this year's dues, with the remainder as compensation for your troubles," Li Yanchu explained. The innkeeper's heart stirred, and a warm smile blossomed on her face. "Oh, but this is too generous. Even if you were to delay a bit longer, it would be no issue. I am not one to be overly particular." Though she feigned reluctance, she discreetly pocketed the silver, tucking it close to her chest, that in her eyes, Li Yanchu suddenly appeared much more agreeable. "Someone, bring a pot of fine tea for Master Yanchu." The innkeeper swayed her ample figure and returned to the counter. This stark contrast left Li Yanchu both amused and exasperated. "Is Miss Qinglan here?" he inquired. "You're looking for Qinglan. She went to the yamen today. Captain Wang has summoned her to serve as a constable," the innkeeper replied with a smile. "A constable?" Li Yanchu was taken aback that he had not anticipated that Feng Qinglan would transform into a yamen constable. "What do you seek me for?" A cool voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Li Yanchu turned to see a poised young woman, sword in hand, appearing at the inn's entrance. She was around 17 or 18, with delicate features, fair skin, and strong, shapely legs, exuding an air of confidence. "Miss Qinglan, I have a few matters I wish to consult with you, may I?" Li Yanchu asked. "Follow me." Feng Qinglan nodded. The innkeeper merely smiled, returning to her business. Feng Qinglan led the way, with Li Yanchu closely behind, allowing him to catch a faint, alluring scent. Despite her fair skin, Feng Qinglan did not appear to be a martial artist, but rather a scion of a distinguished family, exhibiting exceptional swordsmanship that Li Yanchu mused about whether she possessed abdominal muscles or a well-defined physique. Though it was merely a fleeting thought. "What is it?" Feng Qinglan turned to inquire as they stepped into the courtyard. Their relationship was amicable, though Feng Qinglan's demeanor was cool, and her speech equally so. "I wish to inquire about how martial arts realms are classified," Li Yanchu replied. Feng Qinglan fell silent. "Why do you ask this, Master Yanchu? You began training too late. You may never reach the peak," she stated bluntly. Li Yanchu. Feng Qinglan was indeed as she appeared, cool and wandering the world with her sword. "I reached the first layer of the 6-yang blade method last night," Li Yanchu said nonchalantly. Feng Qinglan looked surprised. "How peculiar. Master Yanchu has long surpassed the ideal age for martial training and has nevertheless managed to refine his energy and blood, catching a glimpse of the path." "I simply practiced and broke through," Li Yanchu replied modestly. He was not lying about that. Feng Qinglan regarded him thoughtfully and said, "The path of martial arts does not have specific classifications, but in the martial world, it can roughly be divided into 3rd tier, 2nd tier, and 1st tier masters." "So casual," Li Yanchu thought, intrigued. "Miss Qinglan, have you ever experienced enlightenment?" Feng Qinglan responded, "Enlightenment in martial arts is a rare encounter and requires great fortune. Ordinary people may never achieve such a state in their lifetime and must instead tread steadily." "Not aiming too high?" Li Yanchu asked. "Then, Miss Qinglan, have you ever attained enlightenment?" Feng Qinglan. Li Yanchu began to comprehend that attaining enlightenment in martial arts was even more arduous than he had anticipated. Even someone of Feng Qinglan's esteemed lineage could not accomplish it. "By the way, I heard from the innkeeper that Captain Wang has invited you to serve as a constable at the yamen." Li Yanchu deftly shifted the topic. After all, being able to converse with such an icy woman suggested he was not entirely lacking in social grace. Fang Qingyun nodded and replied, "With the Qingyi festival approaching, the influx of visitors has increased, prompting Captain Wang to invite me for assistance. The Qingyi festival is a grand celebration in Wei City held in honor of the deity Qingyun. Indeed, this Qingyun is quite renowned," Li Yanchu remarked with a hint of envy. After all, he was the current head of Qingyun Temple, a figure within the Taoist community. Witnessing a deity not even mentioned in Orthodox mythology, enjoying such veneration in Wei City stirred a sense of wistfulness within him. This Qingyun was exceptionally efficacious. It was said that she had manifested her powers 20 years prior. Consequently, every Qingyi festival attracts scholars and young ladies from various regions to Wei City. During such times, the mingling of diverse individuals could easily lead to trouble, prompting the Yamen to take this matter very seriously. After leaving the Taiping Inn, Li Yanchu returned to the temple to continue his martial training. On this day, he entered a state of enlightenment 3 times. Chapter 5. The Hunt for the Fugitive. With the aid of a century-old miraculous herb, Li Yanchu's cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. After all, wandering martial artists rarely had the opportunity to consume such a rare elixir continuously. Even if one possessed a fortune, it would not guarantee access to century-old ginseng or reishi mushrooms. For those in the martial world, a century-old herb is a treasure that is both sought after and elusive. The training of the 6 yang technique demands a significant expenditure of one's vital energy, as this martial art enhances its potency through the consumption of one's own life force. Improper practice could lead to a depletion of vital energy, resulting in irreversible consequences that in severe cases, it might even cause one's meridians to rupture, leading to death. However, with the nourishment provided by the century-old herb, Li Yanchu faced no such concerns. The herb contained a vast reservoir of vitality, allowing him to simply consume it and practice. This knife technique comprises 6 levels, and the 6 yang technique he cultivated became exceptionally sharp. Under such circumstances, within just 7 days, Li Yanchu advanced to the 4th level of this knife technique. His vital energy was now immensely robust, and his physique was strong. At this moment, Li Yanchu exuded the aura of a master of knife techniques, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, radiating an imposing presence. Sharp and striking. At the Taiping Inn, Li Yanchu stepped out to procure herbs for sealing the century-old miraculous herb, and on his way, he stopped by the inn for tea. The tea house inn was a hub of information. Have there been any strange occurrences in Wei City recently? Li Yanchu inquired. Strange occurrences. The young attendant glanced around and whispered, "Coincidentally, there has indeed been something." Li Yanchu had merely asked casually, but to his surprise, the attendant replied directly, "Yes." This piqued his interest. Ever since traveling to this world, he discovered it was not only filled with Taoist practices but also martial arts, spirits, and demons. Far from an ordinary ancient realm. Especially after he had slain a lecher, he had directly gained 300 merits. The attendant scanned the area for any new patrons and, seeing none, turned to Li Yanchu and said, "Taoist Li Yanchu, a significant event has transpired in Wei City these days. One of the 2 chief constables, Captain Zhao, has apprehended a gang of murderers and thieves. The leader is a notorious bandit named Li Yanchu, a skilled and ruthless individual currently imprisoned in Wei City's dungeon by Captain Zhao. Given Li Yanchu's crimes, a swift execution would be lenient. However, for some unknown reason, no sentence has been passed, and he remains in custody. Is he the bandit who kidnaps and murders without remorse, Li Yanchu?" Li Yanchu asked. "Indeed, that's him," the attendant confirmed with a nod. Li Yanchu was aware that Li Yanchu was an exceedingly vicious bandit in the vicinity of Wei City, frequently abducting wealthy young ladies and extorting their families. However, this man had no sense of honor, often killing the hostages after receiving the ransom. Captain Zhao is truly ridding the people of this menace, Li Yanchu remarked with admiration. The 2 chief constables of Wei City, Zhao Wuzhu and Wang Chongshan, were both formidable martial artists. Wei City, being near the docks, had a constant influx of merchants and travelers, creating a diverse and chaotic environment. and it was thanks to these two captains that the local authorities could maintain order amidst such turbulence. However, since Li Yanchu recognized this was a government effort to capture bandits rather than supernatural mischief, he refrained from probing further that in recent days. He had tried various acts of charity, whether it was giving money to beggars or aiding the impoverished. Yet he found no merits accrued. Perhaps such deeds were not meant to be deliberate. Nevertheless, Li Yanchu, being inherently open-minded, decided not to pursue merits intentionally. The mature proprietress of the Taiping and had shown a marked improvement in her demeanor toward Li Yanchu. Her gaze softer than before, at the very least, she no longer spoke to him with icy words. After sipping tea at the inn for a while, the attractive proprietress joined him for a chat. Much to the envy of the other patrons, her ample bosom drew all eyes, making it impossible to look away. Only Li Yanchu enjoyed such treatment. Previously, he had been mocked for debts, but now he merely engaged in casual conversation. Once the proprietress, swaying her voluptuous figure, departed, Li Yanchu settled his bill and left the Taiping, and he relished the bustling atmosphere of the inn, where an array of captivating rumors circulated. Perhaps this was the essence of human warmth. Of course, it was not solely for the alluring proprietress. After leaving the Taiping Inn, Li Yanchu gathered the herbs and returned to Qingyun Temple for the sealing ritual. Merely a street apart, yet one existed in the realm of the mundane while the other in the transcendent. He wondered why his master, Taoist Xuanqing, had chosen this location to establish a temple. Could it be to admire the proprietress? Li Yanchu mused to himself. This indeed seemed plausible. His master, Taoist Xuanqing, appeared devoid of the lofty demeanor typical of a true Taoist adept. In his 50s, with a square face radiating righteousness, dressed in a faded Taoist robe and a pair of mixed-color shoes, he resembled a humble farmer more than a practitioner of the Tao. He often favored divining for slender, beautiful maidens, spending hours caressing their delicate hands. Reflecting on his master softened Li Yanchu's heart. That master was the first person he had ever acknowledged, though somewhat unorthodox. He was genuinely kind and had bestowed upon him a great debt of gratitude. Li Yanchu opened the ancient, yellowed book in his hands, the cover inscribed with 4 large characters, Huangting Dao Jing. This ancient tome documented a method of breathing and energy cultivation. The most challenging aspect of this practice was perceiving the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and absorbing it. Li Yanchu sat cross-legged, following the breathing techniques taught by his master, entering a meditative state. An invisible white vapor flowed through his mouth and nose, filling his chest and nourishing his internal organs. Taoist cultivation absorbs innate energy, while martial artists draw upon acquired true energy. Their paths are not to be compared. According to his master Taoist Xuanqing, he had begun his training at the age of 7. After 3 years of studying Taoist classics and honing his character, he spent 2 years training in martial arts to strengthen his physique. It took him 3 more years to grasp the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and draw it into his body. 5 more years passed before he began to glimpse the path. After decades of arduous cultivation, he finally achieved his current level. This aptitude ranked him among the top 10 disciples throughout history, allowing him to successfully inherit the Taoist lineage and take charge of Qingyun Temple. Li Yanchu had also prepared for a decade of rigorous training. Yet to his astonishment, he had only practiced once and already felt the influx of spiritual energy. The expression on Taoist Xuanqing's face at that time had been nothing short of remarkable. Yet now, 3 years later, his progress in the Huangting Dao Jing cultivation remained minimal. Each day, the spiritual energy he absorbed seemed as thin as a wisp of silk, flowing into his dantian. This technique encompasses the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth, thriving endlessly, and its power is 5 times that of ordinary techniques. However, its difficulty is also 5-fold. Li Yanchu gazed at the meager spiritual energy in his dantian and sighed softly, exiting the meditative state. Bang, bang, bang! Intense knocking echoed at the door. Open up! Open up! The authorities are searching for a fugitive. Li Yanchu's expression sharpened. Chapter 6. The murder. Liangqi. Half an hour earlier, Wei City Prison. The air within the prison was a complex mixture of odors. The stench of decaying plants mingled with the acrid smell of urine, causing one's stomach to churn. In the dimmest recess of the corridor, a cell housed a ferocious-looking, ragged prisoner. This man had a robust physique, piercing eyes, and exuded an air of banditry. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that his left hand was missing the ring and little fingers, while his right hand was devoid of its little finger. He had only 7 fingers in total. He was none other than the notorious bandit Li Yanchu, a figure who had long terrorized Wei City. His family's signature Black Tiger Golden Fist was renowned for its ruthlessness, and just days prior, he had fallen into the hands of one of Wei City's 2 chief constables, Zhao Wuju. Li Yanchu, it's time for your meal. A young prison guard approached, wariness evident in his eyes. After placing the food down, Li Yanchu suddenly lunged forward, devouring the food voraciously, startling the young guard. This man was both fearsome in appearance and swift in action, truly intimidating. Upon returning to the guard station, an older guard chuckled and teased, "Zhuan, why does your face look so pale?" The young guard, named Zhuan, forced a smile and replied, "Damn it, Li Yanchu is just too frightening to look at. What are you afraid of? He is merely a defeated foe of Captain Zhao, imprisoned here. What trouble could he possibly cause now?" The older guard scoffed. Could this bandit really escape from prison? "Brother Du, I feel like the prison is unusually cold tonight," Zhuan remarked as he exhaled a visible breath. The older guard, Brother Du, nodded in agreement, saying, "I too find tonight to be exceptionally cold." He extended his hand to pour a cup of wine, which he presented to the man named Xuanzi, saying, "Here, have a sip to warm yourself." Xuanzi accepted it and downed it in one gulp, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Du." Meanwhile, the guards were engaged in laughter and conversation, but suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from deep within the prison. "Who goes there?" A middle-aged guard furrowed his brow and drew his sword, stepping outside to shout. However, the interior of the prison was eerily empty, and the corridor was deserted. "Brother Hu, are you overly anxious?" The guard surnamed Du followed him out, and upon seeing no one, let out a sigh of relief. The middle-aged guard's brow remained furrowed as he gazed into the depths of the prison, speaking in a grave tone. "Let us go check on Li Yanchu." This Li Yanchu was a notorious criminal, and Captain Zhao had repeatedly warned them to keep a close watch on him. Several guards drew their swords and made their way to the cell located deep within the prison. Suddenly, the middle-aged guard's expression darkened. The cell was completely empty. "The scoundrel has escaped." A chill ran down the middle-aged guard's spine. In a heavily guarded Wei City prison, a murderer had vanished without a trace. Could it be the work of a ghost? The guards immediately set out to spread the news of Li Yanchu's escape. The county magistrate was furious and dispatched officials and local militia to scour the city, searching every household. This led to the earlier scene of armed officials arriving at the door. Li Yanchu actually escaped from prison, even under such tight security? Li Yanchu was taken aback that a throng of fierce officials combed the city, led by 2 prominent captains, Zhao Wuju and Wang Chongshan. Magistrate Su ordered the city gates to be shut, forbidding anyone from leaving. Panic spread among the citizens of Wei City, particularly among the wealthy, who feared that the bandit Li Yanchu might invade their homes. Moreover, rumors of ghosts haunting the Wei City prison began to circulate. The idea that a person could simply vanish in a thin air was utterly astonishing. The Kingdom of Qian implemented a curfew, prohibiting citizens from wandering the streets after nightfall. On the second day, after Li Yanchu's escape from the Wei City prison, Captain Zhao Wuju led the officials in pursuit of the fugitive. The city of Wei was particularly quiet and still after nightfall, aside from the occasional sounds of a cat in heat and the barking of dogs, which added an eerie chill to the cold night air. There was no other sound. The citizens of Wei City had long since shut their doors and extinguished their lamps, settling down for the night. Zhao Wuju was a robust, middle-aged man, with a powerful physique and exceptional swordsmanship. He had once single-handedly slain over 20 bandits, earning a formidable reputation. After being appointed as a captain by the Wei County government, he had settled down, capturing numerous murderers and robbers over the years. Now, the very bandit he had just apprehended, Li Yanchu, had escaped from prison. Zhao Wuju was resolute in his determination to recapture him. "Captain Zhao, that house over there seems rather peculiar," one of the officials suddenly remarked. Zhao Wuju looked over and noticed it was a modest dwelling, with lights shining from within. This part of the city was situated to the north, where most residents were impoverished. The yard was enclosed by a fence, and he could see a shadowy figure sitting inside. Captain Zhao. This is the residence of the local ruffian who he got into a conflict 3 days ago and was stabbed to death in an alley. I was the one in charge at that time, the official explained. Does Huerga have any family? Zhao Wuzhu inquired. His parents passed away long ago. He was a homeless scoundrel with no relatives in the county. Nor did he have a wife, the official clarified. This was why he deemed the house to be peculiar. In that case, there should be no one here. Zhao Wuzhu frowned and instructed several officials. You all go around back and wait. The rest of you, follow me inside. The officials under Zhao Wuzhu's command complied, taking local militia members to the back of the house to prevent any potential escape. Zhao Wuzhu gently pushed the door and found it surprisingly unlocked. Swinging open with a light push, the officials exchanged glances, gripping their swords tightly. Zhao Wuzhu, bold and skilled, led the way, and the shadowy figure remained seated by the window. Open up! The authorities are searching for a fugitive. Zhao Wuzhu banged on the door. The person inside remained still, offering no response. The yard was eerily silent. Zhao Wuzhu's brow furrowed deeper. He pushed harder, and to his astonishment, the door swung open. The atmosphere inside was exceedingly strange, heavy with an unsettling weight. The room was brightly lit, yet there was no one in sight. Where did that person go? One of the officials exclaimed in surprise. The interior was eerily quiet, empty to the point of feeling oppressive. Zhao Wuzhu, wielding a large, sharp sword, felt a heaviness in his heart as he remarked, "What is that smell?" The guards behind him sniffed the air and replied, "It seems to be the stench of a rotting corpse." As soon as those words were uttered, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Zhao Wuzhu commanded, "Search the premises thoroughly. Leave no detail unchecked." Yes, the house was spacious yet sparsely furnished, giving off an air of desolation. The officials rummaged through everything, searching for any suspicious traces. They had clearly seen a figure just moments ago, and now it had vanished, sending shivers down their spines. Thud! One of the officials suddenly collapsed to the ground. Lifeless. Chapter 7. The landlady. What happened to you? The armed officials rushed over. One official checked his colleague's pulse and gasped in horror. He's dead. The room fell into a hush. Zhao Wuzhu's brow was tightly knit. How could a living person just die like that? Thud! Another official fell silently to the ground. Zhao Wuzhu felt a chill run from his tailbone to the top of his head. The lights in the room flickered ominously, in the blink of an eye. Two of the officials who had entered the room were dead right before his eyes. Captain Zhao, do you think this place is haunted? Are there unseen malevolent forces among us? One official's voice trembled. It was said that only monks and Taoist priests could see such unclean entities. This place is perilous. We must retreat. Zhao Wuzhu declared. Thud. The official who had just spoken also fell to the ground. Zhao Wuzhu, filled with rage, proclaimed, "I am the captain of Wei City. Which fiend dares to harm officials of the law?" His energy surged, muscles crackling in readiness. This formidable captain prepared to lead the remaining officials to safety. But just as Zhao Wuzhu stepped through the doorway, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The room was suffused with a malevolent chill. It felt as if an invisible hand had seized the skilled Zhao Wuzhu and yanked him back into the room. The lights extinguished, plunging everything into darkness, and silence reigned once more. The yard and the house fell into a profound stillness. Yet those who had remained outside, guarding the rear of the house, heard nothing. It was as if the earlier commotion had never occurred. The interior and exterior of the house seemed to have transformed into two separate worlds, completely isolated from one another. Time passed slowly. The previously dark room suddenly became illuminated again. That a figure appeared at the window. But this time, the figure moved. It rose and opened the door. It was none other than Zhao Wuzhu. The next day, Li Yanchu's daily routine was quite regular, aside from practicing the 6 yang sword technique. He engaged in meditation and breathing exercises. With the aid of a century-old divine herb, he swiftly broke through to the 5th level of the 6 yang energy. Moreover, he finally mastered a spell yesterday, the art of qi observation. This was a technique recorded in the Huang Ting Dao Jing. Every individual possesses a unique aura, different for each person, Scholars, for instance, exude a radiant light due to their study of the classics. Those with scholarly titles can be seen from miles away, their literary aura shining brightly. Of course, the art of qi observation also allows one to gauge a person's fortune. For example, if surrounded by black aura, it signifies misfortune, while mixed with red aura, it indicates potential calamity. Li Yanchu's internal energy was limited, restricting his use of the art of qi observation. Nevertheless, having just mastered this technique, he was eager to try it out. As he invoked the art of qi observation, the world before his eyes transformed. The Qingyun temple he inhabited radiated a serene light, clearly a place of cultivation. Then he felt a stir in his heart and shifted his gaze toward the nearby Taiping. The aura there was chaotic, but one particularly brilliant energy soared high, resplendent and breathtaking, leaving Li Yanchu astonished. Whose aura could be so extraordinary? Yet, before he could examine it further, his internal energy was depleted. Li Yanchu sighed. The pace of his cultivation was painfully slow. At this rate, when would he ever master those wondrous spells? He resolved to visit the apothecary again to see if there were any herbs for refining the return to origin pill. Continuing in this manner would render techniques such as spirit projection and the Five Thunder Law unattainable. He began to question whether the Huang Ting Dao Jing his master had imparted was truly a top-tier Taoist scripture. After all, the Qingyun temple had fallen to such a state. It couldn't possibly be a crucial branch of Taoism, could it? Nevertheless, acquiring the knowledge of Taoist cultivation was already a great blessing. He felt unworthy to be picky about the techniques. The urgency of refining the return to origin pill weighed heavily on him. In recent days, Wei City was under martial law with a citywide manhunt for the fugitive Liang Qi. Fang Qinglan, as a constable, was also exceedingly busy. Yet, she still managed to find Li Yanchu. What? You want me to stay at the inn? Li Yanchu suspected Fang Qinglan was trying to expand the inn's business. Exactly, I won't be at the inn for the next few days. And I don't trust my sister to manage it alone. Fang Qinglan replied in her view, at the very least, Li Yanchu possessed some martial skills, having made considerable progress in the six-yang blade technique. He was undoubtedly much stronger than the average person. Does your sister know about this matter? Li Yanchu inquired. Fang Qinglan's sister was none other than the enchanting proprietress of the Taiping Inn, whose every smile and glance exuded a mature charm. She was not particularly fond of Li Yanchu. I spoke with her before coming here, and she has already agreed, Fang Qinglan replied. However, this situation is somewhat inconvenient, considering I am a man and your sister is a solitary woman. Li Yanchu expressed his unease. What? Are you unwilling to assist me with this favor? Fang Qinglan countered. Since you have asked, I naturally cannot refuse. I shall move over tonight, Li Yanchu conceded. Fang Qinglan, though possessing a cool demeanor, maintained a cordial relationship with Li Yanchu. The proprietress was kind-hearted and broad-minded, and Li Yanchu did not wish for any misfortune to befall her. Initially, he intended to negotiate a price. But having recently earned 100 taels of silver from exorcising spirits, he was now disinclined to discuss money. The proprietress's lips curled into an alluring arc reminiscent of melting ice and snow. Her features were exquisitely refined. Even without a smile, she was strikingly beautiful, and in her current captivating state, she was a sight few could behold. Thus, Li Yanchu temporarily resided within the Taiping Inn. The enchanting proprietress occupied a house with a courtyard. Usually alone, Li Yanchu was the first man to take residence there. I am not actually fearful. It is Qinglan who insisted that I come. So do not think too much of it, the proprietress remarked, tilting her exquisitely shaped chin. Yes, I understand, Li Yanchu replied nonchalantly. Humph! The proprietress turned away, dismissing the irritating young man. Despite her age, she possessed an innate charm that seemed entirely fitting, only enhancing her allure. Of course, in Li Yanchu's eyes, her beauty and figure were the primary reasons for his distraction. Otherwise, the presence of a woman of mediocre appearance would have posed a headache. Seated in the room, Li Yanchu found himself contemplating the proprietress's voluptuous and mature form, a heat igniting within him. After all, the two were merely separated by a wall, residing in the same courtyard. One a youthful Taoist with fair skin and delicate features, resembling a wealthy scion or scholar. the other a voluptuous and captivating proprietress with fair skin and alluring eyes that Li Yanchu could not help but feel a flutter of desire. The following day, the proprietress sat at the dining table, savoring a large, soft bun filled with cabbage and pork that Li Yanchu joined her, unceremoniously grabbing a bun to eat. The specialty buns of Weiqing were rather large and soft, requiring both hands to manage that a single bite released a burst of flavorful juice. Utterly delightful. These buns are splendid, truly delicious, Li Yanchu remarked. Of course, I made them myself, the proprietress replied with pride. Your culinary skills are simply exceptional, unrivaled in Weiqing, and indeed the foremost in the entire Beifeng County, Li Yanchu praised. The proprietress beamed with delight. You have quite the discerning palate, she mused, casting a discreet glance at Li Yanchu, who buried his head in his meal. The proprietress, sensing Li Yanchu's gaze, did not shy away. Instead, she leaned forward, resting her arms on the table, causing Li Yanchu to nearly choke. Her playful demeanor elicited laughter from her. Li Yanchu, your eyes are rather mischievous, she teased as she departed. As if regarding a na v young L8D. Li Yanchu felt a rush of indignation, as she viewed him as an inexperienced novice. I shall certainly show you my prowess when the opportunity arises, he declared, taking a hearty bite of the bun. Recently, Weiqing had indeed been embroiled in turmoil. Not only had the bandit Li Yanchu escaped from prison, but one of the two leading captains, Zhao Wuzhu, had fallen into an ambush while pursuing him, resulting in several officers' deaths, with only Zhao Wuzhu returning home injured. During this time, 3 young women had mysteriously disappeared in Weiqing. All the missing were young maidens who had suddenly vanished from their homes. According to their families, they had heard strange footsteps before their disappearance. Yet no one had been seen. It was impossible not to associate this with the fugitive bandit Li Yanchu. Fear gripped the hearts of the populace. In the county office's inner hall, the county magistrate Su Zhixian, clad in official robes, was berating his subordinates. Useless. All of you are utterly useless, allowing Li Yanchu to escape right under your noses, and despite days of searching throughout the city. We have yet to capture him. Su Zhixian, at the age of 40, was in the prime of his life, a man of integrity and concern for the people, though he had a penchant for colorful language. The county inspectors, captains, and jailers stood at attention, receiving his scathing rebuke, including one of the 2 leading captains, Wang Chongshan, that he was a tall, lean man with thick knuckles, having trained in the iron sandpalm technique. With Zhao Wuzhu injured, the responsibility for capturing the fugitive fell on him. Faced with a superior who favored florid speech, Captain Wang felt the pressure mounting. Report! A flustered officer rushed in, kneeling before the assembly. The high-ranking officials, including the magistrate, chief clerk, and inspectors, were all present. Speak, Su Zhixian commanded gravely. Esteemed magistrate, we have received a report from the county office that another young woman has gone missing, the officer announced. A heavy silence enveloped the room. The tension was palpable. The 4th incident. Bang! Su Zhixian slammed his teacup to the ground, his gaze sharp. Investigate. Search every inch of Weiqing. We must find the culprit. After the officials departed to pursue the criminal, Inspector Zhou, a 9th-rank military officer responsible for the soldiers in Weiqing, called out to Captain Wang. Chongshan, this recent string of cases is quite peculiar. Do you have any leads? Wang Chongshan sighed. At the time, I did not realize how Li Yanchu had managed to escape execution. He was neither sentenced to death nor given a swift judgment. Now, with his whereabouts unknown and days of searching yielding no results, I suspect someone is shielding him. Inspector Zhou whispered. Chongshan, have you considered that perhaps a malevolent force is at play? Otherwise, how could he have escaped unnoticed? Even if the guards were bribed, it seems inconceivable that a notorious criminal could be released so easily. Wang Chongshan shook his head, his expression contemplative. If that is the case, this matter becomes exceedingly troublesome. Ordinary martial artists are utterly defenseless against malevolent entities. Such matters are the domain of monks and Taoists. As Li Yanchu emerged from the proprietress's courtyard, a young servant stood dumbfounded. Li Yanchu, how did you end up here? The servant asked in surprise. Miss Qingyun invited me to come and temporarily protect the proprietress. Please keep this under wraps, Li Yanchu replied calmly. The servant assured him, "Rest assured, this matter will remain between us." Yet soon, every servant, maid, and cook in the inn became privy to this information. Sometimes, secrets spread in this very manner. Each person reminded the others not to speak of it. Consequently, the gazes directed at Li Yanchu turned somewhat ambiguous. After all, the proprietress was a mature and attractive woman living alone, having maintained her virtue for many years. Now, however, a young Taoist had taken residence in her courtyard, and the implications of this arrangement were not lost on the observant. Many assumed they understood the situation well enough to remain discreet. The proprietress, while still indulging in her usual banter with Li Yanchu, now bore a hint of something unspoken in her eyes, a depth often unnoticed by the casual observer that I in the courtyard of the inn. As night descended, Li Yanchu, aided by the century-old divine herbs he consumed daily, finally perfected the 6th layer of the 6-yang blade technique. His vitality surged with remarkable intensity, and his demeanor became increasingly refined. Yet he appeared humble, his brilliance concealed. Standing tall, his eyes sparkled with vitality. Now, his martial prowess equated to decades of arduous training. Century-old ginseng and lingji could enhance one's vitality and fortify the body. That Li Yanchu's physique had undergone a complete transformation. Later that night, the proprietress lay alone in bed, the room enveloped in tranquility, akin to a secluded mountain spring. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed within the room. Creak. The pitch-black door creaked open, seemingly moved by the wind, yet outside lay only an empty courtyard. The proprietress, a light sleeper, was stirred by the faint noise. Every muscle in her body tensed, and she held her breath. Pat, pat. The footsteps outside grew louder, each sound striking her heart like a drum, the air thickening into a palpable silence. "Who goes there?" she called out, aware that Li Yanchu was the only inhabitant of the courtyard. Yet the heavy footsteps abruptly ceased, as if someone were standing just outside her door. Did I in the courtyard? A gentle moonlight bathed the surroundings. Yet outside the door, there was not a soul in sight. "Is that you, Taoist Yanchu?" the innkeeper's wife inquired, summoning her courage. However, silence prevailed outside. There were no breaths, no footsteps, no signs of life, only an oppressive stillness. Suddenly, a sound echoed, footsteps resounded again, this time seemingly drawing nearer to the door. The air felt thick and suffocating, rendering it almost impossible to breathe. Yet, within the tightly shut room, the sound of a man's approach drew closer to the innkeeper's wife. An eerie aura enveloped the entire space. "Ah, who goes there?" she exclaimed, clutching the quilt to her chest, her expression one of sheer terror. Outside, not a whisper could be heard, and her cries seemed to vanish into the void. The air was as frigid as a tomb. The innkeeper's wife felt her body stiffening. The innkeeper. Her resolve was firmer than that of an ordinary woman. Yet in the face of such a situation, she was engulfed by profound fear. Despair washed over her, and her voice echoed in the night, seemingly unable to reach the outside world, creating a chasm between two realms. The man's footsteps continued to approach her. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Li Yanchu, engrossed in his cultivation of the Huang Ting Dao Jing, suddenly felt a shift in his perception, sharper than that of an ordinary person. He turned his gaze towards the innkeeper's quarters. Boom! In the next moment, the sturdy door of the innkeeper's room was violently shattered from the outside, splintering into fragments. The tremendous force caused the entire room to tremble, and the walls at the entrance cracked under the pressure. Seeking death, came a furious shout, as Li Yanchu, radiating an irate aura, charged forth like a whirlwind, brandishing his blade towards the bedside. Inside the bedroom, the innkeeper's wife, frozen with fear, was being inexorably pulled into the depths of darkness. Upon hearing the door crash open and the roar of anger, relief washed over her, easing the pain etched on her face. In the next instant, a man, exuding an aura akin to a deity, appeared before her, his vitality blazing like a furnace. The innkeeper's wife was momentarily taken aback. Taoist Yanchu, a realization struck her. No wonder her sister Fang Qinglan had invited Taoist Yanchu to stay. Li Yanchu wielded his blade, his eyes glinting like cold lightning, possessing a depth beyond his years. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his blade towards the innkeeper's wife. Swish! In an instant, the innkeeper's wife was shattered into pieces. Ah, the illusion was shattered, revealing a ghostly figure, a man with garish red blush painted on his face, who let out a pained wail. "Is it you who plays tricks?" Li Yanchu's muscles tensed as he swiftly struck at the ghostly figure's head. Whoosh! The air seemed to split apart, producing a sonic boom. Aware of the peril this entity posed, he unleashed his full strength in a single strike, unlike the lecherous spirit of the Chen family. Yet this sinister paper effigy moved with astonishing speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A chill crept down Li Yanchu's spine as the man, adorned with vivid red blush, reappeared behind him. Blood surged within him. He swung his blade backward, encasing it in the scorching energy of the Six Yang technique. The Six Yang energy, pure and potent, effectively countered such foul entities. Whoosh! The ghostly figure exhaled a chilling breath towards Li Yanchu, enveloping him in a wave of cold. The realms of yin and yang were at odds. However, an innate warmth surged within Li Yanchu, circulating through his being, igniting his blood and vitality. This was the innate energy cultivated from the Huang Ting Dao Jing. With the pure essence burning bright within him, Li Yanchu felt no fear of the ghostly presence that he advanced with relentless strikes towards the ghostly figure. The pallid visage of the paper man emitted a cry of despair as he collided against the door, smashing it apart in his frantic escape. "You think you can flee?" Li Yanchu pursued him with relentless fervor. The paper figure, with its garish red blush, was swift, but Li Yanchu was swifter. With a single forceful swing, he shattered the courtyard gate into splinters. Boom! Li Yanchu pursued, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the ghostly figure. Clang, clang, clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Li Yanchu, empowered by the Six Yang energy, possessing immense strength, was momentarily pushed back several steps. However, his blade, which he had long regarded as a mere butcher's knife, was in reality a weapon that had claimed the lives of over 100 foes. It was also the relic of a northern swordsman who had perished far from home, imbued with a heavy aura of death. With the addition of his blazing Six Yang energy, he grew more relentless in battle. He completely suppressed the painted figure. Bang, bang, bang. Li Yanchu's relentless strikes forced the paper figure back. Though his arms bore no wounds, they were marked with charred remnants from the heat of his blows. The Six Yang energy could anchor itself to his weapon, penetrating the essence of his adversary. That Li Yanchu's resolve intensified with every clash, his strikes becoming increasingly fierce. His fists bore tremendous weight, crackling with a hint of thunderous sparks. Brilliant lightning illuminated the dark night with each strike, sapping the vigor from the ghostly figure. The talisman dipped in the blood of a black dog possessed a natural counter to malevolent entities. It was likely that this paper figure had never encountered such a bizarre artifact of the Taoist sect. Just then, a throng of individuals bearing torches rushed towards the scene. Among them was a man clad in a Taoist robe, wielding a thick-backed, thin-edged short blade, striking at the air. Occasionally, he would unleash a punch that sparked with lightning. "It's Taoist Yanchu." Many recognized Li Yanchu and exclaimed. The paper figure was cleaved to its knees by Li Yanchu's blade. Boom! The solid stone floor shattered beneath the impact, resembling a spider's web of cracks. Li Yanchu stepped forward, landing a punch directly upon the ghostly figure's eyes, illuminating the night with dazzling lightning. A shriek erupted from the sinister figure. Swish! Li Yanchu's arm muscles tensed, and he swung his blade towards the figure's neck. This time, empowered by the Six Yang energy, the blade cleanly severed the paper figure's head. A pale head, adorned with garish red blush, rolled to the ground, the headless corpse devoid of blood. Before the onlookers, it transformed into ashes, dissipating into the air. The crowd gasped in astonishment, chills running down their spines. Chapter 10. Renown in Wei City. Taoist Yanchu has gone mad. Someone restrain him. A spectator cried in fear. Bang! Someone behind him kicked him down. Have you lost your sight? Taoist Yanchu is clearly ridding the world of evil. Indeed, Taoist Yanchu is a true master of the Tao in Wei City. His presence is a blessing for us. Many in the vicinity were familiar faces. The virtuous Xuanqing Taoist often helped dispel malevolent forces. The contemporary leader, Taoist Yanchu, was exceptionally talented, and many knew he had previously exorcised evil from the Qin family's third young lady. He was a man of genuine skill, especially after the sinister paper figure was slain. Revealing its true form, it further solidified the belief that Li Yanchu was indeed purging evil. That's right, I invited Taoist Yanchu specifically to exorcise ghosts and vanquish demons. Had it not been for him, this fiend would have nearly cost me my life. The innkeeper's wife spoke, still haunted by the ordeal that in an instant. The crowd turned their admiring gazes towards Li Yanchu, and even the one who had previously called him mad changed his tune. As long as I am in my words swiftly, no one will dare to kick me again. The county's constable soon arrived, with Feng Qingyun among them. She had been summoned by Captain Wang to pursue a fugitive, unaware that her sister had nearly fallen victim to danger. "Sister, are you all right?" Feng Qingyun asked with concern. "I am fine, thanks to Taoist Yanchu, who just slew the fiend and saved my life," the innkeeper's wife replied, still shaken by the suffocating terror she had experienced. "Thank you, Taoist Yanchu." Feng Qingyun expressed her gratitude. Originally, she had asked Li Yanchu to guard the Taiping Inn for peace of mind. Yet she never anticipated her sister would truly be in peril. Even more surprising was Li Yanchu's valor, directly vanquishing the malevolent spirit. "How should I be thanked?" Li Yanchu inquired, feeling somewhat drained after the battle. Feng Qingyun was momentarily at a loss for words. Li Yanchu chuckled. "As long as you are safe, that is enough." Feng Qingyun nodded, casting a grateful glance at him. Had her sister suffered harm, she would likely bear the guilt for a lifetime. Such a beautiful innkeeper. How could she perish at the hands of that wretched creature? Li Yanchu remarked with a smile. The innkeeper's wife, unusually, did not retort, instead offering a charming smile. Lost in her thoughts, that moment, a tall, lean middle-aged man with an imposing presence entered the office. He approached Li Yanchu and clasped his fists, saying, "You must be Taoist Yanchu. I am Wang Chongshan. Though we have not met until now, it is indeed a pleasure to finally see a master of the Tao." Wang Chongshan, one of the two chief constables of the county. Li Yanchu returned the gesture. "Captain Wang, you are too kind, and I am merely an ordinary Taoist. A young Taoist capable of slaying such malevolent spirits is truly admirable." Wang Chongshan praised Li Yanchu, sensed that the constable was inclined to form a friendship. His demeanor quite amiable, contrary to the stern reputation he had heard. Seeing the traces of battle in the courtyard, it is evident that Taoist Yanchu possesses extraordinary skill in blade techniques and martial prowess, even making me feel inadequate. "May I dare to ask, Taoist Yanchu, are you practicing the six-yang blade technique?" Captain Wang has a keen eye. "Indeed I am." Wang Chongshan nodded, his eyes gleaming with unmasked delight. To possess such martial prowess at a young age left him thoroughly impressed. Recently, for women have gone missing in quick succession, which I suspect is inextricably linked to the malevolent spirit that was just vanquished by Taoist Yanchu. "This act of his is indeed a tremendous merit," remarked Wang Chongshan. Yanchu offered a faint smile. After slaying the paper effigy of a man, the resonance of the Tao sounded in his mind. Merit, 500. With the additional 200 merit consumed previously for bestowing Yin virtue, he now possessed a total of 600 merits. Captain Wang stayed behind to inquire thoroughly about the recent occurrences before departing from the Taiping Inn. The night passed without incident. The following day, at the break of dawn, Li Yanchu rose to practice the Huangting Tao scripture. This Taoist cultivation method had proven crucial the previous night, compelling him to regard it with utmost seriousness. However, even after exiting his meditative state, the spiritual energy within his dantian had not significantly expanded. Progress was excruciatingly slow. Li Yanchu resolved to visit the apothecary to procure materials for refining the returning essence pill. The weather was clear and vibrant, with malevolent forces dissipated. Upon arriving at the inn's dining hall for breakfast, Li Yanchu appreciated the benefit of being provided meals during his stay. The commotion from the previous night had been so great that the innkeeper's wife had not joined him for a private meal. The dining hall was sparsely populated, yet upon noticing Li Yanchu, the patrons instinctively bowed, their eyes brimming with admiration. Among them was a young lady who had arrived early to participate in the Qingyi Temple Fair in Weiqing. Discreetly sizing up Li Yanchu. "You insufferable creature," came the voice of the innkeeper's wife, chasing after a large white cat that Li Yanchu chuckled at the sight. This was a plump cat named Yuan, often causing mischief in the innkeeper's quarters. Having mysteriously vanished the previous night, it returned this morning to topple the innkeeper's rouge box. Meow, meow, meow. The large white cat named Yuan dashed around the hall, while the innkeeper's wife wielded a feather duster in hot pursuit. Li Yanchu, sipping his porridge, was thoroughly entertained. The innkeeper's wife's figure was indeed captivating, particularly as she chased after the cat, that Li Yanchu found himself momentarily dazed. Her mature allure was simply incomparable to that of a young girl, leaving him parched with desire. Alas! The innkeeper's beloved pink rouge was spilled, and in her annoyance, she suddenly slipped on the verge of falling. Right beside Li Yanchu, he had been engrossed in the spectacle, reveling in the innkeeper's wife's enchanting grace. So it was unexpected when she nearly toppled over. Almost instinctively, he caught the voluptuous and mature innkeeper's wife in his arms. "Oh, so soft," Li Yanchu remarked in surprise. The innkeeper's wife instantly flushed, gently extricating herself from his embrace. Thank you. Li Yanchu shukla. What is this? You've been exceedingly polite since yesterday. Are you moved by my gallant act of heroism, secretly pledging your heart to me? The innkeeper's wife paused, then retorted. Sister has consumed more salt than you have traveled roads. You impudent young lad! How dare you jest with me? She shot him a playful glare, exuding a myriad of charms. This was indeed the innkeeper's wife he was accustomed to. Li Yanchu refrained from embellishing the moment, smiling as he returned to his porridge. To pledge oneself is not out of the question. You are quite lovely, Li Yanchu murmured to himself. The innkeeper's wife, who had turned to leave, suddenly froze. Her delicate earlobes flushed. Feng Qingyun stood at the entrance, gripping an iron sword. Good morning, Miss Qingyun, Li Yanchu greeted. Surprisingly, Feng Qingyun, who had previously admired him, now appeared cold. What had transpired? Li Yanchu felt perplexed. Feng Qingyun gave a huff and turned to leave. Chapter 11. The 36 Techniques of Qianguo. Li Yanchu sought out Feng Qingyun, hoping to inquire about the avenues for acquiring martial arts manuals in Weiqing. Feng Qingyun replied frostily, Why not consult my sister? She manages the inn and might have some connections. Li Yanchu hesitated. You were the first person I thought of, and thus I came to ask you. A flicker of amusement crossed Feng Qingyun's eyes. Quickly masked as she asked, Did you not cultivate the 6-yang blade technique? Why are you seeking martial arts manuals again? Li Yanchu sighed. The current situation in Weiqing is rather unstable. I wish to learn more martial arts for self-defense. Feng Qingyun nodded in agreement. However, such manuals are rarely accessible to ordinary folks that I have no other choice but to ask you. You possess formidable skills and are remarkably beautiful, a rare female hero in the martial world. If you lack connections, then I must not bother anyone else. I am willing to pay a handsome price for a martial arts manual. Feng Qingyun's lips curled into a charming smile. Why spend money to buy one? I have a manual right here. Li Yanchu waved his hand. That will not do. Although I am not a martial artist, I understand that one should not easily impart their sex techniques to others. I cannot put you in a difficult position. Feng Qingyun's gaze softened as she replied gently. This is not a sex technique. I have a manual that embodies a more vigorous approach, which would suit you well. Li Yanchu's eyes brightened with delight. Really? Of course, follow me. Feng Qingyun beckoned, leading him back to the inn. Her belongings were stored in a bundle there, upon leaving the inn once more. Li Yanchu clutched a bound volume, emblazoned with 6 bold characters. The 36 Techniques of Qianguo. It was unmistakably crafted by a martial artist from the rivers and lakes, infused with an aura of lethal intent. According to Feng Qingyun, this martial art was cultivated by a renowned master from the northern region, encompassing the essence of various striking techniques. Furthermore, it was a form of external training that could fortify the practitioner's vitality and strengthen their physique. This manual also contained advanced techniques, such as the sky-splitting palm, crane control hand, and heart-seizing punch. Truly a top-tier martial art among the third-rate schools that Li Yanchu's face radiated joy. This martial arts manual would greatly compensate for his deficiencies in hand-to-hand combat. Upon returning to the inn, Li Yanchu eagerly began to practice this martial arts manual. According to the text, each technique contained exquisite variations and principles for training one's physique. following the sequence of skin, muscle, and bones. Each successful mastery of a technique allowed for a renewal of one's vitality. The difficulty of this martial art was immense. Ordinary individuals would require 10 years of arduous training to master the first 6 techniques. Vitality was paramount in the human body, and this boisterous and domineering martial art demanded a high level of IT. IT was all too easy to deplete one's vitality, risking harm to the internal organs and rendering oneself incapacitated. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Li Yanchu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Have I really mastered the first 6 techniques so quickly?" He swiftly achieved a level that would typically require 10 years of strenuous effort. Though surprised by the result, he soon realized the reason. The 6-yang blade technique also possessed powerful methods for enhancing vitality and strengthening the body, and his foundational skills were already commendable. Isn't this akin to Zhang Wuji learning the Qianguo de Nu? Li Yanchu pundarat. For someone like him, with robust vitality, practicing external martial arts was the most fitting endeavor. The two martial arts shared overlapping elements, and after cultivating the 6-yang blade technique, his strength had surged like a wolf unleashed. Now, with the addition of the 36 techniques of Tiangang, he was capable of shattering stone and exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. With a powerful punch, Li Yanchu created a gust of wind, the sound of his bones echoing like thunder. His muscles resonated in harmony, akin to the roar of a tiger or leopard. The vitality within him surged wildly, and from a distance, he already bore the demeanor of a martial arts master. The 36 techniques of Tiangang, the signature skill of that northern martial arts master, displayed particularly notable power in close combat. When a master had perfected the 18 techniques, his strength was so overwhelming that he could fell a ferocious tiger and tear apart a wild wolf. Clad in heavy armor, he was a formidable warrior on the battlefield, a true powerhouse. Fang Qinglan had serendipitously obtained this martial arts manual. Her primary focus was on swordsmanship and lightness techniques, and as a woman, this external training was not particularly suitable for her. Moreover, her own martial arts skills were not inferior to the 36 techniques of Tiangang, which is why she had never been inclined to study it. Li Yanchu's flattering remarks had charmed Fang Qinglan, leading her to gift him this martial arts manual. And this was merely the first 6 techniques. In the martial world, skills are categorized into 3 tiers. 2 tiers, 1 tier, and finally, the transcendent divine skills that Li Yanchu had now cultivated a top-tier third-rate martial art, his vitality profound and enduring. The progress in his strength captivated Li Yanchu, and he began to train diligently. The next day, residing in the inn's rear courtyard, Li Yanchu practiced the 36 techniques of Tiangang, akin to a tiger descending a mountain or an old bear rubbing against a tree. Each punch and kick produced sonic booms, exuding an astonishing momentum. Suddenly, he heard someone calling for him. Taoist Yanchu, Taoist Yanchu, something has happened, a young servant exclaimed anxiously. Li Yanchu glanced over and asked, "What is it?" The servant tugged at Li Yanchu, urging him toward the dining hall. Taoist Yanchu, come with me. Zhang San has nearly been beaten to death. The young man's name was Feng Gui, and both he and Zhang San were servants at the Taiping Inn. Zhang San was the young man whom Li Yanchu had warned not to spread the news. Yet it had somehow circulated throughout the entire inn. What happened? Li Yanchu pressed for details as they made their way outside, and along the way, Feng Gui recounted the unfolding events. Recently, 2 itinerant merchants have taken residence in the inn, accompanied by a flock of goats that occupy the backyard. Due to the city being under martial law and the manhunt for fugitives, these merchants find themselves unable to leave. The presence of the goats has caused considerable discontent among the guests, as they are exceedingly noisy. Moreover, the merchants resort to whipping the goats and neglect to provide them with water, leaving them exposed to the scorching sun each day, even after being admonished by other guests. They remain obstinate in their ways. Zhang San, hailing from a farming background, is appalled by the merchant's cruelty and quietly resolves to offer the goats some water. However, he is unexpectedly caught by one of the merchants, who immediately erupts in fury and assaults him. Zhang San, indignant, finds himself outmatched, as the merchant appears to possess considerable fighting skills, delivering a harsh beating. To beat someone for merely providing water to a goat is utterly unreasonable. Li Yanchu frowns. Chapter 12. The sharp-tongued innkeeper. In another section of the Taiping Inn, a crowd gathers, murmuring and gesticulating. The two towering merchants, adorned with thick beards, are berating a young man whose face is bruised and battered. Tethered to a post, several goats gaze with tear-filled eyes, seemingly pleading for mercy, though their cries are merely bleats. Zhang San is seized by one of the merchants, lifted by the neck like a hawk snatching its prey. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The innkeeper, with her brows furrowed in anger, scolds, "Is this minor incident truly worthy of such violence? Release him at once." One merchant, his expression dark and sullen, remains silent, while the other, quick-tempered and fiery, disregards any attempt at restraint from his companion. "Damn it, my goats are not to be trifled with by this scoundrel. If I didn't kill him, it speaks to my mercy," he retorts. The innkeeper, undeterred by his aggression, fires back. "What of a few goats? You show no care when you whip them daily, and who has to say they aren't stolen? You feign concern now." Her words ignite the fury of the bearded merchant, who snarls, "You're seeking death." He swings his hand toward her, but the innkeeper is taken aback, not expecting him to act so rashly. Onlookers wince, fearing for the delicate beauty of the innkeeper as she faces such a brutal attack. Yet, to their astonishment, no mark lands upon her exquisitely crafted visage. The rough, calloused hand of the merchant is suddenly captured by a slender, fair hand. Yanchu Taoist. The innkeeper's eyes light up, feeling bolstered by his presence. Li Yanchu smiles faintly, then turns to address the towering merchant with a steely gaze. "Have you gone too far, sir?" The burly merchant attempts to retract his hand, but finds it ensnared as if gripped by an iron claw. "Who are you? Why meddle in matters that do not concern you?" He demands that Li Yanchu releases his grip, coolly retorting. "You dare to not recognize even Li Yanchu of Qingyun Temple. You have the audacity to act recklessly here, blind to your own folly. You dare to rampage in this place, so brazen, to lay hands on another. Take them to the authorities." Some brave guests voice their objections, seemingly emboldened by Li Yanchu's arrival. Ignoring the bearded merchant, Li Yanchu casts a cold glance at the merchant still gripping Zhang San's neck. The latter, feeling a sudden pang of discomfort, unwittingly loosens his grip, allowing Zhang San to stagger forward, struggling against the pain to regain his footing. "Are you all right?" Li Yanchu inquires, dismissing the bearded merchant entirely. I'm fine, thank you, Taoist Li," Zhang San replies gratefully, as a young attendant rushes to support him. Seeing the tide of public outrage turn against him, the dark-eyed merchant attempts to pull his companion away. However, the bearded merchant's eyes flash with malice as he fixates on Li Yanchu. "You think you can simply walk away after assaulting someone? It won't be that easy," the innkeeper retorts. Hands on her hips, her voice firm. "You all heard what she said," Li Yanchu states solemnly. The innkeeper raises her chin, filled with a sense of triumph. The dark-eyed merchant, reluctant to provoke further conflict, concedes. "We were in the wrong. We can pay for the damages." "Can we not?" Li Yanchu glances at the severely beaten Zhang San, who, though filled with indignation, understands that as a commoner, enduring hardship is a necessary skill for survival, that he grits his teeth and nods in agreement. A sigh escapes Li Yanchu's lips. Everyone bears their own burdens. The innkeeper, emboldened, unleashes a torrent of scorn upon the two merchants. The bearded merchant's forehead pulses with veins, his eyes burning with fury. Breathing heavily, yet he is restrained by his companion. Having merely exchanged glances with Li Yanchu, he finds himself unable to meet his gaze, clearly intimidated. Though young, Li Yanchu is not to be trifled with. The innkeeper, hands on her hips, berates the merchants, and to Li Yanchu, she exudes a captivating charm. Her slender waist accentuates her figure, drawing his attention, a thought he scolds himself for amidst such tumult. However, sensing something amiss, Li Yanchu's heightened awareness, honed through his cultivation of the Huangting Dao Sutra, leads him to observe the goats tethered to the post. Memories of tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio surface in his mind regarding the plight of livestock without water. Discreetly assessing the goats, he perceives no difference from ordinary goats, save for their sorrowful gazes, which seem imbued with a touch of humanity. That a sudden inspiration strikes him, and he positions himself protectively behind the innkeeper. The dark-eyed merchant, suppressing his anger, begins, "This matter." Li Yanchu, who had appeared amiable, suddenly steps forward, causing the ground beneath him to crack. The merchant's companion, caught off guard, stares wide-eyed. Heavenly Gang 36 Techniques. Heart-plucking fist. Li Yanchu, with strength capable of lifting immense boulders, delivers a single punch that sends the merchant's companion reeling, blood spewing forth as he flies backward like a kite severed from its string. Yet before he can land, Li Yanchu seizes his arm and yanks him back, executing the turning the river and overturning the sea technique. With both fists unleashed, they strike the merchant's chin and vital points respectively, his muscular arms bulging ominously. The merchant, taken aback, loses consciousness, his eyes glazing over. "What are you doing?" the bearded merchant bellows, his fingers curling into claws, striking toward Li Yanchu's throat with deadly intent. His movements are swift and ruthless, revealing his martial prowess. It is clear he carries the weight of more than one life on his conscience. As the bearded merchant's attack misses and instead shatters a nearby wooden post, the crowd gasps in horror. The ferocity of their confrontation sends tremors through the onlookers, who recoil from the overwhelming display of strength. The bearded merchant finds himself on the receiving end of Li Yanchu's retaliatory punch, collapsing to the ground. Incapacitated, that Li Yanchu's formidable display leaves the crowd astonished. They had not anticipated such explosive wrath. The innkeeper feels vindicated, exhilarated by the raw masculine power on display, a sensation that sends shivers down her spine. In a moment of impulsive romanticism, she blushes, chastising herself for such thoughts. Nevertheless, a voice from the crowd interjects. A young scholar frowning. Though their actions were unjust, Taoist Li's response seems excessively harsh. Li Yanchu, known for his reputation as a Taoist priest, appears to have crossed a line, eliciting murmurs of disapproval. Indeed, he nearly killed that man. As a monk, how can he stoop to the level of petty brawlers? Such brutality is excessive. The law exists for a reason. One can report to the authorities. Such is the nature of the world. No matter the action taken, criticism will inevitably arise. Some voices bear no consequence for their words, as if free to express their opinions without accountability. When Zhang San was assaulted by the two brutish merchants, silence prevailed among the onlookers. None dared to intervene. The moment the innkeeper faced danger, no one stepped forward to champion her cause. Yet, now that Li Yanchu has merely injured someone, a chorus of condemnation erupts. The innkeeper's frustration simmers beneath the surface. "You all," she began to retort, but her arm was restrained by Li Yanchu, who subtly shook his head at her. Such situations were not uncommon. People often believed their perspectives were correct, that Li Yanchu was unwilling to let a woman stand up for him. Of course, he was not the type of man who would endure humiliation and silently bear the weight of disgrace for the sake of maintaining an image. That was simply not who Li Yanchu was. He strode directly towards the most brazen scholar among them and calmly remarked, "Why did you not intervene when those two were brandishing weapons?" He had been summoned by the servant Feng Gay, and aside from the landlady, only one woman had spoken up. The rest of the onlookers were hesitant to step in, merely watching the spectacle unfold. The scholar paused, then said, I am merely a scholar. How could I possibly argue with such brutish men?" Li Yanchu found this amusing, a cold smile gracing his lips as he retorted, "What, do you think I appear agreeable because I am a Taoist? Allowing you to point fingers at me?" The scholar was taken aback by Li Yanchu's piercing gaze, his complexion paling. Remembering Li Yanchu's previous ruthless display of skill, he realized that this seemingly refined Taoist was, in fact, a formidable character. The scholar instinctively took a few steps back, the oppressive feeling around him slightly dissipating. Li Yanchu scoffed, "If you persist, I might even respect you for your literary integrity." He glanced around, and the previously boisterous individuals fell silent immediately. They were not prepared for such an unorthodox approach. They had intended to engage in a war of words, relishing the moral high ground. But Li Yanchu had approached directly, as if ready to engage in physical confrontation. No one dared to continue accusing Li Yanchu. After all, they were all present in person, and honesty demanded that one be genuine. A few elder statesmen, however, were more discerning. Although Taoist Yanchu's methods are severe, those two merchants truly are despicable, utterly contemptuous of the law. Indeed, such violent rogues should be dealt with by Taoist Yanchu. As these venerable elders spoke, the crowd swiftly echoed their sentiments to Li Yanchu, known for his unwavering retorts to mockery and provocation, remained indifferent to flattery and praise that he acted according to his principles. The merchant who had been knocked unconscious on the ground was, in fact, quite skilled. It was merely that Li Yanchu's strikes were too swift and powerful. Now lying on the ground, he seemed harmless. However, Li Yanchu despised those cliché D scenarios and dramas where villains suddenly unleash their full strength or launch surprise attacks from behind, or where female leads shield the protagonist from harm, eliciting unnecessary tears. As he approached, he inadvertently crushed the limbs of the unconscious merchant beneath his feet. Ah! The merchant let out a wretched scream. Fainting again from the pain, his limbs twisted grotesquely. Hiss! The crowd gasped in shock, their eyes wide with horror. It was an accident. This fellow was lying in an inconvenient spot. Li Yanchu chuckled, feigning remorse. The crowd thought, "Weren't you the one who knocked him out there? He and T moved a muscle. And how could you accidentally crush the stone floor?" Even though Li Yanchu was known for his chivalrous deeds, his ruthless actions still left an unsettling feeling. Of course, this did not include the captivating landlady, who regarded him with a glimmer of admiration. She suddenly thought, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to offer herself to this man. Li Yanchu turned to the servant Feng Gai and instructed, "Go fetch some large bowls of cold water to feed these goats." Feng Gai hesitated, somewhat perplexed, yet obediently went to retrieve the water. The crowd was momentarily bewildered. Feng Gai worked swiftly, soon returning with a large bucket of cold water and several big bowls. Under Li Yanchu's direction, he and a few other servants began to pour cold water down the throats of the hefty goats. They believed Taoist Yanchu was simply seeking to avenge Zhang San. They were deeply moved, realizing Taoist Yanchu was indeed a heroic figure. Thus, one's stance is crucial. These servants shared a common bond with Zhang San, empathizing with his plight. In their eyes, Li Yanchu's actions were those of a great hero. In truth, those who feigned fairness and spoke derisively were, in reality, cowardly, and if they had been the ones assaulted by those two merchants, or if their own family members had been the victims, they likely would not have remained so indifferent. Ultimately, when the knife does not cut you, you cannot comprehend the pain. Just as the crowd watched the servants pouring cold water on the goats, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The goats suddenly began to roll on the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into several enchanting young women. Chapter 13. The Craft of Beast Transformation. The crowd was astounded. Just moments ago, they had clearly been goats, and now they had become beautiful young women. This scene was utterly shocking. The four young women, having been rescued, wept and bowed in gratitude to Li Yanchu. You are the renowned daughter of the Sun family, a salt merchant in Wei City, Sun Shuyan?" An elderly man suddenly inquired, hesitating. Upon receiving confirmation, the crowd erupted in astonishment, exclaiming, "Quick, hurry and inform the authorities and the families of these young ladies. They've been found, right here at the Taiping Inn." Recently, there had been 4 cases of young ladies going missing in Wei City, causing widespread panic. Who would have thought they had been transformed into goats? At last, they were rescued by Taoist Yanchu. Could it be that Taoist Yanchu discerned something unusual about those two earlier, prompting him to strike down the thieves? A bold thought flickered in the minds of the crowd, and they felt they were drawing closer to the truth. Those who had previously criticized Li Yanchu for being too heavy-handed felt a rush of shame. So, Taoist Yanchu was actually confronting the vile kidnappers of women. In an instant, the crowd's gaze towards Li Yanchu transformed, filling with admiration. "We owe Taoist Yanchu an apology. Our earlier words were truly unkind, and we hope you will forgive us. Taoist Yanchu is indeed a blessing for the people of Wei City. Who would have thought? Qingshan Temple is truly a hidden treasure." The onlookers felt a wave of relief wash over them, realizing that if these ruthless kidnappers had begun taking hostages or acted against innocent people, they would have been the first to suffer. It was then that they recognized the young head of Qingshan Temple possessed a truly kind heart, reflecting on their previous grievances against Li Yanchu. They felt a sense of bewilderment, as though they had been slapped in the face. The landlady gazed at Li Yanchu with her bright, autumn-like eyes. Some men, while appearing handsome in daily life, revealed themselves to be dependable in times of crisis. However, upon seeing those young ladies surrounding Li Yanchu, each one expressing their gratitude and affection, the landlady bit her rosy lip, turned her head away, and let out a soft huff. The scene before her was so striking that the tales would surely spread rapidly among the common folk. The merchants had abducted virtuous women and transformed them into goats. Such a horrifying event drew in the townspeople, who began to gossip and discuss. Is it possible for such malicious sorcery to exist in this world? If encountered, one would truly be at the mercy of fate. To think that Taoist Yanchu at such a young age could see through such wicked sorcery and rescue the 4 kidnapped heiresses, he is indeed a master of the Tao. This is what it means for a true hero to remain hidden. Not only is Taoist Yanchu handsome and exudes an extraordinary aura, but his skills are also remarkable. Look at the claw marks left by the villain on the pillar. Such a vicious rogue was apprehended by Taoist Yanchu. Truly, a young hero worthy of admiration. The surrounding citizens flocked to Li Yanchu's story, which spread rapidly, gaining the approval of the people of Wei City. The abduction of women and children is an offense that stirs the ire of both heaven and humanity. It easily ignites the collective anger of the populace. In his efforts to rescue the innocent, the astute Li Yanchu became a celebrated hero in their hearts, particularly for those families who had lost their daughters. Upon their arrival, they embraced their recovered daughters, weeping uncontrollably, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Li Yanchu, tears streaming down their faces. They had once believed their daughters to be in grave danger, forever lost to them, but now they had been saved by Li Yanchu. The emotions of these families were beyond comprehension. With such a shocking case unfolding under their jurisdiction, the authorities swiftly sent representatives. Upon hearing that the missing heiresses had been found, County Magistrate Su was overjoyed. He dispatched Wang Chongshan, one of the 2 chief captains of Wei City, to the scene. When Wang Chongshan arrived with a dozen fierce and determined constables, he quickly took control of the situation, questioning relevant individuals and maintaining order. Taoist Yanchu, we meet again. You truly are a blessing for the people of Wei County. You have uncovered the thieves and recovered the missing women. You have alleviated the concerns of the county magistrate. Wang Chongshan had been under immense pressure lately. With bandit Liang Qi escaping from prison, Captain Zhao Wuzhu injured, and several wealthy heiresses disappearing in the city, County Magistrate Su felt overwhelmed, and one could only imagine the burden on Captain Wang. Especially with the upcoming Qingyi Temple Fair, where literati, young masters, and prominent figures from all directions would gather in Wei City to tease such a critical moment. The resurgence of a notorious criminal and the disappearance of women posed significant risks to Magistrate Su, who could be held accountable or even prosecuted. Wang Chongshan, responsible for law enforcement in Wei City, could not escape blame for the chaos and rampant crime. But at that moment, having been informed that Taoist Yanchu of Qingyun Temple had apprehended 2 scoundrels who had heinously employed animal breeding sorcery to harm women, and that he had also rescued the missing girls, Wang Chongshan was nearly overcome with emotion. How fortuitous! If he had a daughter, he would undoubtedly find a way to bestow her upon Li Yanchu as a wife. With such a son-in-law, life in Weicheng would be secured. In truth, many shared this sentiment, including local officials, wealthy merchants, and gentry who harbored similar thoughts. Who would have imagined that a mere Taoist would emerge as the most sought-after suitor in Weicheng? When Captain Wang beheld the traces of the struggle at the scene and listened to the accounts from witnesses, his understanding of Li Yanchu deepened further. Meticulous and composed, resolute and courageous. Such young men are a rarity these days, Wang Chongshan mused to himself. However, upon closer inspection of the Mars Wang, the chief constable had not anticipated that this ethereal young Taoist priest, with his delicate appearance, would possess such profound insight. It seems that on the day he was in the company of the magistrate of Weicheng, during a meal with several prominent merchants in the city, the Taoist priest Yanchu had indeed exercised some restraint. Wang, being a man of the martial world, had become increasingly composed since entering the realm of officialdom. Little did he expect that this Yanchu was not an ordinary individual. He remained silent, asking not a single question. After indulging in food and drink, Wang finally spoke. Taoist Yanchu, the purpose of my invitation today is to seek your assistance in a matter. Please do not hesitate to speak. Chief Constable Wang, as long as it is within my capabilities, I shall offer my help without reservation, Yanchu replied. How refreshing. Your forthrightness suggests that you would undoubtedly thrive in the world of Jianghu, Wang expressed sincerely. This Taoist priest, with such a disposition, far surpassed many young individuals. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, exhibiting a remarkable attention to detail and a straightforward nature. You flatter me, Chief Constable, Yanchu modestly responded. To speak candidly, upon first meeting you, I perceived things that ordinary eyes could not see, that I hold you in high regard, for you must be a true master of Taoism, Wang remarked. Recently, there has been a peculiar incident within the county office, and I wish to request your assistance, Taoist Yanchu, Wang Zhongshan said, his expression grave. What peculiar incident has occurred? Yanchu inquired, feeling somewhat puzzled about the recent happenings in Weiqing. Do you recall the two thieves disguised as merchants that you apprehended at the inn? One of them was the bandit Li Yanchu, Wang Zhongshan said. Yanchu nodded. Wang Zhongshan continued. Those two thieves were rendered incapacitated by your formidable skills and are now imprisoned in the jail. However, last night both perished simultaneously in their cells, and their deaths were gruesome. They were dismembered. Wang Zhongshan's words astonished Yanchu. He marveled at the fate of two vicious murderers dying in jail, yet felt a sense of helplessness regarding the apparent security lapses within the tightly guarded Weiqing jail. Wang Zhongshan went on. This matter has been kept under wraps, and no one is permitted to disclose it. Many are now claiming that the Weiqing jail is haunted and unclean. I would like to ask Taoist Yanchu to investigate the Weiqing jail and uncover the truth, Wang Zhongshan urged. Yanchu furrowed his brow and tentatively inquired, What about the jailers? Wang Zhongshan, an experienced investigator, immediately understood Yanchu's implication and replied, We have already conducted thorough inquiries, and there have been no strange occurrences as of late. In truth, while ancient investigative methods were somewhat outdated, seasoned officials had handled countless cases over the years, and any anomalies could easily be discerned. One should never underestimate their capabilities. Yanchu nodded, not questioning Wang Zhongshan's conclusion, yet feeling perplexed. This matter is indeed strange, that if unclean entities are at play, why was there a rescue previously, and now a murder? Furthermore, why were Li Yanchu and the other killed? Could it be that they harbored some secret? This Taoist Yanchu was no ordinary man. Wang Zhongshan, a seasoned veteran, chimed in, Indeed, I too am curious. Taoist Yanchu, your insight is truly remarkable. Yanchu smiled without speaking. Since the other party was withholding information, he chose not to delve deeper. After all, he was assisting the authorities in an investigation, and he felt no burden in doing so. However, he was certain that Wang Zhongshan had some understanding of the underlying circumstances. In that case, I shall accompany Chief Constable Wang to the jail to look for any clues, Yanchu declared. Wang Zhongshan's eyes brightened as he clasped his fists. On behalf of the people of Weiqing, I express my gratitude to Taoist Yanchu. How could the deaths of two individuals be tied to the citizens of Weiqing? Yanchu scrutinized Wang Zhongshan, who was not one to exaggerate or engage in empty rhetoric. Thus, this statement must have some underlying reason that if Wang Zhongshan were to learn of Yanchu's thoughts, he would surely be taken aback, pondering what thoughts occupied Yanchu's mind. I shall send someone to summon Taoist Yanchu tomorrow night, Wang Zhongshan stated. Yanchu nodded, but after a glance at Wang Zhongshan, he asked, Chief Constable Wang, is there anything else you wish to convey? Wang Zhongshan's eyes lit up in surprise. Taoist Yanchu, how did you know? He instinctively glanced outside, wondering if that rascal Wang Tai had let something slip. Yanchu smiled slightly and replied, It is rather simple. If it pertains to this matter, Chief Constable Wang need only send someone to find me. There is no need to invite me to drink at this moon viewing pavilion after dark. Wang Zhongshan fell silent. After a moment, he raised his head and laughed heartily. Taoist Yanchu is indeed clever and composed, with a keen mind that I am truly impressed. He had not expected Yanchu to be so astute. As Taoist Yanchu has said, I invite you to the jail for an investigation, but that is not all. Tonight, there is another matter I wish to seek your assistance with, Wang Zhongshan said earnestly. Please do not hesitate to speak. I remain committed to assisting, Yanchu replied calmly. The admiration in Wang Zhongshan's gaze towards Yanchu intensified. Recently, a series of bizarre events have unfolded in Weiqing, while I usually rely on my sword. These incidents have compelled me to take them seriously. This matter concerns our county's Captain Zhao. Chapter 16. Decisive Action. Captain Zhao Wuzhu of our county, while pursuing the fugitive bandit Li Yanchu some days ago, fell into an ambush, resulting in the deaths of several of his men, and he himself was injured and has been recuperating at home. However, I inquired with the constables on duty that day, and they did not hear any sounds of fighting. They only saw Captain Zhao emerge alone. I visited Captain Zhao once. His injuries were not severe, yet he seems somewhat different than before. Not only has his temperament turned somewhat effeminate, but he also shuns going out, often remaining indoors and frequently gazing at himself in the mirror while applying makeup. Yanchu frowned. Indeed, Captain Zhao is a robust man, capable of wielding a heavy broadsword and drawing a strong bow, consuming 4 pounds of meat in a single meal. Yet now, he confines himself indoors, learning to apply cosmetics like a woman. There was a chill in Wang Zhongshan's voice, for after years of camaraderie, witnessing his colleague transformed into such a state was indeed shocking. Does Captain Zhao have anyone else at home? Yanchu inquired. Besides a few servants and maidservants, there is only his wife, who is in her 20s, Wang Zhongshan replied. His expression shifted as he continued. His wife has been missing since the day Captain Zhao was injured. She supposedly returned to her family. However, the maidservants reported that they had not seen the mistress leave. And why would a woman return to her family without taking a servant with her? It was only when one of Captain Zhao's maidservants encountered me on the street and mentioned this matter that I discreetly initiated an investigation. There was a note of regret in Wang Zhongshan's voice as he said, I sent someone to inquire at her family home, but they claimed she had not returned in recent days. As colleagues and fellow captains, there are certain matters I cannot make too public, but I suspect that Captain Zhao has been possessed by an unclean entity. Thus, I would like to request Taoist Yanchu to accompany me to investigate. Yanchu nodded. If that is indeed the case, I shall accompany you, Chief Constable Wang, to uncover the truth. Excellent. I did not expect Taoist Yanchu to be so warm-hearted. I truly admire you, Wang Zhongshan said with delight. Yanchu responded coolly. You flatter me, Chief Constable. I merely have an inclination to meddle. In Weiqing, ordinary constables earned 2 coins of silver monthly, while the chief constable earned a bit more, approximately 7 to 8 coins. Of course, this did not account for any illicit income. Zhao Wuzhu's residence was a spacious courtyard located in a bustling part of Weiqing. However, this estate was not acquired through any dubious means, but was instead provided by the local county office to attract skilled individuals. Over the years, the 2 chief constables had indeed made significant contributions in suppressing both the underworld and legitimate factions in Weiqing. Wang Zhongshan brought Yanchu to the residence in the afternoon. He had assigned someone to keep a close watch on Zhao Wuzhu, seizing the opportunity while Zhao Wuzhu was out on patrol to visit his home. After traversing several lively streets, they finally arrived at Zhao Wuzhu's residence. A few armed constables swiftly subdued Zhao Wuzhu's servants and maidservants. Wang Zhongshan's expression was grave. The young and capable Taoist, Yanchu frowned upon entering, causing this rugged martial man to feel a sense of foreboding. Dishtanku, do you perceive any issues? Wang Zhongshan asked. Yanchu had just employed a technique to observe the atmospheric energies within the room and had formed some conjectures. The technique described in the Huangting Daojing is particularly sensitive to such unusual energies. Yanchu stated, Your suspicions are correct, Chief Constable Wang. This courtyard is indeed unclean, with a heavy presence of yin energy, especially in the bedroom. Wang Zhongshan's countenance changed, that he then asked, Taoist Yanchu, do you have any solutions? As a man of the public office, it was infuriating for a county captain to be possessed by an unclean entity. Yanchu pondered for a moment before replying. This matter may not be so simple. There is not only yin energy present, but also a faint trace of corpse energy. Wang Zhongshan's heart tightened, and he inquired, Are you suggesting, Taoist Yanchu, that? Li Yanchu replied, Captain Zhao is likely not merely possessed by an ordinary ghost, but rather a sinister entity is utilizing his corpse to wreak havoc upon the public domain. A shadow of sorrow flickered in Wang Chongshan's eyes as he sighed. Captain Zhao is renowned for his formidable martial prowess. It is disheartening to think he has fallen victim to such malevolent forces. Li Yanchu continued. Moreover, it is feared that Captain Zhao's wife may have already met with misfortune. He approached a well in the courtyard, peering down into its depths. Then, turning to Captain Wang, he stated, "If I am not mistaken, the body of Madame Zhao may very well be within this well." Upon hearing this, Wang Chongshan's countenance changed dramatically that he hastily instructed his subordinates to retrieve the corpse from the well. When Li Yanchu had previously employed his divination technique, he sensed something amiss within the well. However, his skills in Taoist arts were not yet fully developed, leaving him uncertain that in the future, as his mastery increased, he might even wield celestial sight, rendering all demons and spirits visible. After a brief moment, two vigorous, armed constables emerged from the well, dragging up the lifeless form of a woman. Her body had long since whitened from immersion, yet the maidservant of the Zhao family recognized her instantly. "It is Madame," she exclaimed. She had been the close maid of the Zhao matron, and their bond had always been strong. Otherwise, she would not have risked revealing the bizarre occurrences at Captain Wang's residence. This display of skill by Li Yanchu truly left the attending constables in awe. Taoist Yanchu is remarkably talented for one so young. Indeed, Taoist Yanchu is truly extraordinary. The admiration for Li Yanchu among the armed constables surged to new heights. Wang Chongshan also gained a fresh perspective on the abilities of this young Taoist. To an ordinary person, the enigmatic matters of spirits seemed unfathomable. Yet for Taoist Yanchu, they appeared to be effortlessly resolved. "Taoist Yanchu, what should we do now?" Wang Chongshan inquired, as a high-ranking county captain. It was uncommon for him to seek counsel from Li Yanchu, which underscored the latter's significance in his eyes. Li Yanchu, maintaining a serene demeanor, responded, "There is no need to wait until nightfall. The darkness will only amplify the malevolent energy. It is currently broad daylight with the yang energy at its peak. If Captain Wang wishes to take action, I can lend my assistance immediately." Li Yanchu's words sparked a glimmer of realization in Wang Chongshan. He had originally intended to organize his men for a night raid against Captain Zhao, but he was taken aback by the young Taoist's decisiveness. Truly, the youth is formidable. Wang Chongshan nodded, saying, "In that case, I extend my gratitude to Taoist Yanchu. Let us proceed at once." The young Taoist's resolve astonished Wang Chongshan, who had spent years dealing with cases. He had assumed that someone from outside the realm would possess a detached temperament. Little did he expect that this Taoist Yanchu was not only compassionate but also decisive in action. Chapter 17. Withering Destruction. If this man were to enter the public domain, he would undoubtedly become a renowned captain, Wang Chongshan mused inwardly. The group departed from Zhao Wuju's residence, heading directly to the Qingyun goddess temple. Zhao Wuju was currently patrolling the vicinity that in a month's time, the Qingyun festival would commence, drawing young nobles and wealthy merchants from far and wide to pay homage to the Qingyun goddess. Weicheng, situated near a great river with flourishing waterways, was an economically prosperous place, attracting many visitors each year for the festival. Some young nobles and maidens even arrived early to enjoy the festivities during the Qingyun festival. Zhao Wuju was responsible for the security and vigilance at the Qingyun goddess temple, usually patrolling the area during the day. Of course, he primarily remained stationed at the temple, with his subordinates handling the patrols alongside local militia. As the annual Qingyun festival approached, the vicinity of the Qingyun goddess temple grew lively. Shops selling cultural artifacts and calligraphy had begun to welcome curious visitors. That moment, a group of armed constables, led by a middle-aged captain on a fine steed, made their way toward the temple. Some keen-eyed onlookers recognized him as Wang Chongshan, one of the two prominent captains of Weicheng. Wang Chongshan was well known for his martial prowess, and even some visitors from out of town were familiar with him. However, they did not recognize the young Taoist riding alongside him, whose fair complexion and refined features gave him an air of ethereal elegance. "I wonder which esteemed temple this disciple hails from. He resembles a celestial being descended to the mortal realm," a young nobleman remarked in admiration. Some wealthy young maidens blushed upon catching sight of the young Taoist countenance. Li Yanchu, having honed his martial skills, possessed a physique that exuded charisma, further enhanced by his Taoist robes, regardless of other attributes. His appearance was indeed striking. Riding alongside Wang Chongshan, he commanded respect, for the captain regarded him as a concealed master of Taoism. Wang Chongshan held a deep admiration for the young Taoist's martial capabilities. Upon reaching the Qingyun goddess temple, the stationed constables hurriedly approached. Reporting to Captain Wang, Captain Zhao is currently meditating within the temple. He was one of Wang Chongshan's men, tasked with monitoring Zhao Wuzhu's movements. Wang Chongshan nodded and turned to Li Yanchu, asking, "What do you think, Taoist Yanchu?" Li Yanchu, maintaining a calm expression, gently nodded in agreement. Wang Chongshan waved his hand, and the group entered the Qingyun goddess temple. The constables on duty greeted Wang Chongshan with bows, as they had been stationed there to ensure the temple's safety. Given that Wang Chongshan held the rank of captain, no one impeded their passage. The constables led Wang Chongshan to a room and lightly knocked on the door. "Captain Zhao, Captain Wang has arrived." Shortly thereafter, a burly man opened the door. Zhao Wuzhu clasped his fists and asked, "What brings Captain Wang here?" Wang Chongshan smiled and replied, "I apologize for the intrusion. I had some free time today and thought I would pay a visit to Captain Zhao." Zhao Wuzhu smiled in return, albeit with a somewhat stiff and peculiar demeanor. The armed constables behind him felt an involuntary chill. As Li Yanchu stepped inside, Zhao Wuzhu suddenly inquired, "Who is this?" Wang Chongshan smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget to introduce him? This is Taoist Yanchu from Qingyun Temple." Zhao Wuzhu remained silent, casting a glance at Li Yanchu. The constables outside felt an unsettling tension, as if the air had grown colder. Li Yanchu maintained a tranquil demeanor, his gaze clear, and he offered no pleasantries, merely smiling at Zhao Wuzhu. Zhao Wuzhu's face once more adopted that eerie, rigid smile. "Since you were brought by Captain Wang, please come in." Li Yanchu nodded and stepped forward with purpose. Bang! The door slammed shut behind them, leaving the constables outside exchanging anxious glances, their palms slick with cold sweat. Whether it was mere illusion or not, they sensed a distinct chill enveloping the Qingyun temple that day. Zhao Wuzhu approached the table and, with an air of forced cordiality, poured tea for Wang Chongshan and Li Yanchu. "As you both have unexpectedly come, let us substitute tea for wine and enjoy a few sips." Zhao Wuzhu's voice carried a hint of an unnatural softness. Wang Chongshan, familiar with him, felt a pang of sorrow. Zhao Wuzhu had once been a vigorous man, and now he found himself afflicted by malevolent forces, unable to rest even in death. Li Yanchu suddenly remarked, "To confuse fish eyes with pearls, to steal daylight from the heavens, borrowing the yang energy of the living to conceal oneself. What a clever stratagem. But alas, your cultivation is insufficient." Zhao Wuzhu's expression shifted instantly, his smile becoming even more forced. "Taoist, I am unsure what you mean." Li Yanchu and Wang Chongshan exchanged glances. The latter promptly drew his sword, the sound of metal ringing out as it aimed at Zhao Wuzhu. "Impudent fiend, how dare you slay a county captain? Today, I shall execute you." Wang Chongshan bellowed. Li Yanchu, meanwhile, retrieved a talisman from his robes and unsheathed the peachwood sword from his back. Beginning to chant incantations, Zhao Wuzhu's face contorted into that eerie smile once more, his voice sharpening. "Damn it! You vile Taoist, you shall pay for ruining my plans." He felt an inexplicable aversion toward the young man in Taoist attire. Wang Chongshan's swordsmanship was swift, yet Zhao Wuzhu's movements were even swifter. After only a few exchanges, Wang Chongshan found himself at a disadvantage. The opponent's speed was nothing short of supernatural. He had previously sparred with Zhao Wuzhu, who practiced a bold and expansive martial style. Yet now, this version of Zhao Wuzhu was unnaturally precise. Bang! Wang Chongshan was sent staggering back, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. He had underestimated the strength Zhao Wuzhu had gained from the malevolent possession. To think it had increased to such an extent. In just a few breaths, he was defeated. Wang Chongshan had dominated Weiqing for years. His martial skills were far from weak. Zhao Wuzhu's eyes gleamed with a cold light, ignoring the wounded Wang Chongshan as he charged directly at the talisman-wielding Taoist. Brandishing his mountain-splitting blade, he swung down with ferocity. Typically, Taoists are well-equipped to handle malevolent spirits. Yet their martial skills are often only slightly superior to those of ordinary practitioners. Some Taoists even pale in comparison to those who have trained in martial arts. Specialization is key. However, malevolent entities are most wary of monks and Taoists. Their talismans can indeed play a crucial role. The sound of slicing air echoed as the mountain-splitting blade descended. Yet, Li Yanchu skillfully dodged this forceful strike with an agile movement, stepping forward as if his body were a massive bow. Drawing back to form a perfect arc, with a crushing momentum, he lunged at Zhao Wuzhu. Chapter 18. A modicum of martial skill. Zhao Wuzhu was taken aback. He never anticipated that this young Taoist possessed such formidable martial prowess. Bang! Li Yanchu forcefully collided with Zhao Wuzhu, propelling a grotesquely adorned figure, smeared with bright red blush. From his body, it appeared that the figure could not withstand the intense vitality emanating from Li Yanchu. Wang Chongshan's eyes widened as he beheld the peculiar paper figure, propelled out from Zhao Wuzhu upon impact. Indeed, it was a malevolent entity. Zhao Wuzhu's body quickly manifested corpse spots, exuding a foul stench as if it had been deceased for several days. This paper figure, adorned with rouge, was evidently of a higher caliber than the one encountered in the INN. It roared in fury. A mere novice Taoist dares to thwart my ambitions. Initially perceived as a Taoist, the reality upon closer inspection revealed him to be a third-rate martial artist, directly causing the paper figure to be ejected. The eerie paper figure, with fingers bent like claws, surged toward Li Yanchu. Li Yanchu retaliated with a punch. The Heavenly Gang's 36 techniques. Bang! A single blow sent the paper figure tumbling back. The paper figure emitted a wretched cry as faint arcs of lightning flickered across its surface. It never anticipated that this young Taoist not only possessed brute strength, but could also wield thunderous magic. Li Yanchu, armed with a thunder-striking wooden claw, pursued relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. The combination of scorching vitality and the exorcising properties of the thunder-striking would left the originally sinister paper figure in utter disarray. Wang Chongshan marveled, pondering the sheer dominance of Li Yanchu's martial skills, which could even conjure lightning. Was this Taoist magic? The paper figure, infuriated, exclaimed, "What sorcery is this?" Li Yanchu's earlier display of peachwood sword talismans was merely a ruse. Once engaged, he unleashed the martial techniques of the pugilistic world. "You shall pay with your life," Li Yanchu retorted coldly. Bang! A punch sent the paper figure crashing to the ground, its body now charred and blackened. With the martial artist's vitality combined with Taoist thunder magic, how could it possibly contend? The paper figure remained motionless, gliding along the ground in a manner that defied the laws of physics. Though the door was firmly shut, it seemed no obstacle to it, as it slipped through effortlessly. Such malevolent entities are notoriously difficult to deal with, causing considerable trouble for martial artists. Yet Li Yanchu pursued without hesitation. Bang! An unimaginable force shattered the door into splinters. Outside, the guards, armed with blades, witnessed a breathtaking scene. A grotesque paper figure, vividly adorned with crimson blush, had just emerged from the room, only to be crushed underfoot by a young Taoist who had shattered the door. As the paper figure emerged, a chilling aura enveloped the guards, sending shivers down their spines. However, when the young Taoist appeared, that eerie sensation dissipated. Li Yanchu viciously stamped upon the paper figure, delivering punch after punch. The once arrogant figure was now utterly subdued, its presence waning. It bellowed toward the outside. "You stand idly by, intending to use this martial artist to eliminate me." At this moment, Li Yanchu's Taoist skills were insufficient to subdue an unknown, malevolent entity. Even if he wished to spare a life, he lacked the means to do so. Are there others hidden in Weiqing? Li Yanchu's gaze sharpened as he scanned the area beyond the door, but found nothing amiss. The thunderous power contained within the wooden claw further weakened the malevolent aura surrounding the paper figure. In full view of the armed guards, Li Yanchu trampled the paper figure until it was utterly destroyed. Dissipating into the air, The calm, yet lethal aura exuding from Li Yanchu left even the seasoned guards, accustomed to dealing with ruthless criminals, feeling a sense of dread. Li Yanchu is truly a remarkable individual. I never imagined Li Yanchu possessed such valor. The composure with which Li Yanchu dispatched the malevolent entity is truly admirable. The current master of Qingyun Temple, the esteemed disciple of Xuanqing, a bona fide practitioner of the Tao, had first gained recognition through martial prowess. For the time being, the matter concerning Captain Zhao reached a conclusion. County Magistrate Su was greatly shaken. He had not anticipated that the formidable Captain Zhao would perish at the hands of a malevolent entity, which had taken refuge within the Temple of the Lady in Green. That it was utterly unfathomable. As for the intelligence provided by Li Yanchu, it indicated that remnants of the paper figures still lurked within Weiqing. The county office remained at a loss, unaware of the origins of these malevolent beings or the nature of the sorcerers involved. With the festival at the Lady in Green Temple approaching, Magistrate Su dispatched personnel to heighten vigilance and meticulously investigate suspicious individuals within the city. For now, this was the only course of action. That very day, Li Yanchu, accompanied by Wang Chongshan, ventured to the Weiqing prison, aiming to ascertain the cause of death of the murderer Liang Qi. However, all they could deduce was that malevolent forces were at play, and any traces had long since vanished. Despite this, Li Yanchu's reputation within the Weiqing County office had grown immensely. After disposing of Captain Zhao's possessed corpse and inspecting the notorious Weiqing prison, Li Yanchu returned to Qingyun Temple. Each day, he diligently practiced the Huangting Daojing, engaging in meditation and breathing exercises to gradually strengthen his spiritual energy, albeit at a slow pace. Conversely, his martial arts skills advanced rapidly, as the Luyang sword technique broke through another barrier, and the Heavenly Gang's 36 techniques progressed to the 18th form. His sinews and bones were further reinforced. Following the sealing of the century-old divine medicine, his merit points dwindled to 481. After 2 days of managing affairs, Captain Wang once again hosted Li Yanchu at Wangyue Tower. One must commend Captain Wang for his adeptness in social interactions. Li Yanchu is truly a dragon among men. Xuanqing's discerning eye is remarkable, Captain Wang declared, holding a cup of wine, his face beaming with delight. Nonsense, Captain Wang exaggerates, Li Yanchu responded, waving his hand, that if his master were to learn that his sole disciple had risen to prominence through martial prowess, it would surely evoke a complex array of emotions. Captain Wang chuckled. Li Yanchu, so young yet with such exceptional martial skills, is truly a prodigy. Regarding the century-old divine medicine, Li Yanchu remarked, all credit goes to my master's teachings. Captain Wang replied, Master Xuanqing not only possesses profound Taoist knowledge, but is also well-versed in martial arts. He is indeed a remarkable figure in Weiqing. In truth, Wang Chongshan had only encountered Xuanqing twice. He had assumed him to be a capable ghost-catching Taoist. He never anticipated that this disciple would be so extraordinarily valiant. The two exchanged cups, reveling in the camaraderie. During the feast, Captain Wang suddenly inquired, do you know of the corpse-bearer? Li Yanchu regarded Captain Wang thoughtfully and replied, I've heard my master mention it. It is a unique profession that deals primarily with corpses. Captain Wang's eyes lit up as he said, might I ask how much you know about corpse-bearers? Li Yanchu explained, in society, there are many who die unjustly, those whose lives are cut short by untimely deaths or those who fall victim to familial retribution. Chapter 19. Song Samlang, especially the latter. In many places, corporal punishment is severe, with extreme forms of torture such as dismemberment, sawing, boiling, and skinning, among others. Those who die under such circumstances harbor immense resentment, and at times they wreak havoc. The more tragic the death, the more violent the disturbances. This is when the profession of corpse bearers becomes essential. They're also referred to as corpse drivers. Every trade has its own taboos and regulations. For instance, in the case of corpse bearers, particular attention must be paid to those who have been executed by dismemberment. Some individuals, after being dismembered, carry heavy grievances. Such divided corpses must not be buried together, lest they stir unrest. The location for burying such divided remains must be chosen with utmost care, ideally in areas that can ward off malevolent forces, such as by the banks of streams or rivers. Li Yanchu briefly elaborated. And even so, Captain Wang's expression shifted. He had merely sought to probe, yet he was astounded by the depth of understanding Li Yanchu, at such a young age, displayed. Captain Wang remarked, Li Yanchu truly possesses a wealth of knowledge. Immune to the flattery from Captain Wang, Li Yanchu's curiosity was piqued. Has something occurred, Captain Wang? He inquired. Captain Wang nodded, chuckling ruefully. Indeed, if not for your insights, I would have remained oblivious and might have made a grave mistake. Today, I received a report from the county office about 2 corpse bearers, one elderly and one young. Passing through Weiqing Point, one of them came to the office to report that his uncle had gone missing and was unaccounted for. He sought assistance in locating him, which led me to learn of the existence of corpse bearers. Had it not been for your explanation earlier, I would have nearly overlooked a significant matter. Li Yanchu remained silent. Old Wang, what is your disposition? Why does every meal we share revolve around such matters? Compared to Captain Wang, Li Yanchu was acutely aware of the taboos associated with the profession of corpse bearers. Long-distance corpse bearers often dealt with individuals who had died with immense resentment, typically under tragic circumstances. Such corpses are exceedingly prone to disturbances. Li Yanchu furrowed his brow. What type of corpse has this corpse bearer lost? Captain Wang sighed. It is indeed an unidentified divided corpse. Li Yanchu's heart sank as he pressed for details. What transpired? Captain Wang explained. According to the reporting corpse bearer, they hail from Lu Family Village in Yang County. On that day, a villager from Lu Family Village was getting married, and the entire village attended the joyous occasion, leaving only a few to guard the remains of a man who had fallen while foraging for herbs. Unexpectedly, the corpse, which was supposed to remain in the coffin for 7 days, inexplicably vanished and transformed into a bizarre, divided corpse. It nearly terrified the villagers guarding the remains to death. The village head immediately reported to the authorities. Yet the corpse of the man who fell to his death remains unfound. Furthermore, the local county office has not executed the criminal sentence to dismemberment, leaving the origins of this fragmented body shrouded in mystery. However, strange occurrences began to plague the village. First, livestock inexplicably perished, followed by numerous villagers succumbing to fever and unconsciousness. The elders of the village suspected the bizarre corpse was the source of these disturbances, and thus summoned the most renowned corpse bearer from the vicinity to handle the dismembered remains. This pair of corpse bearers, an uncle and nephew, mysteriously vanished outside Wei City, along with both the elder corpse bearer and the peculiar dismembered body. That a contemplative expression crossed Li Yanchu's face. This matter appeared far more complex than it first seemed. Wei City had enjoyed tranquility for many years, yet recent events suggested an unsettling shift. Captain Wang remarked, I feel deeply remorseful for repeatedly troubling you, Taoist Yanchu, but with the Qingyun Temple fair approaching, we cannot afford any disturbances. That I implore you to join me in searching for the corpse bearers and the dismembered body. Li Yanchu had anticipated such a request from Captain Wang and was not surprised. However, the mention of the Qingyun Temple fair piqued his interest. Could it be related to the recent Qingyun festival? He pondered internally. Nonetheless, he acquiesced to Captain Wang's request, having fully integrated into this world. Contributing in whatever capacity he could was a noble endeavor, not driven by the prospect of rewards or the merit of vanquishing evil spirits. That on the main road, dust swirled as 2 horse-drawn carriages exited the city. Each driven by a knife-wielding constable. Li Yanchu occupied the first carriage alongside Captain Wang. Following Li Yanchu's counsel, Captain Wang had brought only a select few, for capable constables and a young corpse-bearer. Perhaps due to the abundant spiritual energy in this world, the carriages traveled swiftly, soon arriving at a desolate village. The scene was bleak, with walls overrun by withered vines and not a soul in sight, creating an eerie silence that sent chills down one's spine. The carriage halted by the roadside, and a slender young man with prominent features disembarked. This is where my uncle vanished, he croaked, revealing himself as the young corpse-bearer who had come to report the incident. With the missing man being his third uncle, Li Yanchu and Captain Wang stepped down to survey their surroundings. Captain Wang addressed Li Yanchu. This place was once known as Qianguo Village, but a bizarre incident occurred here, where over 10 villagers had their heads severed and neatly placed at their doorsteps overnight. The case caused quite a stir, yet after extensive investigation, The perpetrator was never found, that a wandering Taoist claimed it was haunted, that malevolent spirits were exacting vengeance. This narrative, coupled with the Qianguo village massacre, led to the gradual exodus of its residents, leaving it in a state of desolation. Since witnessing Captain Zhao's transformation into a malevolent corpse, Captain Wang felt a shiver at the mention of ghosts and bodies. Upon investigating at the county office, he was astonished to discover that the location where the corpse bearer had disappeared was, in fact, a cursed village. As he spoke, a hint of unspoken anxiety tinged his voice. Li Yanchu nodded. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he was far less perturbed by tales of ghosts and malevolent spirits than the average person. After all, this was his profession. Fearing phantoms was hardly an option. He employed his divination techniques to assess the village, but found nothing unusual. That if there were no issues here, it could only mean the malevolent spirits were potent enough to elude his senses. He refrained from disclosing this reality to Captain Wang, simply advising caution. The young corpse-bearer, named Song Sanlang, reiterated, "You are certain that upon waking, your third uncle was gone?" Sanlang affirmed, "Indeed, corpse-bearers, having dealt with the deceased for years, possess their own unique skills, making it unlikely for them to fall victim to malevolence," Li Yanchu remarked. His assertion was accurate. Corpse-bearers were indeed skilled individuals with resilient fates, otherwise they could not thrive in this profession. Sanlang continued, "My uncle and I were exceedingly cautious. Before settling here, we lit a guiding incense to confirm the area was safe for the night. Moreover, I am a light sleeper. Any noise would rouse me. Yet that night was utterly uneventful, and yet my uncle simply vanished along with the dismembered body." Li Yanchu nodded in understanding. The guiding incense was a common tool among extraordinary individuals when traversing desolate mountains or fields. It would be lit to detect malevolent spirits that if any were present, the incense would burn in a pattern of 2 short and 1 long, indicating the area was unclean and advising a swift retreat. Captain Wang suggested, "Should we split up and search?" Li Yanchu shot him a glance, shaking his head. "That is ill-advised. We must remain united and not separate." Captain Wang hesitated, contemplating whether this might slow their progress. Yet, given Li Yanchu's expertise in ghost hunting, he refrained from arguing that Li Yanchu insisted on keeping their group intact, as this matter was likely linked to malevolent forces. Splitting up would risk falling into the tropes of a horror tale. Thus, the 7 of them, armed with knives, ventured into what was once known as Qianguo village. That it was noon, the time of day when yang energy was at its peak. Moreover, martial artists, filled with vitality, were less susceptible to malevolent entities. A group of individuals gathered together would amplify their yang energy. That Li Yanchu intended to rescue the missing individual, but was not willing to jeopardize Captain Wang and the constables for the sake of a stranger. He could never comprehend why television dramas often sacrificed many lives to save just one person, that he was determined to shield those around him from danger. They delved deeper into the village. Following Song Sanlang's guidance to the location where the uncle and nephew had spent the night, that it was a dilapidated courtyard, merely a wooden enclosure now in tatters, revealing the interior of the structure at a glance. The group conducted a cursory examination before stepping into the courtyard. "Taoist Yanchu, it appears we have exhausted all leads here. Perhaps we should search elsewhere," Captain Wang suggested, sheathing his knife. "Wait," Li Yanchu replied in a low tone. Having cultivated the Huangting Daojing, his senses were far more acute than those of ordinary individuals, and he detected an unsettling anomaly in this place. He retrieved a small vial from his satchel, applying 2 drops of its liquid to his eyes. This was cow's tear, enabling one to see the unseen impurities. That Li Yanchu scanned the surroundings, but still found nothing amiss. That it was midday, the time when yang energy was most potent. Logically, malevolent spirits should retreat. Am I simply overreacting? Li Yanchu pundarat. Captain Wang, anxious, inquired, "Taoist Yanchu, have you discovered something?" Li Yanchu shook his head. "There is something strange here. I suggest we do not linger until dusk. It would be wise to withdraw early." Before Captain Wang could respond, Song Sanlang interjected urgently, "Taoist Yanchu, my uncle's fate is uncertain. We need the authorities to assist in the search. That if we withdraw now, his life may be in jeopardy." Li Yanchu remained silent. Captain Wang contemplated for a moment. recognizing the validity of Li Yanchu's caution. However, as the captain of Wei City, his instinct to investigate compelled him to press on. After all, this matter involved the disappearance of dismembered bodies, and should any disturbances arise with the Qingyun temple fair approaching, it would not only implicate him, but also the county magistrate. "Let us search for another hour. If we find nothing, we shall return," he finally declared. With Captain Wang's agreement, Song Sanlang reluctantly acquiesced. The group continued onward, and the four constables, touched by Li Yanchu's consideration for their safety, felt a swell of gratitude. From the outset, Li Yanchu had insisted on a smaller party and chose to embark at this time of day when the yang energy was at its peak, demonstrating his concern for their well-being. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed, as if footsteps were nearby. "Who goes there? Who dares to play tricks?" Captain Wang unsheathed his sword with a clang, charging toward the source of the noise. Young Song Sanlang, surprisingly agile, followed closely behind. Li Yanchu's eyes reflected a hint of hesitation. Typically, in such scenarios, either those who pursued would encounter misfortune, or those who remained would be imperiled, he cautioned. Be extremely careful before sprinting after them. After all, personal connections mattered. He and Captain Wang had shared meals and camaraderie. The four armed constables exchanged glances, drawing their blades, and joined the pursuit that Li Yanchu moved with remarkable speed, like a fleeting shadow. In mere moments, he caught up to Captain Wang and Sanlang, only for the three to come to a halt. Despite the bright daylight, a chill ran down their spines on the empty grassy expanse. A solitary footprint appeared, gradually leading away, suggesting that someone had indeed been walking there. The three exchanged alarmed glances, fear evident in Captain Wang's and Song Sanlang's eyes, while Li Yanchu remained composed, albeit puzzled. "This place is rather peculiar," Li Yanchu mused, feeling an eerie presence in broad daylight, one that even he could not decipher. The situation was undeniably sinister. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved several 5 Emperor's coins from his pouch and distributed them to Captain Wang and Song Sanlang. At that moment, 4 knife-wielding Yamen runners happened to catch up with them. One sharp-eyed runner spotted the fading footprints in the grass and exclaimed, "There's a ghost! There truly is something unclean here." The other runners felt a chill creep up their spines, their hands trembling around their weapons. "We should flee quickly. This place is too cursed," Captain Wang remarked, turning to Li Yanchu. "What should we do now, Taoist Yanchu?" Li Yanchu pondered for a moment and replied, "Since we have come this far, there is no use in fear. That it would be better for everyone to hold the 5 Emperor's coins in their mouths and see if they prove useful. If they do not, then we should leave at once. Staying here would only lead to our own demise." He took the lead, placing a coin in his mouth. This particular coin could suppress the yang energy within, allowing one to perceive the unseen filth of the world. Soon, the scenery before him shifted dramatically. The once dilapidated village vanished entirely, replaced by another realm. The air was infused with the refreshing scent of verdant vegetation, and the surroundings were lush and vibrant. In the distance, rice paddies were visible to the naked eye. Captain Wang followed suit, placing a coin in his mouth, and as a cool breeze swept by, the scene before him transformed as well. Taoist Yanchu, this, Song Sanlang's gaze mirrored his astonishment. Chapter 21. Beheading the ghost. Li Yanchu stated, "We may have entered a place akin to the ghost markets or ghost villages of rural folklore." Upon hearing this, Captain Wang trembled slightly. Li Yanchu suggested, "Why not have Captain Wang lead the others back to tend to the carriage while I investigate further?" Captain Wang hesitated, but Li Yanchu interjected, "This place is even stranger than I imagined. If it were not for the need to rescue someone, departing at this moment would be the wisest course of action." With a sigh, Captain Wang conceded, "In that case, Taoist Yanchu, please proceed with caution." Old Wang was not a man prone to dramatics. Even Zhao Wuzhu had fallen, becoming a cursed corpse possessed by a paper effigy. His martial prowess was on par with Zhao Wuzhu's, and lacking means to contend with malevolent spirits, forcing his way in would likely complicate matters. Song Sanlang clasped his fists and declared, "Taoist Yanchu, your noble intentions are commendable. I possess some knowledge of esoteric techniques and would gladly lend you my assistance." Li Yanchu nodded in acknowledgement. The profession of a corpse bearer had many taboos. and one who could subdue numerous vengeful spirits certainly possessed considerable skills. Thus, he did not refuse that as Captain Wang led the runners away, Li Yanchu and Song Sanlang ventured towards the direction where the footprints had vanished. They now found themselves in an entirely different world. As they advanced a few steps, they disappeared from the sight of the others. Captain Wang swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and waved his hand. "Let us retreat swiftly. Do not squander Taoist Yanchu's efforts." The group hastily departed. As Li Yanchu and Song Sanlang approached the village, although the surroundings felt alive with vitality, they still encountered no signs of life. This absence made the atmosphere all the more unsettling. The sound of footsteps echoed again. Li Yanchu exchanged glances with Song Sanlang, and they immediately pursued the source. They were determined to uncover the nature of the spectral mischief at play. "Taoist Yanchu, it is indeed strange. I distinctly saw a frail man. Yet he has vanished upon our arrival here." Song Sanlang furrowed his brow. Li Yanchu shook his head, cautioning, "This place is treacherous. We must tread carefully." They walked side by side into a courtyard, where to their astonishment, they encountered someone. A scholar clad in a pale moon-white long robe greeted them with a hearty laugh. "Ah, friends from afar, how delightful. Please come in." Li Yanchu and Song Sanlang exchanged incredulous looks. Li Yanchu clasped his fists and said, "Greetings, esteemed scholar. May I inquire your name?" Song Sanlang's lips twitched in surprise at Li Yanchu's composure. The scholar replied, "I am Zhang Jian, courtesy name Yunji. May I ask how you two are addressed?" "A resident of Zhangjia village." Li Yanchu mused, "I am Li Si, and this is Wang Wu. Might you have seen an outsider, a man in his 50s with a single eye?" Based on Song Sanlang's description, this was indeed the appearance of the corpse-bearer. The scholar shook his head. "I have not encountered him." Li Yanchu said, "Then I bid you farewell." As he turned to leave, Song Sanlang hesitated. The scholar, however, laughed heartily. "Since you have come, why not stay for a few cups at my humble abode?" Li Yanchu turned back, sighing. "You truly are a longevity star in distress." The scholar frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Li Yanchu retorted coldly. "You must be tired of living." In an instant, he lunged forward, his fist enveloped in the power of thunder. Crackling with latent energy, the pretentious scholar's eyes widened in terror. The thunderous force was the embodiment of the sun's might, a nemesis to all malevolent spirits. Li Yanchu moved with remarkable speed, reaching the scholar in the blink of an eye. "Ah!" the scholar screamed, collapsing under Li Yanchu's strike. "Do you enjoy reciting poetry? Shut up!" Li Yanchu's fist descended like a thunderbolt, not only searing with heat, but also infused with the power of lightning. The scholar quickly began to plead for mercy. "Taoist, spare me. I am merely a wretched soul trapped here. I have harmed no one." The scholar cried out in anguish as Li Yanchu pressed him down, coldly demanding, "What is the nature of this village? I shall ask but once. If you fail to explain, I will ensure your spirit is scattered." The scholar cradled his head, bereft of the previous ease, speaking rapidly. "There exists a powerful ghost here, one that delights in severing heads. Years ago, the villagers of Zhangjia village fell victim to this ghost. I too was slain here, unable to transcend. The elder you mentioned, I have seen him. Enchanted by this ghost, he lost his head, and his body lies in the woods behind the village." Li Yanchu's heart stirred. A beheading ghost. Song Sanlang gasped in despair. Li Yanchu pressed further. "Did you ever see the body the elder carried?" The scholar hesitated, then replied, "What body? I have never seen it." Li Yanchu glanced at Song Sanlang, remaining silent. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled outside, causing the scholar's face to pale in terror. "The ghost is coming. You must flee," he shrieked. One could not deny that the entrance of a major antagonist carried an air of grandeur. The previously clear sky darkened ominously, clouds swirling chaotically. A formidable ghost, shrouded in black mist, flew towards them, wielding a massive blade. The temperature around them plummeted. Song Sanlang's eyes widened in fear, while Li Yanchu merely glanced at him before turning away. "The scent of the living," the great ghost cloaked in darkness declared. Li Yanchu remained remarkably composed, but he did not draw talismans or a peachwood sword. Instead, his right hand, devoid of the thunderous wood technique, reached for his waist. There, He grasped the butcher's knife, a term coined by his master, Taoist xuanqing. The blade, thick-backed yet thin-edged, was less than 2 feet long, but exuded a sharp aura. The handle was wrapped in fine hemp rope, providing a comfortable grip that Li Yanchu understood that this knife was no ordinary object. It bore heavy malevolent energy. Feeling icy to the touch, a true instrument of death that could ward off evil and suppress malevolence even within a household, he unsheathed the weapon, resembling a cleaver, disregarding the ominous presence of the knife-wielding ghost, and instead turning his attention to the pale-faced scholar. "Spare us the tricks. Your ghostly disposition is most vile," Li Yanchu sneered. The scholar froze momentarily, then suddenly smiled, his demeanor shifting entirely. The chilling aura around him was now markedly different. "How did you discern it?" the scholar inquired. Li Yanchu retorted. "In such a vast village, you are the only ghost here. And yet you indulge in such theatrics that it raises many questions." The scholar's expression hardened. "It has been long since I encountered someone as intriguing as you." Li Yanchu unleashed a thunderous rebuke. "Enough with the chatter. Let us engage." With a single stroke, imbued with the might of thunder and wind, he lunged at the scholar. Chapter 22, Exterminating Evil Clang. An eerie long knife appeared in the scholar's hand, blocking Li Yanchu's strike. The two clashed. The fearsome knife-wielding ghost vanished. Clang, clang, clang. The two exchanged blows, the sounds of their blades ringing out like the clash of metal. Sparks flew at Li Yanchu staggered back 3 steps, while the seemingly frail scholar only retreated 1. "You young Taoist possess some skill," the scholar remarked. Somewhat surprised that Li Yanchu felt a chilling essence invade his body, making him quite uncomfortable. However, the spiritual energy cultivated from the haunting Tao Sutra began to circulate within him, effectively dispelling the unusual coldness. Li Yanchu's vitality surged. Boom, boom, boom. Their exchanges were lightning fast. Initially, Li Yanchu found himself at a disadvantage, but as his inner energy flowed, he felt an invigorating force coursing through him, fueling his determination. Come. After being repelled once more, his fighting spirit soared, and he grew increasingly formidable. The 6 yang technique surged into the short blade, radiating intense heat. Hiss! It felt as though the very air was igniting. The sinister long knife wielded by the Confucian scholar glimmered ominously with a sheen of blood. Yet it was restrained by Li Yanchu. Although the 6 yang sword technique was classified as a third-rate martial art, its unyielding and vigorous nature possessed a certain efficacy against malevolent spirits. Achieving the level attained by Li Yanchu allowed him to counteract these malevolent forces. Song Sanlang stepped aside, refraining from rashly intervening. That Li Yanchu's movements were as swift as lightning. The muscles in his arms bulged. Veins protruded, and the blood coursing through his veins surged ever faster. Boom! The Confucian scholar was cleaved away by Li Yanchu's strike, propelled backward. The air around them rippled with waves. "Come on, don't you relish the theatrics? Continue to play the dashing hero." Li Yanchu aimed to strike at the heart of his opponent. Thud, thud, thud. He charged forward with an unstoppable momentum. The scholar's gaze was filled with venom. He had not anticipated that this young Taoist would prove to be such a formidable adversary. His fists crackled with lightning. This was nothing short of a martial brute clothed in a Taoist robe. However, how could a mere ruffian remain unscathed by the malevolent aura surrounding him? Li Yanchu grew ever bolder in battle, unexpectedly breaking through another layer of the 6 yang sword technique. The vast medicinal power within him surged, with a portion concealed within his meridians, now triggered in the heat of combat. That Li Yanchu's spirit was fearless, his valor unyielding. His vitality surged yet again, and the brilliance in his eyes shone ever more brightly. With an unparalleled swiftness, he swung his blade directly at the Confucian scholar. Whoosh! The 6 yang energy erupted once more. A streak of crimson light cleaved through the air. In an instant, the scholar was severed, losing a considerable portion of his form. The malevolent energy emanating from the blade was intensely potent, inflicting grievous harm upon the scholar's being. The 36 techniques of the heavenly gang. The fierce tiger emerges from the mountain. With a powerful punch, Li Yanchu obliterated the scholar's body. The tyrannical force was overwhelming. The ghastly apparition that had taken on the form of the Confucian scholar finally changed countenance. Letting out a piercing shriek before fleeing into the distance, Li Yanchu's expression darkened as he pursued without hesitation. The Zhang's village was the domain of these malevolent spirits, and they could traverse walls with ease. In contrast, practitioners of the Tao required their souls to exit their bodies or to master specialized wall-piercing techniques. Li Yanchu had yet to acquire such skills. Nevertheless, Li Yanchu was audacious. His speed surpassed that of the scholar. Boom! The door shattered into fragments as Li Yanchu struck with his blade. The Confucian scholar continued to drag his wounded form in flight, slipping through walls. With a thunderous crash, a human-shaped hole appeared in the wall, and Li Yanchu, wielding the sharp blade of death, burst forth like a frenzied primal beast. The scholar was filled with dread, pondering what kind of fiend he had provoked. Song Sanlang's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Lost in thought, Li Yanchu, with a surge of vitality, relentlessly pursued the fleeing scholar, finally catching up to him at a household. Got you! Li Yanchu sneered. Whoosh! A blade fell. The malevolent scholar was immediately cleaved in two, transforming into a cloud of black mist, gradually dissipating into the ether. Suddenly, Li Yanchu heard a sound akin to something shattering. The surrounding scenery shifted once more. Li Yanchu found himself back in the original site of Zhang's village. The world was serene and clear. Soon, Song Sanlang caught up. Taoist Yanchu, are you unscathed? Li Yanchu shook his head. I'm fine. Let us seek your uncle's remains. His demeanor remained unchanged. This young corpse-bearer had, until now, merely stood by and observed that Li Yanchu chose not to delve deeper into the matter, but turned to leave, heading to reunite with Captain Wang and the others. Thanks to Li Yanchu's caution, the search of Zhang's village proceeded without incident. Upon hearing Li Yanchu recount the events, Captain Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Had it not been for Taoist Yanchu, I fear the outcome would have been dire. Captain Wang spoke with a tremor of fear in his voice. His words were not mere flattery. Had he not enlisted Li Yanchu's aid from the outset and instead led the charge himself, he would likely have become a new, ghostly lament in Zhang's village. They quickly located the corpse of Song Sanlang's uncle, his head severed with remarkable precision. However, the peculiar two-part corpse had mysteriously vanished. Moreover, Zhang's village harbored numerous remains. Previously, when they had entered the village, they had been ensnared by the spirit's trickery, commonly known as ghost hitting the wall, rendering them oblivious to these remains. Now, with the malevolent spirit slain by Li Yanchu, the bones were revealed. Captain Wang inhaled sharply, utterly astonished to discover such a malevolent sight in the vicinity of Wei City. The group dispersed to search for traces of the corpses, uncovering remains of passing merchants, as well as the bodies of young lords and ladies, all of whom had met with decapitation. Meanwhile, Li Yanchu discovered 2 bound volumes among the remains. Discreetly tucking them away, that a constable rode back to the county office to report, and soon County Magistrate Su dispatched a large contingent. Li Yanchu returned to Wei City in a carriage. The subsequent matters would fall to the authorities. Naturally, Li Yanchu was bound to receive commendation from the government office, and Qingyun Temple would once again gain prominence in Wei City. Li Yanchu washed up and donned a fresh Taoist robe. Previously, when he had followed Master Xuanqing, his life had been one of stark austerity, a genuine monastic existence. Even the land of the temple was not his own. Had it not been for the kind-hearted innkeeper, he might have been expelled long ago. His meals consisted solely of vegetables, tofu, radishes, and pickles, rendering his palate exceedingly bland. As for his clothing, though free of patches, it had become rather worn after his rise to fortune. Li Yanchu procured several sets of attire. To speak of it, this new Taoist robe he wore was not only clean and soft, but also of exceptional quality, accentuating his already remarkable presence. With red lips and white teeth and striking features, he presented the image of a youthful Taoist. Chapter 23. The primal unity skill. Li Yanchu's gaze fell upon the 2 bound volumes on the table. One was titled Primal Unity Skill, and the other Yin-Yang Celestial Canon. He first opened the Primal Unity Skill, and soon his eyes gleamed with delight. This was a second-rate martial arts manual, divided into 3 stages. The first stage allowed one to cultivate the primal unity energy. reaching a state of resonance in bones and sinews. This was not a martial art characterized by balance and harmony. Rather, it was a fierce and unparalleled technique, with the primal unity energy being exceptionally domineering. The second stage involved cultivating innate vital energy that rendered one impervious to blades and spears, forming a protective energy shield. The third stage, washing the tendons and cleansing the marrow, could enhance one's constitution, including the internal organs, and enable the outward projection of true energy. Li Yanchu quickly perused the manual, his expression brightening with joy. As expected of a second-rate martial art, it was vastly superior to the techniques he had been practicing. Eagerly, Li Yanchu opened the second-bound volume. To his surprise, the Yin-Yang celestial canon turned out to be yet another method of cultivation. Despite its grandiose name, Li Yanchu, possessing a discerning eye with his orthodox lineage, immediately recognized it as a mere rural practice, lacking any real standing. That it bore no comparison to his own Huangting Dao canon, which was a genuine transmission of the orthodox Dao, worthy of distinction, unlike this countryside variant of wild Zen. However, as Li Yanchu's fingers flipped through the pages, he suddenly sensed something amiss. This book seemed to have a hidden compartment. Cautiously, he opened the last page of the volume and extracted the hidden layer. Inside was a yellowed alchemical formula. Vitality-enhancing pill. Li Yanchu was momentarily stunned, but then his eyes sparkled with ecstatic joy. The search had been arduous, yet this treasure had come effortlessly. Li Yanchu meticulously read the description of the formula, confirming that it was indeed an authentic Taoist prescription. Compared to the return-to-origin pill recorded in the Huangting Dao canon, this vitality-enhancing pill was of a relatively low tier, effective only at the qi refining stage, with rather modest effects. Fortunately, the required materials were not overly complex or rare, and could likely be found in various pharmacies throughout Wei City. The return-to-origin pill was indeed excellent, but its high grade and the rarity of its ingredients had made it impossible for him to commence its refinement. However, for Li Yanchu, this was simply perfect, according to the three realms documented in the Huangting Dao canon. The qi refining stage was the first realm. Li Yanchu eagerly set off for the largest pharmacy in Wei City to procure the necessary ingredients. Finally, he saw a path to resolving the cultivation issues that had long plagued him. However, after scouring several pharmacies in Wei City, he found that not a single shop had the ingredients for the vitality-enhancing pill in stock. Only the largest pharmacy promised to source the materials from their main establishment. Li Yanchu paid a deposit of 5 taels of silver and left the pharmacy. I never imagined that even the ingredients for the vitality-enhancing pill would be so scarce. Li Yanchu's understanding of the challenges of cultivation deepened. Nevertheless, being an open-minded individual, he had endured for so long and was not in a hurry. Fortunately, with no pressing matters at hand, Li Yanchu began to concentrate on martial arts before embarking on his Taoist journey. Martial prowess had also served as an excellent means of self-preservation. In the days that followed, Li Yanchu dedicated himself to diligently practicing the 6-yang sword technique, 36 techniques of the heavenly gang, and primal unity skill. While an ordinary person would approach the cultivation of any one of these techniques with extreme caution, requiring the complementary use of potent medicinal wines for recovery to avoid the pitfalls of depleted vitality, Li Yanchu, having consumed the potent restorative elixirs post-ceremony, experienced remarkable progress in his cultivation without concern. His speed of advancement was astonishing. In just 7 days, he had fully mastered the 12th level of the 6-yang sword technique, completed the 36 techniques of the heavenly gang, and progressed to the second stage of the primal unity skill, cultivating a protective aura. The rapid advancement in the primal unity skill was largely due to the similarities between the first layer of primal unity energy and the blood-invigorating techniques of the 6-yang sword technique. Li Yanchu's swift progress stemmed significantly from his ability to consume century-old divine herbs as if they were daily sustenance. After all, ordinary martial artists rarely encountered even a single century-old divine herb, and even wealthy families could not sustain such a diet. Moreover, century-old divine herbs were treasures in the martial world, often elusive and unattainable. Over the course of these 7 days, Li Yanchu had consecrated 3 times, expending 300 merit points. On this day, after having dined at the Taiping Inn, Li Yanchu returned to the Taoist temple. Although he possessed wealth, he was not inclined to frequent the inn daily. His visits were entirely due to the warm invitation extended by the alluring innkeeper, who was grateful for Li Yanchu's life-saving intervention. She had graciously allowed him to dine at her establishment regularly. With the opportunity to enjoy meals without the need to cook, the ethereal and unpretentious Li Yanchu did not hesitate to accept. The inn was conveniently close, and although the innkeeper did not verbally express it, her eyes betrayed her delight. The staff had noticed her special regard for Li Yanchu, while the aloof Feng Qingyun appeared increasingly distant towards him. Strictly speaking, she was not always cold. During their private training sessions, Feng Qingyun exhibited a warmth that was absent in the presence of the innkeeper. Just moments ago, the innkeeper had been laughing heartily at Li Yanchu's light-hearted jest. Her captivating charm in full bloom. Suddenly, with a graceful turn, Feng Qingyun rose and departed, leaving behind an exquisitely charming silhouette that Li Yanchu, rather than rushing into his training, chose to sit at the table. His mind echoing the innkeeper's words. Taoist Yanchu, do you prefer an elder sister or a younger sister more? The innkeeper's mature allure, coupled with her soft, melodious voice, stirred a man's heart. Observing Feng Qingyun's exit, Li Yanchu instinctively knew how to respond. Indeed, upon hearing sister, the innkeeper beamed with delight, unable to resist planting a kiss on Li Yanchu's cheek before sashing away with an enchanting grace. Life seems rather pleasant, mused Li Yanchu. Today, he decided against further training and resolved to seal his martial arts mastery once more. The 6-yang blade technique and Heavenly Gang's 36 techniques had been fully cultivated. Sead, as Li Yanchu's voice resonated, 300 merit points were consumed, causing the 2 martial arts manuals to transform like a fleeting spectacle. The 6-yang blade technique was sealed at the 18th level, while the Heavenly Gang's techniques expanded by 8 additional paths, embodying fierce lethality and the essence of hard training. This signifies an entry into the realm of second-rate martial arts, Li Yanchu exclaimed softly. Having practiced the second-rate martial art Hunyuan Gong, he had gained a deeper understanding of the sealed manuals. Chapter 24. The Blade of Slaying Serpents. The elixir of immortality. He was first taken aback, but then a wave of ecstatic joy filled his eyes. If I manage to master all these martial arts, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the realm of second-rate martial artists. Li Yanchu pondered. In the martial world, second-rate martial artists could establish their own sects, and anywhere they went, they were regarded as formidable experts. How could Li Yanchu not feel elated? The recent spate of malevolent incidents had instilled in him a profound awareness of the dangers lurking in this world, with his Taoist skills still lacking in profundity. Martial prowess was currently his greatest reliance. As the Qingyi Temple Fair approached, the small city of Wei gathered a myriad of individuals from diverse backgrounds. The innkeeper of Taiping and was beaming with delight, as this year's business surpassed all previous years. Whether it was the flourishing business or the innkeeper's decision to personally cook a few dishes for Li Yanchu, following his declaration of preferring elder sisters, was uncertain. The inn staff admired her dedication. Truly, Taoist Yanchu must be something special to have the innkeeper cook for him personally. I dare say the innkeeper and Taoist Yanchu make a splendid pair, remarked the staff, who had developed a sincere respect for him ever since he had stood up for them. They regarded the youthful and handsome Taoist Yanchu as a fine match for the innkeeper, especially given the protection he seemed to offer. Li Yanchu was not only skilled in martial arts, but also had a close rapport with the county magistrate, Captain Wang. In truth, Captain Wang had shown a keen interest in befriending Li Yanchu, and even the county's top official, Su Xian, had taken a liking to him. Not to mention, several affluent merchants in the city treated Li Yanchu as an esteemed guest, given such a backdrop. How could the inn staff not wish for something to blossom between Li Yanchu and their innkeeper? Yet amidst the jovial atmosphere, the staff suddenly felt a chill at their necks. Turning around, they found Feng Qingyun, holding her iron sword, standing behind them. It is Miss Qingyun, the staff greeted warmly. Feng Qingyun nodded slightly and departed, leaving the 2 staff members exchanging puzzled glances. Although Feng Qingyun was usually aloof, she would typically greet them warmly. What had changed today? While dining, Li Yanchu suddenly sensed a surge of sword intent. With his current level of martial cultivation, his senses were exceedingly sharp, yet when he looked up, the oppressive sword energy had vanished. All he could see was Feng Qinglan's retreating figure, holding her iron sword. Strange, could I have imagined it? Li Yanchu shook his head. Recently, Wei City had attracted a myriad of young lords and ladies, wandering heroes, scholars, and wealthy merchants that it was inevitable that a few martial experts would also be present, especially with the approaching Qingyi Temple Fair. Captain Wang had been inundated with duties, responsible for the security of Wei City, and the numerous corpses unearthed from Zhang's village had added to his burdens, leaving him feeling as though he might soon be bald. To complicate matters, a monk's corpse had been discovered in the mountains last night, seemingly torn apart by some fearsome beast. When the hunters ascended the mountain, they found only a bundle and half a corpse, leading to yet another murder case, which left Captain Wang overwhelmed. It wasn't until near curfew that he finally arrived at the Qingyun Temple. Captain Wang, what brings you here? Li Yanchu inquired. These past days, I have been beset with official duties. Otherwise, I would have visited sooner, Captain Wang replied. I have come both to express my gratitude and to deliver the official reward. Li Yanchu smiled. Slaying demons and dispelling evil is simply my duty. There is no need for thanks. And must Captain Wang personally make a trip for the reward? Captain Wang shook his head and produced several silver notes from his pocket, handing them to Li Yanchu. This is 500 taels of silver. A special commendation from Su Jixian. Li Yanchu accepted it with a sense of gratitude. Captain Wang then unveiled a long, weighty package he had brought along. What is this? Li Yanchu inquired. As Captain Wang began to unwrap the package, he explained, this is a weapon left by a swordsman in the magistrate's office. The renowned swordsman met his end in Wei City, leaving no kin behind. And thus the blade was stored by the magistrate. Li Yanchu's curiosity piqued as he focused on the blade. Captain Wang continued, this blade is called the Slaying Serpent, exceptionally sharp and imbued with a formidable aura. I must admit, I am aware that I am not worthy to wield it. I noticed you used a short knife previously, which, while sharp, has developed several chips, hence I retrieved this blade from the magistrate. Feel free to try it out. If it does not suit you, do not force it. Li Yanchu's pig-slaughtering knife had sustained extensive damage during his confrontation with the beheading specter at Zhang's village. Although he had continued to use it, he had not sought a more suitable weapon. Upon hearing Captain Wang's words, Li Yanchu's interest was piqued, and he reached for the Slaying Serpent. The blade measured 3 feet in length, with an ancient design that emanated a fierce aura. Li Yanchu unsheathed the blade, revealing a gleaming edge that shimmered with a captivating cold light. A chilling sensation surged from the hilt. Hiss! Li Yanchu inhaled sharply. How frigid! Captain Wang sighed softly, surprised that even Taoist Yanchu could not wield this blade. However, in the next moment, Li Yanchu felt an uncanny connection with the Slaying Serpent, as if they were in perfect harmony. Suddenly, the blade emitted a crisp sound, akin to a dragon's roar, and a brilliant light burst forth. Once the brilliance subsided, Li Yanchu realized the blade no longer felt cold, but instead felt as if it were an extension of his own arm. A magnificent blade! Li Yanchu could not help but exclaim. Captain Wang expressed his admiration. This blade has been stored within the magistrate's office for years without such an occurrence. Its dragon's roar today clearly indicates that Taoist Yanchu is indeed the rightful master of this blade. Without a doubt, Li Yanchu was overjoyed, laughing. Thank you, Captain Wang, for this generous gift of the blade. With this blade, his personal combat prowess would surely ascend to new heights. That it was evident that this weapon was no ordinary iron. Captain Wang then produced a letter from his pocket, handing it to Li Yanchu. Taoist Yanchu, have you heard of the monk who perished in the mountains recently? Li Yanchu nodded. Aware that news of the ferocious beast causing havoc in the mountains had spread, leaving many hunters too fearful to venture into the woods. This letter was found on the monk's body, Captain Wang indicated. Li Yanchu opened the letter and skimmed its contents. Unable to suppress a soft gasp, he looked up at Captain Wang and asked, do such miraculous elixirs of immortality truly exist in this world? Chapter 25. The Undying Night. Captain Wang chuckled wryly. I was equally astonished when I first read this letter. Li Yanchu's astonishment stemmed from the letter's contents. The monk who had died in the mountains was likely Master Huaixian, while the correspondent was the renowned Wuling San, R.E.N. His letter Wu Ling Sanren mentioned that he had discovered the whereabouts of an elixir of immortality, which was said to be in Wei City and would soon make its appearance. Master Huai Xan had been invited to Wei City to lend his strength. However, it was unexpected that the monk Huai Xan had not yet arrived in Wei City when he was brutally torn apart by an unknown beast, meeting a tragic end. Now, the whereabouts of this wanderer of the five spirits remain unknown. Head Constable Wang inquired. Taoist Yanchuan, what do you believe should be done about this matter? Li Yanchuan shook his head and replied, life and death are of utmost importance. Why do you seek my counsel? Head Constable Wang. Wang Constable forced a bitter smile and confessed, to be honest, I have recently been troubled by these spectral entities and malevolent corpses, rendering me quite sensitive to such occurrences. I suspect this incident may be linked to the recent unrest in Wei City. The two missing corpses have yet to be found, and now a monk has perished in pursuit of the elixir of immortality. With the Qingyun Temple fair approaching, I genuinely fear there may be disturbances. The head constable felt as though he was losing his hair due to the mounting pressure. A contemplative expression flickered in Li Yanchuan's eyes as Wang's words sparked a realization within him. Could it be that the recent events in Wei City are all connected to this elixir of immortality? Is it possible that some extraordinary individuals have gathered in Wei City upon learning of the elixir? Li Yanchuan suddenly sensed an inexplicable sense of crisis. It was clear that Wei City would not experience peace in the near future. Regarding the news from the apothecary, Li Yanchuan deemed it necessary to prompt them again the following day that he must refine the qi-enhancing pill as soon as possible to elevate his spiritual cultivation. After conversing for a while longer, Wang Constable rose to depart as the curfew was approaching. However, as Wang left, Li Yanchuan caught a glimpse of him in the moonlight. In that instant, he felt something was amiss. Something he had previously overlooked. Li Yanchuan could not help but softly exclaim, Head Constable Wang, wait, what is it? Wang Constable halted in his tracks. Li Yanchuan furrowed his brow and asked, have you encountered anything peculiar in recent days? A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Constable, and he nervously inquired, Taoist Yanchuan, what do you mean by that? Li Yanchuan replied quietly, if I am not mistaken, you may have encountered something malevolent. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Constable's forehead as he recalled the tragic fate of Captain Zhao at the hands of paper effigies. Was he the next victim? Wang Constable grasped Li Yanchuan's hand urgently and implored, Taoist Yanchuan, you must save me. Li Yanchuan reassured him. Ordinary people who encounter malevolent forces would have long been in peril. However, you, Head Constable, being a martial artist with robust vitality and a public servant, are not easily approached by common spirits. It appears that you have been tainted by some sinister energy. Perhaps you should reflect on any unusual occurrences in the past few days. Wang Constable swallowed hard, pondering, and bitterly remarked, in my position as a public servant responsible for apprehending thieves, I encounter quite a number of strange happenings. Li Yanchuan remained silent. Through their interactions during this period, he had come to regard the old Wang as a decent individual, one who upheld justice. Naturally, he did not wish to see such a commendable constable fall into misfortune. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yanchuan returned to his quarters and retrieved a yellow talisman from his pouch, presenting it to Wang Constable. Keep this talisman close to you. Should you encounter any foul entities, it will heat up, and the greater the warmth, the heavier the malevolent energy. Remember to take heed. Li Yanchuan spoke with a solemn tone. Wang Constable accepted the talisman with a serious expression, exclaiming, Thank you. He suddenly felt fortunate to have crossed paths with such a young Taoist as Li Yanchuan. After Wang Constable departed, Li Yanchuan began to scrutinize the dragon-slaying blade. The blade glimmered with a faint cold radiance. Now, when held, it no longer felt icy. What an exceptional blade! Li Yanchuan wielded it a few times, finding its weight quite manageable that he instantly recognized it as a weapon of slaughter. Classified as a blade of killing karma. Not only blades but also swords, spears, halberds, and axes that had taken many lives or slaughtered livestock could be deemed blades of killing karma. Such weapons, steeped in bloodlust, exuded a heavy aura of death. They were often kept in homes as protective talismans to ensure safety, and some were even placed at city gates or hung beneath bridges to suppress malevolent forces with their ominous energy. The butcher's knife Li Yanchu used was also a blade of killing karma, albeit severely damaged, and its aura was far weaker compared to the dragon-slaying blade, that in essence, this dragon-slaying blade possessed enough malevolent energy to influence the user's mind, easily leading one to succumb to murderous impulses and hallucinations. This blade surpassed even the 5 Emperor copper coin sword, thunderstruck wood, cinnabar, and rooster blood in its potency against malevolent entities. Had Wang Constable been able to wield it, it would not have ended up in Li Yanchuan's hands that in any case. This was a weapon of considerable origin that Li Yanchuan practiced the 6-yang sword technique in the courtyard with the blade. Its power immense. Such a rich aura of killing. It must have claimed at least 100 lives, if not more, Li Yanchuan observed with astonishment. Moreover, ordinary individuals possess weak vitality and resentment. Killing them would not suffice. The victims must be ruthless brigands, bandits, and heinous criminals. Those whose hearts are merciless and actions brutal, that Li Yanchuan practiced diligently, especially now that he had acquired the dragon-slaying blade. With the 6-yang sword technique, Heavenly Gang 36 moves, and Hunyuan skill, he practiced every day without fail, and he had now stepped halfway into the realm of second-rate martial artists. Late at night, a sudden series of knocks echoed at the temple door. Li Yanchuan had only just settled into sleep when he donned his garments and stepped outside to unbolt the door. Wang Constable hurriedly pushed the door open, his expression wrought with urgency. Taoist Yanchuan. Taoist Yanchuan, save me, Taoist. Li Yanchuan asked. What has happened? Wang Constable, still shaken, replied. It turns out the foul entity is within my home. Li Yanchuan raised an eyebrow, his voice steady. What occurred? Wang Constable recounted the entire sequence of events. It turned out that Wang Constable had recently taken a young concubine named Yunyang, who was youthful and beautiful, renowned for her singing and dancing in Wei City. He had paid a handsome sum to redeem her from a brothel and bring her home. Life had been quite pleasant until one night. After finishing his duties, he entered Yunyang's chamber, only to feel the talisman on his chest growing warm. That as it continued to heat up, he recalled Li Yanchuan's warning and was instantly chilled. Without a thought for his beautiful wife, he fled to the Qingyun temple. After listening to Wang Constable's account, for words flashed in Li Yanchuan's mind. Death Knight. Li Yanchuan said, Come, Head Constable Wang. I shall accompany you to investigate. Wang Constable nodded, grasping Li Yanchuan's hand tightly as they rushed out. Although curfew was in effect, Wang Chongshan, as the head constable of Wei City, was not subject to such restrictions. The patrolling militia greeted him with respect upon seeing him. The two men quickly arrived at Wang Constable's residence, where they encountered the delicate Yunyang, although it was rather improper for Li Yanchuan to visit at such an hour. Given their relative standing, Yunyang could be considered his sister-in-law. However, Li Yanchuan's identity easily dispelled such notions, as he appeared ethereal in his Taoist robe and cloth shoes, exuding an air of otherworldliness. Yet the imposing blade at his waist lent him an aura reminiscent of a martial hero. Li Yanchuan employed his divination skills, and, indeed, discovered that the heavy aura of in Wang Constable's home indicated the presence of unclean entities. With the blade at his side, he beheld Wang Constable's concubine, Yunyang, who was indeed youthful and enchanting, radiating a captivating charm. At this moment, Yunyang remained unaware of the turmoil, only noting that her master had fled in fear, returning with a young Taoist. What has happened, my lord? Yunyang inquired gently, her voice soft and melodic, laced with a hint of seduction, distinct from the proprietress's tone. Upon hearing Wang Constable recount the potential encounter with malevolent forces, Yunyang's complexion drained of color, and she instinctively sought to throw herself into Wang Constable's embrace, only to be halted by his admonition. Standing there alone, she could not suppress her sobs. That Li Yanchuan shook his head at Wang Constable and remarked, It seems that it is not Yunyang who has been possessed by malevolent forces, but rather that she has become entangled with something unclean, resulting in this heavy aura of evil. Wang Constable's expression shifted. What should we do? Li Yanchuan glanced at Yunyang and softly asked, Have you encountered any strange people or events recently? Yunyang stifled her tears and made an effort to recall, saying, I have not ventured outside these days, only accompanying my maid to visit the Qingyi goddess temple. Li Yanchuan exchanged glances with Wang Constable. Could there be an issue with the Qingyi goddess temple? Li Yanchu had also visited the temple before, recalling that Captain Zhao had practiced there, yet he had not sensed any malevolence that a thought struck Li Yanchu, and he asked, "Did you purchase anything? Perhaps a protective talisman or jade pendant?" As a disciple of Taoist Xuanqing, he was somewhat familiar with the methods used by malevolent spirits to harm people, as he specialized in resolving such issues. Yunyang furrowed her delicate brows and suddenly recalled, "Now that you mention it, I remember I did ask for a protective talisman outside the Qingyi goddess temple." Saying this, she took a talisman from around her neck, which she had been wearing close to her body. Upon receiving it, Li Yanchu noticed Wang Constable exclaiming, "This must be it. It should be the cause." The talisman on his chest was growing warmer. Clearly reacting to the presence of something sinister, the Li Yanchu furrowed his brows and remarked, "This is likely dark sorcery, not a protective talisman." He scrutinized the talisman in his hand, carefully unfurling it. Upon observing the intricate symbols inscribed upon it, his expression darkened, and he coldly stated, "This is nothing but a ghost-rearing talisman." Captain Wang was taken aback, his face paling. Li Yanchu continued, "This type of talisman is a form of folk sorcery, capable of nurturing minor spirits, warding off calamities, and even attracting wealth and good fortune. However, for the person bearing this talisman, an imprint is inscribed within their body, akin to feeding these spirits with the flesh and blood of the living." He added, "Over time, the bearer not only risks their own life, but also endangers those around them. It is a complete sacrifice of one's own life and that of their family for personal fortune, all while remaining blissfully unaware." Captain Wang exclaimed with disdain, "How insidious! We must dispose of this talisman immediately." Li Yanchu shook his head, saying, "It is not that simple. Once the bearer has been marked, even if this talisman is discarded, they will still be susceptible to malevolent entities in the future. The consequences could range from misfortune to the utter ruin of their family." "What?" Captain Wang gasped in horror, but he was quite fond of his newly acquired concubine. Otherwise, he would not have spent a fortune to purchase her freedom that he implored. "Taoist Yanchu, is there a way to save her?" Li Yanchu pondered for a moment before replying. "There is indeed a method, but it involves completely eradicating the ghostly presence from her. This must be approached with caution. Otherwise, it could jeopardize the host's life. Given that it is the dead of night, the atmosphere is particularly conducive to the proliferation of ghostly energies, making it an unfavorable time to remove the mark." Yunyang suddenly knelt, weeping. "Taoist, please save my life." Captain Wang's eyes reddened, unable to bear the thought of such a lovely beauty being tormented by malevolent spirits. He clasped his fists solemnly, declaring, "Taoist Yanchu, if you can save Yunyang's life, you will be a great benefactor to Wang Zhongshan, and I will be at your service from henceforth." Li Yanchu reassured him, "Captain Wang, you overstate the matter. Ideally, it is best to remove the mark during daylight. However, given that Yunyang has not worn the talisman for long and has not yet attracted any spirits, I may be able to attempt a remedy." As a disciple of the Orthodox Tao, Li Yanchu possessed several methods to counter such dark practices. Fortunately, Yunyang had worn the talisman for a brief period and was discovered early. After a moment of contemplation, he chose the most prudent approach that he stepped closer and softly said, "Pardon my intrusion." He grasped Yunyang's delicate wrist. Captain Wang observed with curiosity how Taoist Yanchu would exorcise the evil. The murderous aura of the Zhan Jiao Dao was formidable, capable of suppressing malevolent entities within 100 paces without unsheathing its blade. This time, it served as a natural talisman of protection. Li Yanchu drew upon the spiritual energy cultivated from the Huang Ting Dao Jing and gradually channeled it into Yunyang's body. This was distinct from the acquired qi cultivated by mundane martial artists. It was the authentic, innate energy of the Taoist tradition, capable of invigorating the vitality of her internal organs. The balanced and harmonious energy flowed through her meridians and organs, and Yunyang immediately felt revitalized, enveloped in an indescribable warmth. Li Yanchu's cultivation was still rudimentary, and he could not instantly cleanse the malevolent energy from Yunyang's body, that he had to proceed slowly. Nevertheless, even so, the authentic innate energy of the Taoist tradition was incomparable to any of the dubious methods. Soon strands of visible dark energy began to manifest around Yunyang. Captain Wang's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the white mist emanating from Li Yanchu's forehead. Utterly awestruck. Chapter 26. Qi Cultivator. Telekinesis. He had initially thought that a Taoist methods revolved around rituals and talismans, but he was astonished by how straightforward and forceful Li Yanchu's exorcism was. Even without understanding the nuances of Taoist arts, he could discern that the chilling aura enveloping Yunyang was being expelled. This is simply miraculous. Captain Wang thought to himself that Li Yanchu focused solely on purging the sinister energy from Yunyang, also mobilizing the true qi of the Han Yuan Gong. The pure yang energy could effectively suppress the ghostly energy within her. After about the duration of an incense stick, the chilling, ghostly qi within Yunyang was entirely eradicated, and fine beads of sweat began to form on Li Yanchu's brow. While this process appeared gentle, it was fraught with peril. The ghostly energy had already infiltrated Yunyang's internal organs, exhibiting a cunning ability to promote good fortune and avert disaster. Ordinary exorcism methods would be ineffective against it. Conversely, Li Yanchu's straightforward and forceful approach proved far more effective. Just as Captain Wang believed all was well, the room's lights flickered ominously, casting an eerie pall over everyone present. The doors and windows began to rattle without a breeze, and chilling winds surged through the room, accompanied by the haunting sounds of wailing. Yunyang shrank in fear, while Captain Wang's face turned ashen as he trembled and unsheathed his sword. It seemed that malevolent forces were beginning to stir. Li Yanchu frowned, initially believing there were no spirits residing within Yunyang. Had he misjudged? Were the spirits prowling about for blood and essence? Or was this ghost newly arrived? The strange occurrences in the room persisted, with the terrifying atmosphere rendering both Captain Wang and Yunyang paralyzed with fear. However, Li Yanchu remained composed. With a resounding clang, the blade of the Zhan Jiao Dao flashed through the room. Moments later, everything returned to normal, as if the preceding events had been mere illusions that Li Yanchu sheathed his sword. The formidable aura of the Zhan Jiao Dao had dispatched the malevolent spirit with a single strike. Is it truly over? Captain Wang questioned, uncertainty etched across his features. Li Yanchu nodded, stating, an unseen malevolent entity intruded, but has been vanquished by my hand. Captain Wang exhaled in relief, admiration gleaming in his eyes. This friend I shall keep close. Li Yanchu also gained a newfound appreciation for the Zhan Jiao Dao's power. Yet, he found it curious that, with such a protective talisman at hand, malevolent entities would dare approach. He speculated that this spirit's strength was comparable to that of the lecherous ghost he had slain in the Chun household, perhaps even weaker than the paper effigies. Not to mention the beheaded spirit from Zhang's village. As he reflected on this, Li Yanchu felt a sense of melancholy. Unbeknownst to me, I have vanquished quite a number of malevolent entities. He silently commended himself, having resolved the issues at Captain Wang's residence. Li Yanchu finally felt a sense of relief. The following day, he received word from the apothecary's assistant that the precious herbs he had ordered for crafting the qi-enhancing pill had arrived. Elated, he hurried to the apothecary. To be honest, Taoist, some of the herbs are slightly inferior in age compared to your specifications. The shopkeeper informed him that it is best not to deceive a monk or a Taoist. Li Yanchu nodded in agreement. Having finally gathered all the necessary ingredients for the qi-enhancing pill, he was overjoyed. He was not overly concerned about these minor details. Initially, he had intended to enhance the potency of the pill after its creation. However, crafting this Taoist pill proved more challenging than he had anticipated, primarily due to the rarity of the herbs. Fortunately, Li Yanchu had the means to enhance them. With the herbs in hand, he returned to Qingyun Temple. Eager to begin the alchemical process, as a bona fide disciple of the Tao, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding talismans, alchemy, feng shui, formations, and divination. Yet this was not false modesty. He truly only understood a little of each. He had learned much, but had not mastered anything in particular. Fortunately, the qi-enhancing pill was not overly complex to concoct, and the process was relatively straightforward. After 2 hours, Li Yanchu successfully produced a batch of qi-enhancing pills. He refrained from hastily testing them, as the ingredients were scarce and precious, leaving no room for waste. Gazing at the batch of pills, his heart raced with excitement. Enhance! with the familiar ebb and flow of the Taoist tides. The pills on the table began to transform. Their previously mottled colors shifted to a rich earth tone, and their aroma deepened, filling the air with a fragrant essence that Li Yanchu quickly consumed one. Feeling a surge of pure spiritual energy spreading throughout his body, heightening his sensitivity to the essence of qi, he was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a broad smile. Eagerly, he retreated to his chamber, assumed a cross-legged position, and commenced his cultivation of the Huang Ting Dao Jing. The vitality within him surged forth, and the qi circulated endlessly along the prescribed pathways. As dawn broke, Li Yanchu began his practice of the Huang Ting Dao Jing early in the morning. After cycling through an indeterminate number of rounds, he finally opened his eyes, which sparkled with a radiant light, imbued with an ineffable Taoist essence. Having consumed 5 qi-enhancing pills, Li Yanchu had officially entered the ranks of Taoist qi cultivators. His previous slow progress could only be deemed a mere introduction. Now, he could be considered a true beginner in qi cultivation. Previously, he struggled to perform the qi gazing technique more than 3 times a day, and his observational range was limited. However, now, Li Yanchu could execute the qi gazing technique at least 10 times a day, and many of the spells recorded in the Huang Ting Dao Jing were within his grasp. For instance, the wall penetration technique allowed a person to pass through walls without damage. Mastering this spell meant that places like the Wei City prison would no longer be able to confine him. Additionally, there was the age accelerating technique, which could instantaneously transform a handsome youth into a white-haired elder. Of course, this spell was primarily an illusion and did not genuinely age a person. That would require far more advanced magical skills. Li Yanchu was delighted. Having apprenticed under Taoist Xuanqing, he was now the sole disciple of Qingyun Temple, the current head of the sect. To be able to practice Taoist arts was the realization of his deepest aspirations, aligning seamlessly with his identity. Certainly, there are indeed individuals who, by integrating martial prowess with the path of cultivation, ultimately transcend into the realm of the martial immortal. However, Li Yanchu does not believe he will reach such heights. That is a feat reserved for the exceptionally gifted. He finds contentment in diligently pursuing his own path of cultivation. During this period, Li Yanchu has devoted himself to the rigorous study of the Huangting Daojing, successfully mastering a particular spell known as spatial retrieval, or the art of transportation. This differs significantly from the 5 ghost transportation technique, as it is the authentic method of spatial manipulation. Once he perfected this skill, he could summon the Zhanjiao Dao from within his abode with a mere gesture, manifesting it effortlessly in his hand. A true convenience. Enthusiastically, he continues to experiment with the spell to in the 27th chapter, the 5 thunder suppression talismans. Li Yanchu quickly becomes adept at the art of spatial retrieval. His initial encounter with such a profound spell fills him with exhilaration that he silently commands, "Come," and at his gentle call, a beautifully crafted jade pendant appears in his hand, an item frequently worn by the proprietress of the Taiping Inn. Should this spell be employed against the nefarious elements of the martial world, it would prove immensely effective. As Li Yanchu enters the Taiping Inn while holding the jade pendant, he finds the proprietress in a fit of rage over its loss. With hands on her hips and her striking apricot-shaped eyes ablaze, she unleashes a torrent of colorful language that Li Yanchu, maintaining his composure, presents the pendant to her, saying, "Mistress, is this what you seek?" Initially startled, the proprietress then eagerly accepts it, cradling it in her arms. "Where did you find it?" she inquires. Li Yanchu replies, "I was divining in the temple and foresaw the risk of you losing a cherished item today. Thus, I performed another divination and ventured into the courtyard to retrieve it for you." The proprietress is deeply touched, not expecting such thoughtfulness from Li Yanchu during his time in the temple. Her beautiful gaze softens with affection. The inn's attendant exhales in relief, thinking to himself that Li Yanchu is indeed a living deity. Had it not been for him, the proprietress would likely still be in a foul mood. During this tranquil period, aside from his cultivation practices, Li Yanchu has been diligently training in martial arts, particularly making rapid progress in Hunyuan Gong. He has reached the final stage, which enhances his physical constitution and purifies his marrow, significantly strengthening his body. After attaining this level, he feels a remarkable increase in his physical prowess. Every aspect of his being, skin, muscles, bones, and even internal organs, has undergone a fortification. The most immediate manifestation of this transformation is Li Yanchu's strength, which now approaches the 1,000-pound mark with a single arm. This is merely the result of his martial cultivation and does not account for the explosive power derived from techniques, such as the Tiangang hand blade technique. During this time, his relationship with the proprietress has also flourished. The Taoist sect he practices does not prohibit marriage, and it appears that in his youth, Master Xuanqing was quite the libertine, according to his own words. Had he not been singularly focused on his cultivation, he would have long since become a favored son-in-law to some noble lord. Many young and attractive women have been enamored by him, and he once mingled with a group of like-minded young gentlemen, indulging in the pleasures of the brothels, something that Li Yanchu once yearned for, if his master could achieve such a demeanor. Why not him? The proprietress radiates a captivating aura, a fact that Li Yanchu has confirmed through his qi observation technique. After mastering this technique, he identified her as the embodiment of such exquisite presence. Li Yanchu, however, is not inclined to pry into her secrets. Just last night, under her enthusiastic invitation, he successfully shed his pure young body, often referred to as a youthful body. The encounter was intense, although the proprietress appears mature and alluring. Akin to a perfectly ripe peach, she is, in fact, still quite innocent, which greatly astonishes Li Yanchu. Continuing his cultivation in the temple, Li Yanchu dines daily at the Taiping. He occasionally shares a drink with the proprietress and then makes some minor errors, after which she feigns ignorance. Yet when faced with his cool and aloof younger sister, a hint of pride flickers in her eyes, reminiscent of a child who has stolen a delectable treat. That Li Yanchu's life remains peaceful as he continues his cultivation. In addition to mastering alchemy, spatial retrieval, and qi observation, he has also made significant strides in talisman crafting. Initially, the talismans he drew were mere replicas of those found in texts, rendered ineffective and hardly distinguishable from the works of charlatans. However, now that he has become a qi cultivator, the talismans he creates possess a certain spiritual resonance. Before him lie several talismans of his own design. The Thunder Goddess Suppression Talisman, the 5 Thunder Suppression Talisman, the 6 Ding and 6 Jiao Protective Talisman, and the Exorcism Talisman, among others. As he picks up an Exorcism Talisman and carefully senses it, he detects a trace of Taoist resonance within. Although its power is modest, it is still effective in dispelling malevolent energies. Since learning about the existence of the immortal elixir from Captain Wang, Li Yanchu has harbored a slight concern. The monk, invited by the wandering hermit, met an untimely demise at the hands of an unknown beast outside Wei City. But it appears that matters are far from simple. Should the news of the immortal elixir leak from Wei City, it is likely that numerous formidable individuals have already come seeking it. Although Li Yanchu has never been defeated in combat, he is acutely aware that his current strength does not place him among the elite of the martial world. As for those exceptional beings, be they demonic monks or sorcerers, they are even more unpredictable. Thus, he must enhance his own strength for self-preservation. Initially, he contemplated sealing a finger tiger made from thunderstruck wood and a sharp pig-slaying knife. However, Captain Wang delivered the Zhangjiao knife, which is remarkably sharp and brimming with killing intent. The thunderstruck wood is not particularly durable, having nearly shattered during encounters with malevolent entities. Li Yanchu's merits must also be reserved for sealing potent elixirs and energy-enhancing pills, leaving him in a precarious position. Consequently, he has been indecisive. Yet since he has been able to draw talismans imbued with spiritual resonance, a new thought has emerged. Why not seal a talisman instead? Although he possesses a variety of talisman types, his merits are exceedingly limited, and he is uncertain how much merit is required to seal a single talisman. Thus, he approaches the selection of talismans with great caution. Ultimately, he decides upon the 5 Thunder Suppression Talisman. Renowned in Taoist circles for its formidable power, this talisman can suppress malevolent spirits and wicked deities, causing evil entities to dissipate. Holding the 5 Thunder Suppression Talisman, he intones the words, "Seal." What was once a talisman containing only a hint of spiritual resonance undergoes a wondrous transformation. A formidable aura of thunder, so intense that one would hesitate to gaze upon it, suddenly emanates forth. Thunder magic is the embodiment of the utmost yang energy in the universe, the nemesis of all malevolent forces. The five Thunder Talisman can harness this power to vanquish evil. The exact extent of its potency remains unclear to Li Yanchu, yet the latent strength of the thunderous aura brings him great joy. Alas, the sealing process has depleted his merits entirely, leaving him destitute. I still lack sufficient merit, Li Yanchu sighs. Recently, Wei City has been unusually quiet, with no reports of disturbances or hauntings that Li Yanchu finds himself at a loss for opportunities to acquire merit. Even with the Zhangjiao knife and the five Thunder Talisman in his possession, he remains unsatisfied. Fortunately, the Huangting Daojing contains not only Taoist techniques but also numerous spells. Now that he is a genuine Qi cultivator, his options for selection have vastly expanded. That I in the 28th chapter. Summoning Technique. Fong Qinglan's heart stirred. The Huangting Daojing offers a plethora of spells, yet those that are relatively easy to master and suitable for Li Yanchu's current level are somewhat limited. After all, he is still in the early stages of Qi cultivation, and his internal spiritual energy is not yet sufficiently robust. Particularly at this stage, the lethality of Taoist techniques is not substantial. Although they appear impressive, their actual effectiveness pales in comparison to the strikes he can deliver with the Zhangjiao knife. Ah, this is the one! Li Yanchu's eyes light up as he discovers the summoning technique. Commonly referred to as divine summoning among the populace, this spell is an authentic Taoist practice, not some wild fox in, and allows for the summoning of celestial deities from the heavenly court. This is quite similar to the divine summoning technique employed by Taoist Simyamu, Li Yanchu recalls. Envisioning the scenes from the film Uncle Zombie, where Simyamu invokes the ancestral deity to combat the zombies they cannot handle, it is a technique that temporarily enhances one's combat prowess. That Li Yanchu diligently reviews the training methods for the summoning technique, quickly committing them to memory. According to the Huangting Daojing, celestial deities will not possess the bodies of mortals. That is the domain of wild gods or demonic entities. This summoning technique merely invokes the divine power of the celestial deities. In the deeper one's cultivation, the greater the divine power that can be summoned. However, the path of divinity is heavy, presenting a challenge for practitioners to bear. The requirements for one's heart and mind are exceptionally high. Those with impure intentions or ulterior motives cannot summon the divine power of the celestial deities to attain this point. Li Yanchu suddenly ponders a question. Does this world have a heavenly court and underworld? The records in the Huangting Daojing suggest so. Yet he is uncertain of their actual existence. Perhaps it is merely a term used for a particular cultivation method. The country in which Li Yanchu currently resides is called Qianguo, and it does not correspond with any dynasty he has previously learned about, as its cultural background, history, and customs are all distinct. Nevertheless, the discrepancies are not particularly significant. It resembles a composite of various dynasties. Certain myths and legends also reflect similar themes. Refocusing his thoughts on the summoning technique, he examines the specific training methods and limitations. Those with exceptional talent can master it in half a month, while those with lesser aptitude may take 3 to 5 years. A contemplative glimmer shines in Li Yanchu's gaze. The initiation here entails not only the proficient mastery of the summoning technique, but also the ability to sense a faint aura of divine essence. Such a phenomenon is both enigmatic and indispensable. The ability to perceive the divine aura serves as the foundation or threshold for cultivating the summoning technique. After thoroughly memorizing the cultivation method of the summoning art, Li Yanchu embarked on his first attempt at practice. Following the instructions recorded in the method, he circulated the spiritual energy within his body while silently reciting the incantation. The summoning technique does not impose stringent demands on the spiritual energy within, but rather places greater emphasis on the level of sensitivity to the divine aura and the practitioner's mindset. For Li Yanchu at this juncture, it could not have been more suitable. Upon finishing the incantation, the spiritual energy within him completed a full cycle that I in the vast emptiness. It seemed as if a beam of golden light descended, enveloping Li Yanchu, that he instantly felt a warmth radiating throughout his body, an indescribable sense of comfort washing over him. His heart brimmed with a sense of righteousness and an indomitable spirit, as he experienced this aura, which closely resembled the one described in the texts. Li Yanchu could hardly believe his senses. Isn't it said that those with exceptional talent can attain mastery in half a month? Could this be it? Li Yanchu marveled, feeling as though an extraordinary transformation was occurring within him. It was reminiscent of the time he practiced martial arts, where he was seemingly aided by divine intervention, swiftly entering a state of enlightenment that eludes many martial artists throughout their lives. A smile crept across Li Yanchu's face, filled with joy as he continued his practice. Recently, a significant event had transpired in Wei City. Feng Qingyun, wielding her sword, pursued a bodyguard down the street. The individual in question was from the Chongsong Escort Agency of the Northern Lands, escorting a convoy of goods through Wei City. Unexpectedly, Feng Qingyun, patrolling the streets, caught sight of them, leading to a heated confrontation before a gathering of onlookers. After sustaining injuries, the bodyguard fled in a panic towards the city outskirts, only to be ultimately caught and slain at the city gates by Feng Qingyun. This incident stirred quite a commotion. With the Qingyi festival approaching, many young gentlemen, wealthy merchants, and aspiring heroes flocked to Wei City. The brazen act of murder in broad daylight ignited a wave of public discourse. However, the matter was swiftly corroborated by the authorities, revealing that the slain bodyguard was indeed a wanted criminal, with several lives on his conscience, notorious for his malevolence. Feng Qingyun was subsequently invited by Captain Wang to serve the Wei City government, thus placing her in the role of an officer. After discerning the fugitive's whereabouts, the criminal had attempted to flee, ultimately resorting to taking innocent lives as hostages. It was then that Feng Qingyun took decisive action. Following the public revelation of these events, she was met with widespread acclaim from the authorities, and the citizens of Wei City praised her endlessly. Young, exceptionally skilled, and possessing a heart of chivalry, Feng Qingyun quickly became a household name. Miss Qingyun, your keen gaze is truly admirable, Li Yanchu remarked across from him. Feng Qingyun sat poised, her expression even colder than when they first met. I am nowhere near the caliber of Taoist Li, she replied with a hint of indifference. Li Yanchu scratched his head and inquired, have I offended Miss Qingyun in any way recently? No, she responded, shaking her head. Then why are you treating me with such coldness? Feng Qingyun maintained her frosty demeanor, her eyes betraying a flicker of concealed sorrow. Li Yanchu chuckled. If I have wronged you in any manner, please do not hesitate to let me know. Feng Qingyun's gaze softened momentarily, as she prepared to say something when the innkeeper's wife approached, beaming, with a pot of hot tea in hand. Instantly, Feng Qingyun reverted to her usual stoic expression. What are you two discussing? The innkeeper's wife asked with a charming smile. Her figure was voluptuous, and her countenance radiant, reminiscent of spring's rejuvenated earth after a nourishing rain. Nothing much, I must return to my duties, Feng Qingyun said, rising and grasping her iron sword as she departed. Li Yanchu shook his head with a wry smile. The innkeeper's wife, unfazed, took a seat beside him and began to chat amicably. Feng Qingyun cast a casual glance back, witnessing their cheerful exchange, and a pang of sadness flickered through her heart. As a child of the martial world, she quickly adjusted her mindset, redirecting her focus towards the apprehension of the fugitive. While Li Yanchu could capture the notorious criminal Li Yanchu, she felt compelled to surpass him. Were it not for such emotions, she would not have committed the identities of the wanted criminals to memory, nor would she have recognized the bodyguard at a glance. She had realized her feelings for Li Yanchu only after discovering her sister's relationship with him, initially mistaking her affection for mere youthful infatuation. This bittersweet sensation was entirely foreign to her. Chapter 29. Trouble arises. The customs of the Qian kingdom are liberal, contrasting starkly with the conservative depictions of ancient feudal dynasties. Bearing a resemblance to the flourishing Tang dynasty, it is not uncommon for sisters to share the same husband. Yet, Feng Qingyun, possessing a shy disposition and a cold temperament, found it impossible to voice her feelings for Li Yanchu. Unlike her sister, who had taken the initiative before her. I arrived first, Feng Qingyun sighed, taking a deep breath as she headed to the government office to peruse the case files, seeking any unresolved cases or suspicious incidents. Channeling her worries into resolve, she devoted herself wholly to her work, leaving the wanted criminals in Wei City to face their reckoning. Each day, apart from cultivating his Taoist techniques, Li Yanchu diligently practiced martial arts. For him, romantic pursuits held little significance. That if he liked someone, he would pursue a relationship, but matters of love were by no means the entirety of his existence. With a swift motion, Li Yanchu executed a strike, causing an invisible ripple to ripple through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing through the air. He felt a surge of fiery energy emanating from his lower back, coursing through his arms and thighs, invigorating his entire being. His physique had grown remarkably robust, as the potent tonics he consumed primarily targeted kidney nourishment, blood replenishment, and vitality enhancement. Li Yanchu treated century-old tonics as casually as daily sustenance. Consuming them regularly, this regimen fortified his body, resulting in a remarkably powerful constitution. Within the intricate network of his organs, the kidneys held a pivotal role. Ample kidney energy equated to robust health, minimizing the likelihood of ailments afflicting the heart, liver, spleen, or lungs. Many Taoist teachings place significant emphasis on the importance of kidney energy. Although Li Yanchu was not versed in dual cultivation or the arts of the bedroom, his physique was as formidable as a wolf's, with abundant kidney energy coursing through him. His blood was imbued with tremendous medicinal potency. Over these days, while the innkeeper's wife struggled to lift a finger, her complexion had improved significantly, her beauty radiating as if illuminated from within, a transformation not devoid of Li Yanchu's contributions. That a portion of the century-old tonics had been absorbed by him for martial training, while a smaller portion resided within his body. Much like Guojing from the Legend of the Condor Heroes, who, after slaying a great serpent, absorbed its blood essence and became impervious to toxins, Li Yanchu's blood now brimmed with yang energy, capable not only of nourishing others but also warding off malevolence. In a certain sense, his blood's efficacy rivaled that of coxcomb blood. As he continued his martial training, he remained unperturbed by any depletion of energy or vitality. The century-old tonics were as commonplace to him as daily meals, facilitating rapid advancement. Yet Li Yanchu harbored some concerns, as he had previously expended all his merits on sealing the 5 Thunder Talisman. Once the resources for sealing were depleted, his cultivation speed would inevitably slow down. I still need to acquire merits, Li Yanchu mused. After completing the 6-yang blade technique, he began to practice the horizontal training of the Heavenly Gang Hand. This formidable martial art, once mastered, would endow him with the strength of nearly 1,000 pounds in one hand, enabling him to effortlessly shatter stone. Bang! Li Yanchu took a step forward, unleashing the searing 6-yang energy from his fist, creating a sound akin to an explosive shockwave. Bang, bang, bang. His mastery of the Heavenly Gang Hand had reached an impressive level, and the combat experience he had amassed allowed him to glean many techniques of close combat. The following day, while having lunch at the Taiping Inn, the innkeeper's wife suddenly rushed out, seeking out Li Yanchu. "What is it?" Li Yanchu inquired. The innkeeper's wife, in a state of distress, exclaimed, "It's bad news, Qingyun is in trouble." Li Yanchu's expression darkened immediately. "What has happened?" At that moment, a knife-wielding officer behind her interjected, "Earlier, Miss Qingyun led us to search a residence on Qianguo Street, based on reports from nearby residents indicating suspicious activity. Unexpectedly, 2 burly men emerged, armed with weapons, and charged at us. Several of our brothers were injured, but Miss Qingyun managed to fend off the 2 attackers. The assailants, seemingly disinterested in a prolonged fight, fled towards the city outskirts, prompting Miss Qingyun to pursue them alone. I rushed back to report, but Captain Wang has been away on business for 3 days, and the squad leader took some men to chase after them. Yet there has been no sign of Miss Qingyun. I believe those 2 possess formidable martial skills and appeared intent on targeting Miss Qingyun specifically." Word of Li Yanchu's prowess in capturing the criminal Liang Qi had spread far and wide. Thus, the officer had come to inform him, only to find him enjoying lunch at the inn. "What should we do? I hope nothing has happened to Qingyun." The innkeeper's wife fretted. Li Yanchu gestured for her to remain calm and pressed, "How much time has passed? Which direction did they head?" The knife-wielding officer replied, "It's been half an hour. They went towards Pinkong Street, out of the city." "Half an hour?" Li Yanchu nodded gravely and declared, "I will go take a look." With that, he sprang into action, darting out with the swiftness of the wind, his movements so rapid they were nearly imperceptible. Given the urgency of the situation, he could afford no hesitation. He soared into the air directly on the bustling street. Li Yanchu pursued in the direction of Pingkong Street, swiftly arriving at the city gate. Upon inquiring with the guards, he confirmed that Feng Qingyun had indeed dashed out of the city accompanied by two burly men. Li Yanchu furrowed his brow and, without hesitation, seized a horse from a young swordsman nearby. "My apologies," Li Yanchu exclaimed before galloping away on the steed. Although his vitality surged like a torrent, he knew better than to squander it recklessly. It was far more prudent to leverage the horse's strength once outside the city. The young swordsman could only blink in astonishment as his prized horse was commandeered by a young Taoist. "My horse," he lamented. He had pleaded with his father for 3 months to allow him to purchase this fine steed for the Qingyi festival in Weiqing. Little did he expect that upon entering the city, it would be snatched away. Li Yanchu rode forth at a swift pace. Not far from the city, he spotted a thicket of trees, and as he rode through, his gaze fell upon several sword marks and axe impressions, clearly indicating signs of a struggle. Many sturdy branches had been severed, that a sense of dread washed over Li Yanchu as he noticed a pool of blood on the ground. Uncertain whether it belonged to Feng Qingyun or the two ruffians that as he sped past, an idea struck him, and he employed his Qi observation technique. This technique allowed him to discern the flow of energy. Notorious killers often emanated a dense aura of malevolence. Moreover, the presence of bloodshed could be indicated by a red hue of vitality. Now that he had officially become a Qi practitioner, the range of his observations had significantly expanded. After a brief moment of scrutiny, Li Yanchu formulated a plan and continued his pursuit. Chapter 30. A shocking event. A horse theft on the streets of Weiqing. Through his observations, Li Yanchu quickly located a somewhat dilapidated temple, its purpose unknown. Half of a clay statue had been severely damaged. Inside the temple, he noticed a deep gash on one of the main hall's pillars. This place was no longer near the main road, but rather secluded. As he stepped further inside, he encountered a brawny man wielding a heavy axe, tending to a sword wound on his shoulder. The man's fierce appearance, with his bushy brows and slanted eyes, exuded an aura of bloodshed. Marking him as a seasoned ruffian, as he bandaged himself, he muttered curses under his breath. "Damn it, that little girl struck so swiftly. If it weren't for the second-in-command, I might have truly fallen into her hands. I'll make sure to have my fun with her when the opportunity arises." Suddenly, the axe-wielding man narrowed his eyes and barked towards the entrance. "Who goes there?" Li Yanchu stepped forward and coldly inquired. "Where's the woman you just fought?" Without needing to ponder, Li Yanchu knew that something had befallen Feng Qingyun. The burly man snarled, "What the hell do you want, you little Taoist? You dare meddle in my affairs?" Li Yanchu's gaze darkened. That moment, another stout man emerged from behind, wielding a sharp spear stained with blood, its lethal point glistening ominously. This man's presence was distinctly more sinister than that of the axe-wielder, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike. The axe-wielding ruffian sneered. "You think you can play the hero all by yourself? I see you're delicate and tender. Perhaps I'll have some fun with you, and maybe if I'm pleased, I'll let you in on the information." The two men dismissed the unarmed young Taoist. Yet, Li Yanchu's refined features piqued the interest of the malevolent ruffian. Aware of his limited experience in battling skilled fighters, having only previously engaged in a surprise assault against a wanted criminal, Li Yanchu resolved that he needed a weapon for this confrontation. With a determined thought, he called out, "Blade, come forth." A heavy, ancient long knife materialized in his grasp, leaving the two ruffians astonished. "This kid can perform sorcery. Attack. Kill this little Taoist." Their surprise quickly turned to resolve as they prepared to strike. The axe-wielding man swung his weapon with a mighty whoosh, creating a powerful gust of wind. Such strength was rare among the ruffians of the martial world, as few possessed the might to wield such a heavy weapon. It was typically the domain of battlefield warriors. The spear-wielding man was a disciple of the renowned spear master Shui Yang from Jincheng, having honed his skills to be among the top 3 in his cohort. If not for his impulsive nature, he would not have been expelled from his sect, becoming a ruthless outlaw. The two charged. The ensuing clash was nothing short of formidable. Clang! Li Yanchu unsheathed his knife and struck fiercely at the axe-wielder, and a wave of intense heat surged through the air as he executed the 6-yang blade technique. Thud! The ruffian barely registered the flash of the blade before agony erupted in his shoulder as a muscular arm was severed. Just then, the spear-wielding man's weapon lunged towards Li Yanchu's neck like a striking serpent. However, the heavy, sharp spear failed to pierce him. With a swift movement, Li Yanchu's knife illuminated the air, and the ruffian's arm met the same fate. The hall fell into an eerie silence, only to be shattered by agonizing screams. "Is that all you've got?" Li Yanchu remarked with a frown. He had incapacitated both men in a mere exchange, initially expecting formidable opponents. The spear wielder, filled with terror, realized he was merely a third-rate fighter. Astonished that he had been so easily bested, he gazed at Li Yanchu in dread. Who is this young Taoist? Li Yanchu stepped onto the shoulder of the axe-wielding man, pressing down with a crunching sound that sent a shiver through the onlookers. Blood gushed from the severed limb like a fountain, creating a most gruesome sight. "I will only ask once. Where is she?" Li Yanchu demanded coldly. The axe-wielding man, face contorted in agony, gritted his teeth defiantly. "You won't get a word out of me." Crash! Li Yanchu stomped down, and the ruffian's head burst like a watermelon, splattering blood and brains onto the spear wielder. The man's face turned pale as he stammered. "What kind of killing deity are you? You really only ask once?" Fear gripped him as Li Yanchu's gaze fell upon him. The ruffian blurted out, "The girl was severely injured by the second-in-command and fled into the mountains. Earlier, they had lured Feng Qingyun here, engaging in a fierce battle. The second-in-command had suddenly emerged from the shadows, inflicting a grievous wound upon Feng Qingyun, who then escaped, leaving the two behind. The second-in-command, a lecherous man. I pursued her, intent on finding a secluded spot to indulge in his desires with the beautiful woman." Li Yanchu's voice turned icy. "I will pursue her. If I do not find her, you shall experience my wrath." With that, he delivered a swift kick to the spear wielder's lower back, causing a crack as the man felt a sudden loss of sensation in his lower body. Li Yanchu dashed out of the temple. They were merely 10 miles from the mountains, and he swiftly mounted his horse, quickly catching up. Blood trails and signs of struggle marked the path, making it easy to follow. Time was of the essence. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. When Li Yanchu finally arrived, he found Feng Qingyun leaning weakly against a large tree, her chest stained with blood. Her clothing was torn at the arms and thighs, revealing her fair skin, and her eyes reflected a will to perish. Opposite her stood a middle-aged man, poised with an air of authority, yet his gaze was laced with malevolence, leering at the exposed flesh of Feng Qingyun. Hearing the rapid thundering of hooves, the man turned, a flash of menace crossing his features. "Who dares to disrupt my plans?" The thought crossed his mind, just as Feng Qingyun's eyes lit up with unexpected hope upon seeing Li Yanchu's arrival. The sound of galloping hooves echoed like thunder, and in an instant, Li Yanchu charged forward. The middle-aged man remained calm, unleashing both palms to strike the racing horse. Bang! The steed let out a mournful cry before collapsing. Its bones shattered. Chapter 31. The martial arts master of the Five Lakes Gang. Dust billowed in the air. Such martial prowess was undoubtedly among the highest in Weiqing. Feng Qingyun now fully grasped the extent of the middle-aged man's skill. He could fell a galloping horse with ease. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yanchu leaped to Feng Qingyun's side, shielding her behind him. Feng Qingyun's gaze softened, and she whispered, "He is extremely formidable. You are no match for him, do not concern yourself with me." As a scion of a prestigious family, she had trained in martial arts from a young age, and her swordsmanship was commendable for her age. Yet, the middle-aged man's prowess clearly surpassed hers, had he not harbored ill intentions and toyed with her instead of striking her down. She sensed that she would meet her end within 10 exchanges, if not sooner. Li Yanchu shook his head, saying simply, "It's all right. I'm here." Those few words inexplicably brought her a sense of reassurance. The middle-aged man coldly demanded, "Who are you?" Li Yanchu chuckled lightly and replied, "Your father." The middle-aged man was taken aback, not expecting such crudeness from the young Taoist with delicate features. Then, without further ado, he witnessed a powerful slash aimed at his neck. Clang! Li Yanchu wasted no time, delivering a decisive blow as he cursed the man. The middle-aged man sidestepped, delivering a powerful palm strike aimed directly at Li Yanchu's chest. With 30 years of mastery in the iron sand palm technique, he could effortlessly shatter stone. The force behind his strike was formidable that I in the blink of an eye. The two had exchanged 7 or 8 blows, each one perilously intense. Swish, Li Yanchu swung his blade, infusing it with the 6 yang energy, which manifested as a flash of crimson light. A searing heat radiated from his weapon, slicing through the fabric of the middle-aged man's arm. That was close. Beneath his clothing, the middle-aged man wore a renowned soft armor, capable of withstanding ordinary blades and arrows. Acquired by chance, he never anticipated that the young Taoist would so easily sever his protective gear with a single strike. The combatants moved with the swiftness of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their fists and feet colliding resonated like thunder. The Tian hand, imbued with intricate and domineering martial techniques, was immensely powerful. As Li Yanchu unleashed it, he directly channeled the 6 yang energy into the middle-aged man's body. The latter felt an increasing sense of alarm. Such a young master had emerged in Wei City. Had he not possessed a robust vitality, he would surely have been injured by that 6 yang energy. Even so, the middle-aged man felt a heaviness in his chest, as if his breath were being scorched by flames. After engaging with the middle-aged man, Li Yanchu's internal energy surged with a fierce intensity, his blood coursing faster than ever. The 6 yang energy within him grew, increasingly fervent and sharp. Swish, following another exchange, the middle-aged man found a gash opened on his chest, blood spilling forth. Had it not been for his soft armor, this strike would have severely wounded him. However, Li Yanchu too felt the impact of the middle-aged man's iron sandpalm strike upon his shoulder, producing a dull thud. The middle-aged man was struck with dread. His opponent remained unscathed, and he could sense a subtle counterforce emanating from him. This was the protective energy cultivated by Li Yanchu after mastering the Hunyuan Gong. Who on earth is this young man? A flicker of fear crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. Suddenly, a name sprang to mind. Recently, the most talked-about figure in Wei City was a Taoist from Qingyun Temple, renowned for slaying evil spirits and apprehending the notorious criminal Li Yanchu, gaining fame throughout the city. Could it be him? The middle-aged man felt certain. Otherwise, how could there be so many capable young Taoists? This certainly posed a threat to the existence of martial practitioners. Clang! The blade flashed. Li Yanchu cleaved down upon the middle-aged man's hand, causing blood to spatter. Ah! The middle-aged man screamed, retreating hastily. You dare to engage me and still allow your mind to wander? Li Yanchu sneered. These rogue martial artists were hardly professional. The middle-aged man was filled with trepidation. The opponent's strength was clearly beyond his own, nearing that of a second-tier martial artist. The sheer brute force, the searing internal energy, and the peculiar defense were utterly insurmountable, instilling fear even in a seasoned martial expert like him. After losing a hand, the middle-aged man prepared to flee, propelling himself with a sudden burst of speed, his form blurring as he moved. Li Yanchu pursued him, his movements even swifter. Thud! A head flew from the middle-aged man's body, which continued to sprint forward for several steps before collapsing to the ground. Li Yanchu stood resolute, blade in hand. Feng Qinglong gazed in astonishment. Was this truly the same young Taoist who had previously sought her counsel on martial arts? How had he become so formidable? Although she had not encountered the middle-aged man before, she could discern from his martial style that he was likely the second-in-command of the Wuhu gang. Known as the Iron Palm Shatterer, a seasoned warrior, he had claimed countless lives in the martial world. His prowess second only to that of the gang leader. She could not fathom why she had attracted the ire of the Wuhu gang. Yet Li Yanchu's strength left her in such a young age. He possessed such martial prowess. His vitality was akin to a raging furnace. No wonder he can vanquish evil spirits. His energy is utterly overwhelming, Feng Qinglong mused. At this moment, Li Yanchu, wielding a sharp, ancient blade, exuded the presence of a master swordsman. Standing firm, he declared, I am unmatched. Yet the next moment his expression soured. Oh no, that horse was stolen from someone else, and now it's dead. Feng Qinglong smiled gently. It was still him. She had momentarily forgotten that this eccentric fellow possessed the demeanor of a master. Despite the earlier concern for the horse, Li Yanchu crouched down, asking with genuine concern, How are you? Can you still walk? Feng Qinglong shook her head. I've been injured in my leg and cannot stand. Had the middle-aged man not been merciful, she would likely have suffered severe injuries. Fortunately, her wounds were merely superficial. Observing Feng Qinglan's bloodied thigh and arm, Li Yanchu furrowed his brow. I have no hemostatic medicine on me to at this rate. Even if you reach Wei City, your condition will worsen, and your life may be at risk. Feng Qinglan was acutely aware of this. Moreover, her internal organs had sustained hidden injuries, and without timely treatment, she might face lingering ailments that could shorten her lifespan. I was too overconfident and fell into the enemy's ambush. This serves as a lesson, Feng Qinglan remarked. She cast a grateful glance at Li Yanchu, saying, had you not come to my aid, the consequences would have been dire. Faced with such a seasoned rogue, Feng Qinglan would have found it nearly impossible to escape unscathed. Being sullied would be more unbearable than death. Li Yanchu shook his head, deflecting the praise, and frowned. What will you do about your injury? Feng Qinglan chuckled lightly. It is of no consequence, such as the fate of those in the martial world. At this point, she expressed a hint of regret. I do have hemostatic medicine in my bundle at the inn, but Haven T brought it with me recently. Chapter 32. The Swift Blade. In truth, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of Li Yanchu, neglecting her usual caution while traversing the martial world, forgetting her master's admonitions. Furthermore, now serving as an officer in Wei City, she had let her guard down. She anticipated that her overconfidence would lead her into the clutches of these brigands. Suddenly, Li Yanchu's eyes lit up. An idea struck him, and he employed a technique to summon objects from afar. Come. A bundle suddenly appeared in his hand. Feng Qinglan's eyes widened. From where had this bundle come? How could it materialize out of thin air? Upon closer inspection, she grew even more astonished. The bundle looked increasingly familiar. Is this my bundle? She exclaimed in disbelief. Li Yanchu nodded. Indeed, this is a Taoist technique. I was unsure what your hemostatic medicine looked like, so I retrieved your entire bundle. He spoke as if it were a trivial matter. Feng Qinglan was taken aback, feeling unworthy of Li Yanchu's attention. Her romantic aspirations slipping further away. Which one is the hemostatic medicine? Li Yanchu opened the bundle to find several small porcelain vials inside. Feng Qinglan softly replied, the white one is the hemostatic medicine, and the red vial contains the blood-stanching powder. Use the blood-stanching powder first, then the hemostatic medicine for the best effect. Her sex hemostatic medicine and blood-stanching powder were remarkably effective. Following Feng Qinglan's instructions, Li Yanchu began to apply the medicine and bandage her wounds. Inevitably, he brushed against her skin, causing a faint blush to appear on Feng Qinglan's face. Li Yanchu maintained his composure. He was oblivious to others' perceptions, and he certainly held no inappropriate thoughts in the presence of such a bloodied body. Within Feng Qinglan's bundle were a few intimate garments, which Li Yanchu casually rifled through, further reddening her cheeks. Wow! This hemostatic medicine is remarkably effective. Your complexion is already looking healthier, Li Yanchu remarked, genuinely surprised. He did not think of anything else. For him, the intimate garments of this era were excessively modest. In his previous life, many girls wore far less on the streets. Feng Qinglan felt even more bashful upon hearing this. Suddenly, her internal energy faltered, and a trickle of blood escaped her lips. What's wrong? Li Yanchu inquired. It's nothing. I sustained some internal injuries earlier, and I need to recuperate when I return. Feng Qinglan explained. Li Yanchu pondered for a moment before placing his hand on her delicate wrist. Let me try to help you. Without further ado, Li Yanchu focused on channeling his internal energy into Feng Qinglan. The energy cultivated through Taoist practices, known as innate qi, represented a refined form of power, far superior to the acquired energy cultivated by ordinary martial artists. It could be used for healing, unblocking meridians, and revitalizing the internal organs. The energy coursing through Li Yanchu was significantly stronger than that he had used to expel the dark energy from the wife of Captain Wang. As the energy flowed into Feng Qinglan, her complexion visibly improved. She felt a warm, gentle force entering her body, revitalizing her internal organs. Her injuries began to mend, a stark contrast to the dire state she had been in moments earlier, leaving her unable to suppress a soft moan. Realizing her utterance, she blushed deeply, feeling mortified that Li Yanchu, however, remained undeterred. Fully engrossed in healing her, he had long pondered why, In dramas and martial arts novels, male protagonists would treat others' injuries over clothing. Yet when it came to female leads or other women, they must be unclothed. The innate qi he cultivated did not pose such concerns, thus losing an opportunity for genuine intimacy with Feng Qinglan. As Li Yanchu's energy flowed into her, all of Feng Qinglan's injuries healed, including some latent internal wounds that had been concealed. The cost was that Li Yanchu's internal spiritual energy had been completely depleted. There was not a single drop left. Feng Qinglan, being a martial artist, could naturally sense the subtle changes within her body. She sincerely expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." This was not only a matter of saving her life, but also of healing her wounds. Upon noticing that Feng Qinglan's injuries had improved, with the bleeding from her arms and legs having ceased and the wounds beginning to heal, Li Yanchu felt a sense of relief that he jested. "How will you repay me?" Feng Qinglan was taken aback. She was at a loss for how to respond. Just as she was about to speak, Li Yanchu interrupted her. He chuckled. It is often said that when a young heroine is saved by a handsome stranger, she will declare, "Such great kindness, I have no way to repay. I can only offer my body in gratitude." If the savior is old and ugly, she might say, "For saving my life, I have no means to repay. In my next life, I shall work as a servant for my benefactor." Perhaps you should refrain from saying such things. If you were to claim you would serve me in your next life, it would imply I am rather unattractive. Feng Qinglan laughed softly, her mirth akin to the melting of ice and snow, exceedingly enchanting. This glitch, worn thin in the past life, was a novelty to Feng Qinglan in this world, and it brought her genuine joy. Li Yanchu then approached the corpse of the middle-aged man who had just been slain. Feng Qinglan, puzzled, inquired, "What are you doing?" With a faint smile, Li Yanchu replied, "Examining the body." He adeptly searched the deceased man and retrieved 300 taels in silver notes, along with some loose silver and a token. "Ah, this fellow only brought money with him," Li Yanchu remarked with a hint of amazement. He examined the token in his hand, a contemplative look crossing his face. "What is this token?" he murmured. Feng Qinglan glanced at it and said, "This is the token of the Waha gang. It should belong to a high-ranking member of the gang." Li Yanchu was momentarily taken aback. Waha gang. He was not unfamiliar with the name. Weiqing had a dock facilitating water transport, and the Waha gang controlled the dock there, boasting numerous followers, including martial arts masters. "Then this man seems to hold a significant position within the Waha gang," Li Yanchu commented, noting the fact that he carried 300 taels of silver. The gang was indeed quite wealthy. Feng Qinglan nodded. "If I am not mistaken, this man should be the second in command of the Waha gang." Having never heard of him, Li Yanchu slightly nodded that as a Taoist, he did not truly count himself among the martial world. "Is this connected to the wanted criminals you dispatched a few days ago?" Li Yanchu's mind was quick to connect the dots. Feng Qinglan pondered for a moment. "It is possible." Suddenly recalling something, she exclaimed, "Oh no! There are two more martial artists, both formidable. One wields a spear and the other an axe." Li Yanchu laughed. "One has been slain by me, and the other has been incapacitated." Feng Qinglan expressed her concern. "The man with the spear appears to be from the Shui family of Jincheng. Very troublesome." "Wait, what did you just say?" She finally realized that both of the martial artists had been dealt with by Li Yanchu. Chapter 33. Is something amiss? I did not expect you to possess such talent in martial arts. How did you train? Feng Qinglan inquired with curiosity. Previously, she had mentioned that Li Yanchu's martial arts aptitude was mediocre and that he would never achieve anything remarkable, merely capable of dealing with 3 or 4 ordinary people. She was taken aback by how swiftly her assumptions had been proven wrong. Li Yanchu explained, "I simply practiced and eventually broke through." Feng Qinglan regretted her inquiry. She should not have asked. Li Yanchu approached her and said, "You have been injured. Perhaps I should carry you back." Feng Qinglan's face flushed, and she softly replied, "No need. I can manage myself." Li Yanchu nodded. "Very well. Let us proceed." With that, he turned to leave. Feng Qinglan was momentarily stunned. She had been modest, yet he did not even ask. Seeing Li Yanchu about to depart, she followed him. However, the pain in her wound caused her to wince involuntarily, letting out a soft groan. Upon hearing her, Li Yanchu turned back, suggesting, Perhaps I should carry you after all, if your wound were to reopen. It would be quite troublesome. This time, Feng Qingyun remained silent, merely giving a subtle nod. Then, to her surprise, Li Yanchu offered her a piece of clothing, her own garments from her bundle. Put this on for now. It would be inconvenient for you to change here among these desolate mountains. And your current clothes are torn that it would not do for others to see you like this, Li Yanchu stated. Feng Qingyun bit her lip, nodded, and accepted the clothing that Li Yanchu added. Allow me to assist. Take care of your arm. He deftly helped her put on the garment. Fortunately, I brought your bundle. Otherwise, if you don my Taoist robe, others might think I had taken advantage of you, he chuckled. Feng Qingyun's face flushed again, and she retorted, one cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth. Li Yanchu paid her retort no mind. He turned around and lifted Feng Qingyun onto his back, then began walking in the direction of Weiqing, but as she lay against him. Inhaling his comforting masculine scent, Feng Qingyun felt an overwhelming sense of security. His considerate nature moved her, and she let out a long sigh of relief. When Li Yanchu passed by the dilapidated temple, they encountered officers searching for fugitives. Upon entering the temple, they stumbled upon the two fallen martial artists in a pool of blood. An older officer exclaimed, "This man seems to be the infamous Black Fiend Zhang Linghu." A commotion ensued among the crowd with exclamations of shock. The name Black Fiend Zhang Linghu invoked memories of a notorious wanted criminal who had once slaughtered 27 people in a single night. He had vanished from the public eye over the years, and if not for the case being handled by this older officer, he would not have recognized him. The officers were astonished. Black Fiend Zhang Linghu was a renowned martial artist. And to find him now, having lost an arm and become a cripple, was a shocking revelation that it was at this moment that the officers noticed Li Yanchu, carrying Feng Qingyun on his back. "It is Taoist Li Yanchu and Miss Qingyun," one officer cried out in astonishment. A throng of armed officers rushed toward them. Feng Qingyun, with her youthful beauty, exceptional swordsmanship, and aloof demeanor, perfectly embodied the image of a heroine in the martial world as a head of a faction in Weiqing. Her mysterious disappearance had left the officers deeply concerned. Seeing Li Yanchu, some officers began to piece together the events. No wonder the scene of Zhang Linghu's demise seemed familiar. It was the work of Taoist Li Yanchu. The officers recalled the incident at the Taiping Inn, where Li Yanchu had brutally incapacitated the wanted criminal Liang Qi. Such ruthless methods were not easily forgotten. When Li Yanchu mentioned having slain another foe, the officers were even more taken aback. This Taoist Li Yanchu is indeed a force to be reckoned with. They were well-versed in handling such matters and quickly dispatched personnel to take action. Li Yanchu carried Feng Qingyun back to Weiqing. Upon seeing her sister return, the innkeeper's wife exhaled a sigh of relief and hastily sent for a physician. After escorting Feng Qingyun back to the inn, Li Yanchu returned to Qingyun Temple. "Wahagang, you say?" Li Yanchu mused as he sat at a table, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes that he had not anticipated that his recent encounters would involve not merely supernatural entities, but human calamities. Concerned about the second-in-command of the Waha gang who had orchestrated the ambush on Feng Qingyun, Li Yanchu pondered whether this was a personal vendetta or an order from the gang's leader. A look of contemplation crossed his face. News of Li Yanchu's exploits soon reached the ears of the citizens of Weiqing, amplifying his notoriety that as he walked through the streets, many gazed at him with newfound respect. After all, he was a man who had slain wanted criminals. The local authorities had issued a notice regarding the deceased, a man named Lu Diyuan, who was also a wanted fugitive and had once been a bandit leader known for his heinous deeds. After escaping a military siege, he had come to Weiqing, only to meet his demise alongside Zhang Ling as for the second-in-command of the Waha gang. The gang feigned ignorance and took measures to distance themselves from the incident, ensuring no repercussions for themselves. This was likely due to the cautious nature of County Magistrate Su, who was wary of a gang that controlled the docks. The leader of the Waha gang had once been the most formidable martial artist in Weiqing 20 years prior. And despite his advancing age and diminished involvement in martial affairs, the gang's influence still commanded respect. Li Yanchu learned of these developments through County Magistrate Su, who, as expected, rewarded him for his actions. However, Magistrate Su also utilized this opportunity to send a subtle warning to the Waha gang. Regardless of whether they were implicated, Feng Qingyun's safety was assured for the time, being that in their eagerness to distance themselves from the incident. The Waha gang would likely send people to protect her instead. This time, Li Yanchu unexpectedly earned 100 merit points, which took him by surprise. It appears that not only slaying malevolent entities grants merit, eliminating heinous individuals does as well. However, Li Yanchu sensed that the situation was not so straightforward. For the act of killing to cultivate one's skills could easily lead one astray. It was not guaranteed that merit would be awarded each time. Thus, he chose not to dwell too heavily on this matter, focusing primarily on his main goal of confronting the malevolent spirits and demons. 3 days passed that Li Yanchu was meditating in the temple, practicing the Huangting Dao Jing. The act of breathing and regulating one's qi had a calming effect on the mind and spirit. That Li Yanchu's daily schedule was quite full, and his practice of the divine invocation technique was steadily progressing. He had mastered 3 martial art secrets: the Hunyuan Gong, the Tiangang Hand, and the Luyang swordplay, achieving the pinnacle of each. Consequently, he had successfully ascended to the level of a second-tier master. That an overdue business opportunity unexpectedly presented itself. The wealthy merchant Feng family in the city was in turmoil, causing widespread panic among the populace. They specifically sent someone to Qingyun Temple to request Li Yanchu to take charge. Weiqing boasted convenient water transport and a thriving economy, rendering it a relatively prosperous place. The Feng family was a prominent local clan, specializing in the medicinal herb trade, with substantial financial resources. Chapter 34. Have you seen my child? At the Feng residence, Aunt Lu, an elder of the household, was responsible for making pastries in the kitchen and was known for her exceptional skills, much to the delight of the young masters and misses of the Feng family. After finally getting a rare day off, Aunt Lu planned to buy some small trinkets for the children and take a good look at her husband and kids. Upon leaving the Feng residence, she took a familiar route through a narrow alley, intending to purchase some items for the children first. "Child, my child!" Suddenly, Aunt Lu spotted a disheveled woman at the alley's entrance, her eyes vacant, muttering to herself. The woman appeared to be relatively young. Aunt Lu shook her head. Although the world seemed quite peaceful nowadays, cases of child abduction still occurred frequently. She had encountered several women who had lost their children and succumbed to madness. The profound grief was a burden that few could bear. So pitiful. Aunt Lu sighed, moving closer. That as she passed the disheveled woman, she felt a sudden chill on her wrist. The madwoman had seized her. "Have you seen my child?" Aunt Lu's heart raced, and she turned to face the woman, only to meet a pair of bloodshot eyes fixated upon her, sending chills down her spine. "What do you want?" Aunt Lu exclaimed, startled, and quickly broke free from the woman's grip. Initially intending to berate her, Aunt Lu's heart softened upon witnessing the woman's tragic condition. Shaking her head, she replied, "I have not seen your child." As she spoke, she began to retreat, seeing that the woman did not follow her, but stood there in a daze. Aunt Lu breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away. However, she felt a strange chill at her neck, as if someone were breathing down her back. Unable to shake off the discomfort, she quickened her pace. This alley was secluded and lengthy, yet paradoxically, it was the closest route to her home. Furthermore, it allowed her to pass through a bustling street where she could buy things for the children. Thus, Aunt Lu frequently traversed this path. Her wrist throbbed with swelling, prompting her to furrow her brow. That woman has an extraordinary grip. Turning a corner, she stepped over a small puddle in her embroidered shoes. After another 2 bends, she would reach the lively street, and at that moment, she longed to be amidst a crowd bang. As she turned, she collided with someone. "Ouch! Why don't you watch where you're going?" Aunt Lu's words were abruptly cut off. As if someone had clutched her throat, to her shock, the person before her was none other than the disheveled woman. "Have you seen my child?" The woman's voice echoed eerily, identical to before, her eyes vacant and expression blank. Bloodshot once more, Aunt Lu felt her back drenched in sweat, a wave of cold dread rising from her core. "And no," she stammered, resembling a ghost, shaking her head before fleeing in a panic. She had not anticipated encountering the woman again after having walked so far. What a cursed place. There's only one path. How could she have gotten ahead of me? Aunt Lu swallowed hard, unable to resist glancing back, discovering the woman still standing there, fixated upon her, murmuring incoherently. Aunt Lu felt her mind becoming hazy. She turned to escape, but was suddenly gripped by a cold hand from behind. "Have you seen my child?" The woman's voice was mechanical. Aunt Lu's heart raced, threatening to leap from her chest. She barely uttered a word before being dragged back. The alley was filled with unsettling sounds, and then silence fell upon arriving at the Feng residence. Li Yanchu immediately sensed an air of desolation. The layout bore similarities to the Qin residence, both designed to harmonize with the natural elements, having consulted feng shui experts during their construction to attract wealth, prosper the clan, and safeguard the household. However, upon entering, Li Yanchu felt an unsettling sensation, albeit faint. The servants at the Feng residence appeared lethargic and lost in thought, each bearing a heavy heart. Upon reaching the back courtyard, Li Yanchu finally understood the source of his discomfort. The Feng residence was unnaturally quiet, eerily so. The steward had already briefed him on the situation. A cook named Aunt Lu had gone missing while visiting her family. Although the gatekeeper had seen her leave, her husband had not witnessed her return. Days passed, and eventually, Aunt Lu's body was discovered in a nearby alley, disheveled and curled up in a corner. Strangely enough, while the alley was secluded, it saw a fair number of passers-by daily. Yet no one had noticed Aunt Lu's corpse until a group of children playing nearby stumbled upon it. Officials dispatched a coroner to examine the body, confirming that she had been dead for several days. The estimated time of death aligned closely with her departure from the Feng residence, and her body exhibited livor mortis. However, there were no visible wounds or signs of a struggle, leading to the case being labeled a mystery by the Weiqing authorities. From the day after Aunt Lu's body was found, strange occurrences began plaguing the Feng residence. Did the maid hear the sound of a woman crying from this room? Li Yanchu inquired, pointing to a particular chamber. "Yes, this is Aunt Lu's room," the steward replied, a hint of panic flickering in his eyes as he instinctively distanced himself from the door. Ever since Aunt Lu's body was discovered, a maid had reported hearing the cries of a strange woman emanating from the deceased's quarters. The guards who patrolled at night found no one in Aunt Lu's room, not even a shadow. The steward's voice trembled. A glimmer of concern crossed Li Yanchu's features. With the Qingyi festival approaching, it seemed that Weiqing was experiencing an upsurge in bizarre incidents. For ordinary folk, dealing with such matters was beyond their capacity. The steward remarked, "The servants believe it to be the work of a vengeful ghost, not only responsible for Aunt Lu's demise, but also seeking the lives of everyone in the household." Li Yanchu reassured him, "Do not worry excessively. I shall remain in this room tonight. If a ghost truly exists, I will do my utmost to safeguard the Feng residence." Though still somewhat anxious, the steward felt a slight sense of relief that Li Yanchu, a renowned Taoist priest in Weiqing, was sought after not only for his profound knowledge of the mystical arts, but also for his martial prowess. The Feng family had invited this young priest to instill confidence in the people and eradicate malevolent forces. Li Yanchu settled into the haunted room. After performing a divination, he felt a chill run down his spine. The room was heavy with yin energy, saturated with a dampness that was uncomfortable for someone of his cultivation. Chapter 35. Unmoved as a mountain. Could it be the spirit of someone who drowned? Li Yanchu shook his head, dismissing the notion. Typically, the souls of those who accidentally fell into water could not leave that place. Water is an extremely yin and malevolent element, obstructing such souls from reincarnation unless a substitute is found. Li Yanchu remained unperturbed, recognizing that the realm of spirits was far more complex than that of mortals. The variety of yin souls was vast, and sometimes, even seeing them with one's own eyes did not guarantee recognition. Li Yanchu had not brought his Zhangjiao sword, as it was a sacred weapon. Had he brought it with him, ordinary malevolent spirits would surely be deterred from approaching. Such an outcome was not his intention. He was here to help others and vanquish evil. The possibility of facing a powerful spirit that could threaten his life was not something he contemplated. A practitioner of the Tao should not be so timid as to let malevolent forces roam free, endangering lives. Otherwise, they would never achieve anything in life, nor would they truly embody the essence of a cultivator. Li Yanchu practiced martial arts and cultivation to enhance his strength, not to become a coward. The courtyard housing Aunt Lu's room was deserted. The maids had been frightened away by the cries of the mysterious woman. Li Yanchu pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was tidy, the bedding neatly arranged, but it was evident that no one had stayed there for several days. The atmosphere felt cold and desolate, devoid of any warmth that a dwelling inhabited by people would naturally exude vitality, whereas long-abandoned houses often became sites of strange occurrences. Aunt Lu was a tidy person and did not indulge in excessive adornment. So there was little trace of cosmetics in the room. Li Yanchu remained calm and composed, choosing not to practice martial arts or meditate, but instead pulled out a book of folklore and began to read. Completely at ease, that he appeared more like a refined scholar than a Taoist priest, his fair complexion and clean attire betraying his true profession. Little did anyone suspect that he was not only a legitimate practitioner of the Tao, but also a formidable martial artist with a powerful aura. Engrossed in the tale, Li Yanchu found the imaginative elements quite captivating, transcending the boundaries of time. The book described a practitioner who could summon the winds and rain, command the elements with a mere gesture, and even transmute stones into gold. This fellow seems to have a fair understanding of Taoist magic. Li Yanchu mused with a smile that as night fell. Li Yanchu decided to go to the Feng residence to fetch a meal. Distanku. It was originally supposed to be someone sent to deliver this to you. How could it be right for you to come in person? The steward of the Feng residence said apologetically. Li Yanchu waved his hand and replied, "That room is haunted, and with the darkness settling in, anyone sent to deliver food would surely be frightened. That it is better for me to come myself." The steward of the Feng residence felt a pang of emotion. The surrounding maids and servants were also somewhat moved. Taoist Yanchu is truly a good person, they thought, gaining a newfound appreciation for him. They had not anticipated that this renowned master of the Tao in Wei City would be so approachable. After all, Li Yanchu had slain numerous wanted criminals. Initially, they expected him to be a towering figure exuding an intimidating aura, yet he turned out to be a remarkably handsome young man. Had it not been for the Feng family patriarch being away on business and Madame Feng recently bedridden, it would have been she who received Li Yanchu. Several wealthy merchants in Wei City had received Li Yanchu's favor and regarded him as an esteemed guest. The county magistrate also held Li Yanchu in high regard. The Tao finds such a significant figure without any airs about him was indeed rare. Li Yanchu returned to Sister Lu's room, carrying a food box that he intended to stay in this room tonight, also to reassure the hearts of the Feng family members. When the populace is anxious, they are easily preyed upon by malevolent forces. When one's spirit is weak and their inner fire dim, they become susceptible to unclean entities. Sister Lu's room faced the courtyard door. At this moment, the window was half closed and the light within was dim. As Li Yanchu dined, he could clearly see the serene, shadowy courtyard and the tranquil surroundings outside the gate, that an ordinary person might feel a twinge of fear and conjure up ill thoughts. However, with his exceptional skills and fearless demeanor, Li Yanchu remained unfazed, relishing the exquisite dinner laid out before him. The sumptuous feast was not inferior to the finest establishments in Wei City. As he savored the dishes and sipped his wine, his mood was quite pleasant. As night deepened, after indulging in a hearty meal, Li Yanchu settled onto the bed and closed his eyes to rest. About an hour passed. Creak. The door to the room emitted a sound. Li Yanchu opened his eyes, casting a cold glance in that direction. At that moment, the door was ajar, and he descended from the bed. "I distinctly remember closing the door," Li Yanchu murmured to himself, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As he approached the bedside, the candlelight in the room flickered ominously, casting an unstable shadow throughout the chamber. A chill swept in, causing the temperature to plummet several degrees. A mere trifling skill, Li Yanchu mused, not even bothering to open his eyes as strange occurrences unfolded within the room. Were an ordinary person in his position, they would likely be pale with fright by now. Yet, Li Yanchu remained calm and unperturbed, waiting for the peculiar sound of a woman's weeping. Time ticked by, and a sense of drowsiness began to creep over him. His eyelids growing heavy, he felt a sudden jolt within. Ever since he began practicing the Huang Ting Dao Jing and entered the initial stage of qi cultivation, his spirit had been significantly stronger than that of ordinary people. The most evident manifestation was that unless he actively sought rest, he seldom felt drowsy, especially now, when he was fully focused, channeling the spiritual energy within him. The vitality of his internal organs surged, banishing that strange weariness. The eerie phenomenon within the room subsided, as if nothing had ever transpired, that Li Yanchu remained like a meditative monk, unmoving as a mountain. At last, in the midst of silence, he faintly heard the eerie sound of a woman weeping, seemingly distant, yet as if whispering right beside him. That it was a voice that sent shivers down the spine. The atmosphere around him became chaotic, rendering his qi observation techniques unable to discern the source of the woman's wailing. That moment, a spine-chilling sight materialized in the room, that a woman appeared before Li Yanchu. Her pallid face fixed intently upon him, alarmingly close. Li Yanchu opened his eyes. The ghostly visage before him, blood streaming from 7 orifices, was terrifying beyond words. Having prepared himself long ago, Li Yanchu remained unfazed despite the woman's proximity. A cold smile gracing his lips, akin to a villain from a ghost story. "Got you." To the ghost's astonishment, Li Yanchu not only displayed no fear, but instead, his eyes blazed with intensity as he struck out with a punch. Fiery energy surged from his fist, radiating as if he were a blazing sun, his vitality like a rainbow. Chapter 36. The White Shadow of the Woman. The ghost, with her pale complexion and blood-streaked face, was immediately knocked back by Li Yanchu's punch. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ghost emitted sounds akin to hot oil splashing onto the ghost. Li Yanchu's robust vitality appeared like that of a rampaging ancient beast. Bang! As Li Yanchu's fist struck, an explosive sound reverberated. The ghost's long hair flailed wildly as her fingers curled like claws, lunging directly at Li Yanchu. Boom! A tremendous force not only sent the vengeful spirit reeling, but also collapsed a wall within the room. The enormous noise drew the attention of the Feng residence's inhabitants. Several burly guards rushed in, their faces tense as they brandished their weapons. In the briefest of moments, Li Yanchu had vanquished the ghost. "Do not approach," Li Yanchu commanded coldly. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Li Yanchu's expression shifted. He had just dispatched the ghost using his Tiangang hand, yet the eerie sound of the woman's weeping still echoed in his ears. "Is there another one?" Li Yanchu summoned his Taoist techniques, beckoning for the Zhan Jiao Dao, readying himself for battle. "Get out of this courtyard quickly," he urged. The guards exchanged glances before turning to flee. However, one of them suddenly collapsed, his body stiffening in agony. To an ordinary observer, it appeared as though he were choking, unable to catch his breath. Yet, in Li Yanchu's eyes, black strands of hair resembling that of a woman were sprouting violently from the guard's orifices, causing his eyes to roll back in terror. The hair was damp, as if just pulled from water. "What is wrong with you?" a guard cried urgently, attempting to check on his companion. But Li Yanchu was faster, darting like the wind to position himself before the afflicted guard. "You all need to step back. He is under the control of a malevolent spirit." Li Yanchu had no time to explain further, urging the guards to retreat. The 2 guards' expressions changed dramatically as they hastily stepped back, then turned to leave. Li Yanchu placed his palm upon the guard's chest, infusing him with the power of the 6 yang. Attempting to harm the innocent. "You are courting death." Li Yanchu's gaze was icy, his voice resonating like thunder. Yes, the 6 yang energy flowed into the guard. The woman's hair within his orifices began to recede, no longer growing frantically. However, the sheer volume of hair was overwhelming, halting its retreat at a certain point. Li Yanchu swiftly produced a yellow talisman. "Today, I will shatter your soul," he declared as he pressed the 5 Thunder Talisman against the guard's chest. The 5 Thunder Talisman contained pure lightning magic, and its thunderous aura repelled malevolent spirits upon contact. Li Yanchu did not activate the talisman. He merely applied it. The woman's hair within the guard's orifices dissolved as if encountering a natural enemy. "This 5 Thunder Talisman is indeed formidable," Li Yanchu thought with delight. He had intended to combine the 5 Thunder Talisman with the 6 Yang energy to forcibly dispel the evil, but it turned out the talisman alone was sufficient to scare off the woman's hair. The guard was finally saved from the brink of death, though he remained exceedingly weak. Suddenly, amidst the still, chilling night, the sound of a woman weeping echoed, seemingly emanating from all directions, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The eerie sound, emerging unexpectedly in the tranquil night, carried a sinister, haunting quality, as if drawing nearer with each moment. The surroundings fell into a chilling silence, akin to a desolate mountain pool. No sound whatsoever. The woman's weeping grew closer and closer, as if relentless. Then, Li Yanchu heard a peculiar sound, akin to a multitude of serpents slithering down. A mass of black hair surged from the ground, resembling a tidal wave of darkness, rushing toward him. The guard lying on the ground, having just regained consciousness, was met with a sight that sent chills down his spine, causing him to faint once more. Li Yanchu frowned, but remained silent. The woman's hair engulfed the area, threatening to tear him to shreds. "You seek death." Li Yanchu unsheathed the Zhan Jiao Dao, a heavy aura of malice radiating around him. The Zhan Jiao Dao had slain countless heinous individuals, its malevolent aura far surpassing that of many executioners' blades. Even weapons of war bore no comparison to such a potent presence. As the Zhan Jiao Dao was drawn, the oncoming tide of black hair was momentarily halted. Yet, the malevolent spirits behind it seemed unyielding. Li Yanchu was the first to strike. The blade glowed red as the scorching energy surged forth. Whoosh! The dark tide was cleaved, creating a gap. Then, with relentless strikes, Li Yanchu unleashed a flurry of blade energy, sweeping through the entirety of the black wave. Crack, crack, crack! Thunderous sounds echoed through the realm as Li Yanchu activated the six-yang blade technique. Slicing through the woman's hair, clearing a circular area of 3 zhang. Like a wolf among sheep, Li Yanchu charged at the flowing black hair, his Zhan Jiao Dao shimmering with cold light as he shredded the woman's hair to pieces. The pervasive presence of these women, with their flowing locks, could not penetrate his being. Li Yanchu, not only brimming with vitality akin to a blazing furnace, also possessed an intangible protective aura, rendering this malevolent spirit utterly helpless and causing it to retreat in defeat. However, the black hair surged like an overwhelming tide. In the briefest of moments, the void left by the severed strands was rapidly filled once more. A flicker of grim determination flashed across Li Yanchu's face. With the Zhanjiao knife in his hand, swift as a tempest, he stirred up a whirlwind of dust and debris within the courtyard, the blade's radiance continuously flickering. Swoosh, 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 infused with the formidable 6-yang energy of the 18th level. The Zhanjiao knife ignited the black hair upon contact. The torrent of ebony tresses clashed with the crimson blade light, locked in a fierce stalemate. Ultimately, however, Li Yanchu's energy waned, and the blade's brilliance faltered ever so slightly, allowing the black hair to surge forth relentlessly. The thick humidity rendered the courtyard of the Feng residence reminiscent of a riverbed. Li Yanchu's protective aura severed the black hair, revealing a flicker of solemnity in his eyes. The tenacity of this female specter far surpassed that of ordinary malevolent entities, laden with an overwhelming presence of energy and resentment. In the pitch-black night, Li Yanchu beheld the ghostly figure of the woman, her aura of grievance soaring, her lips a ghastly shade of blue-black, her visage pale as death, her eyes devoid of whites, consumed by darkness. This was no ordinary specter. The manifestation of her energy in the form of black hair once again advanced towards Li Yanchu. Overwhelming in its approach. Chapter 37. The Five Thunders' Righteous Method. Li Yanchu's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he retrieved a yellow talisman from his bosom, preparing to invoke the 5 Thunder Talisman through his Taoist arts. 5 Thunders. Pure yang, righteous law of heaven and earth. Vanquish evil, kill. Thunder roared. Li Yanchu found himself enveloped in a blinding white light, the deafening crack of thunder ringing in his ears. Fortunately, the lightning was but a fleeting moment, and soon his vision returned. The once dense black hair had vanished, and the ghostly figure of the woman was obliterated by the pure yang of the 5 Thunders, the most potent, unyielding thunder of heaven and earth, specifically designed to eradicate energy, malevolent aura, and the stench of death, vanquishing all forms of impurity and evil. 1,000 merits gained. This time, Li Yanchu amassed more merit than he had in all his previous encounters combined, signifying the total annihilation of the ghostly figure. The lingering essence of the 5 Thunders' pure yang permeated the Feng residence, ensuring that no trace of energy would resurface for the foreseeable future. Having navigated the challenges of the Feng residence, Li Yanchu profoundly recognized the wisdom of his choices. Had he not been endowed with a five-thunder talisman, the malevolent entity he faced might well have claimed his life. He sensed that the talisman had diminished by a third of its spiritual resonance, indicating 2 remaining opportunities for use. Currently, the talisman merely required wearing to allow a trace of pure yang energy to infiltrate Li Yanchu's being, nurturing his spirit. The five-thunder talisman was formidable, epitomizing destruction. This recent slaying of the specter plaguing the Feng residents further showcased the essence of the five thunders righteous method. The relationship between Feng Qingyun and Li Yanchu had softened, and he often felt her gaze upon him tinged with an inexplicable warmth, a sentiment that had never been present before. The proprietress, however, discerned something amiss, her jealousy brewing, yet she refrained from voicing her discontent, choosing instead to occupy Li Yanchu's thoughts with her own allure during the evenings. Though unfortunately for her, Li Yanchu's physique was currently as vigorous as that of a wolf or tiger, robust and resilient, leading her to rise later than usual. While Li Yanchu practiced summoning techniques within the Taoist temple, he was accompanied by a young man clad in a dark robe, bearing a long sword upon his back. His countenance handsome and his demeanor ethereal. His name was Bai Hongtu, a scion of a wealthy family from Jinchuan Prefecture. His father not only commanded immense wealth, but also maintained close ties with high-ranking officials in the city. Wielding considerable influence, the second son of the Bai household, Bai Hongtu was raised under stringent discipline, acquiring martial skills from the family guards and Taoist arts from a wandering master. Yet, despite his privileged upbringing, his lifelong ambition had been to traverse the rivers and lakes, slaying demons and vanquishing evil. However, the strictures of his family prevented him from acting recklessly, seizing the opportunity presented by the Qingyi festival. He implored his father for an extended period to visit Weiqing and pay homage to the deity Qi. To his dismay, upon entering the city, his steed was stolen by a young Taoist. On the very first day of his journey through the rivers and lakes, Bai Hongtu experienced the harsh realities of this world. However, he later learned that the thief was a renowned Taoist from the Qingyun temple in Weiqing. Hearing of Li Yanchu's exploits ignited a fervor within him. As he yearned to be the protagonist of such tales, with admiration, he sought out Li Yanchu. Initially, Li Yanchu presumed this young man sought restitution, fortuitously having been troubled by the absence of a counterpart. However, upon conversing, he discovered that this was the son of the Bai family from Jinchuan and a dual practitioner of martial and Taoist arts. Li Yanchu felt a surge of joy. Nowadays, even the most prosperous Taoist temples were often filled with charlatans lacking authentic lineage and teachings. That to encounter a young man who was also a disciple of the Tao and practiced martial arts was a pleasant surprise. Bai Hongtu was even more enthusiastic, subtly proposing a friendly spar with Li Yanchu. Li Yanchu did not decline, in less than 10 exchanges. Bai Hongtu's sword was disarmed, his face flushed with embarrassment, though his martial skills were average. His keen perception made it evident that Li Yanchu had been holding back. Otherwise, a single strike would have sufficed to defeat him. As fellow youths, they quickly became familiar with one another, and Bai Hongtu often visited Qingyun Temple to seek out Li Yanchu. Yanchu, have you heard? Several children have gone missing outside the city, allegedly due to malevolent entities. Bai Hongtu remarked mysteriously, savoring a skewer of candied fruit. Li Yanchu shook his head. No, I've been at the temple these past few days. What does the magistrate say? Bai Hongtu scoffed. What else could he say? Captain Wang led a team to pursue the fugitive. He's not in Weiqing right now. Miss Fong has been stationed at the Qingyi temple and cannot leave. It was Head Dong who led the men. Yet they found nothing. Bai Hongtu spoke with familiarity, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Li Yanchu frowned. By the looks of you, are you considering intervening? Bai Hongtu chuckled. Exactly. As a man of the rivers and lakes, I cannot turn a blind eye to such matters. Moreover, my master has always taught me to uphold justice. Li Yanchu candidly replied. I see you are simply seeking fame. Bai Hongtu responded earnestly. As cultivators, it is our duty to save lives and vanquish evil. How can this be merely for the sake of renown? Li Yanchu countered. Yet you just claimed to be a man of the rivers and lakes. Bai Hongtu waved his hand dismissively. Such details are trivial. My purpose in coming here is to have you observe and witness my Taoist techniques. Li Yanchu teased. Are you worried you might not measure up and need me to back you up? Bai Hong to feign a pout. Now that's just unkind. Why reveal my vulnerabilities? Li Yanchu inquired curiously. I sometimes wonder why a rich young master like you is so invested in such matters. Bai Hong to ponder for a moment before responding. Could it be that I am inherently a chivalrous person? Li Yanchu remained silent. Regardless, Li Yanchu decided to accompany him. Bai Hong too, despite his scattered thoughts, possessed a genuinely kind heart, even leaning towards being overly generous. His temperament was amiable, devoid of any pretentious airs typical of the affluent. He often boasted about his family's vast estates and numerous shops. Yet Li Yanchu understood that the Bai family was indeed wealthy, and Bai Hongde did possess these assets. Nonetheless, the silver Bai Hongde carried was barely sufficient for his needs. The Bai family upheld strict household rules, with the patriarch fearing his younger son might become a reckless wastrel. Hence his upbringing was closely monitored. After befriending Li Yanchu, Bai Hongde seemed to open up, initially engaging in mutual banter, but it soon turned into Bai Hongde doing most of the talking, with Li Yanchu listening. Bai Hongde found Li Yanchu to be quite a worthwhile companion, well matched to his disposition. Chapter 38. The mountain demon and spirits. As the sun dipped below the horizon, nightfall descended. After finishing dinner, Li Yanchu and Bai Hongde rode side by side to the gates of Weiqing. Yanchu, if malevolent entities appear and attack you, remember not to panic. I will be waiting for you at the edge of the woods. Once outside the city gates, Bai Hongde, still feeling uneasy, reiterated his advice as they parted ways. Li Yanchu reassured him, you needn't worry. Bai Hongde was not concerned about his own safety from the malevolent entity, but feared that he might be unable to restrain himself. Thus overshadowing his glory, Li Yanchu pulled the reins and, under the tranquil night sky, ventured toward the woods that on the city walls behind them, a middle-aged man clad in official robes and bearing a stern expression, anxiously watched the figures of Li Yanchu and Bai Hongde. He was none other than the magistrate Su of Weiqing. The county deputy and the clerk behind him also bore tense expressions, betraying their anxiety. Clop, 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 clop. Li Yanchu rode into the woods, the sound of hooves echoing. The forest was shrouded in eerie silence, punctuated only by the whispering winds and the rustling of leaves, resembling ghostly applause. Li Yanchu guided his horse along the path through the woods, maintaining a measured pace. He had dripped a few drops of aged corpse oil onto himself to obscure his yang energy. This time, he wore not the Taoist robes but an elegant long garment. After being splashed with corpse oil, the vigorous, vital energy of the martial artist within him was shrouded, and Li Yanchu had managed to control the quantity. Resembling someone beset by misfortune and ill luck, such individuals are most susceptible to encountering unclean entities. That he had become bait, intending to lure out malevolent beings. Li Yanchu felt a sense of uncertainty in his heart, pondering whether this malevolent entity would be as ferocious as to prey upon the unwary in the woods outside the city. Soon, however, he realized he was overthinking. Indeed, recent events in Weiqing had been fraught with hidden dangers, attracting a multitude of sinister beings coveting their prey. Whoosh! With his current waning yang fire, Li Yanchu had not traversed the woods for long when a sudden gust of wind arose, imbued with an icy chill. His keen senses ignited an ominous premonition, and he felt an inexplicable throbbing at his temples. Hiss! The steed beneath him began to fidget restlessly, emitting anxious whinnies. Animals at times possess a sensitivity to foul entities that surpasses that of humans. It's coming! Li Yanchu's gaze darkened as he warily scanned the sides of the path, simultaneously jerking the reins to turn his horse's head. Rustle! A powerful gust swept through, and Li Yanchu suddenly heard a violent rustling of leaves overhead, as though some primordial beast were descending upon him. Without hesitation, he threw a punch. Bang! The shadow was repelled by his strike, yet Li Yanchu was also forced to stagger backward from the tremendous force. With a deft roll, he landed firmly on his feet. Hiss! The horse, which had been ridden, let out a mournful cry. Li Yanchu looked up to see it collapsed on the ground, while a shadowy figure, neither fully human nor beast, stood atop the fallen steed. Its blood-red eyes coldly fixed upon Li Yanchu. Whoosh! The shadow flickered, and in the next instant, appeared directly before him, moving with such speed that it seemed to leave only an afterimage. Seeking death. Li Yanchu barked, unleashing a powerful palm strike that generated a fierce gust of wind. Bang! A dull sound reverberated through the woods as the creature, resembling both man and beast, with an incredibly hard physique, remained unscathed despite being struck by Li Yanchu. Bang, bang, bang! The malevolent entity charged fiercely several times, each time temporarily repelled by Li Yanchu's strikes. Yet, rather than retreating, the creature's ferocity was incited, its gaze filled with malevolent resentment as it emitted a sound resembling that of a crying child. In the depths of the shadowy woods, this spectacle appeared both bizarre and terrifying to attain exit of the woods. Upon hearing the sounds of chaos emanating from within, Bai Hongtu's expression grew solemn. They have arrived. With a swift motion, Bai Hongtu dashed forward that Li Yanchu fought while retreating, leading the creature toward Bai Hongtu's position that on the city tower. Su Zhixian and others paled at the tremendous sounds coming from the woods, accompanied by the eerie cries of a child, causing their hearts to tighten. The monster has appeared. The creature, with a contorted body, lunged fiercely at Li Yanchu, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. "Get back!" Bai Hongtu shouted as he arrived, forming seals with his hands. Hearing this, Li Yanchu swiftly moved aside, that he witnessed Bai Hongtu's expression turn grave as a beam of golden light shot forth from his hand, colliding with the creature. Ah! The creature's body immediately froze, releasing a pained howl. Boundless heaven and earth, dragons and tigers unite, slash. Bai Hongtu bellowed, forming seals again with both hands that Li Yanchu then saw his sword unsheathed with a clang, transforming into a streak of white light that struck toward the ferocious entity. Thud! The sword pierced through the creature's chest, silencing its voice, and it fell lifelessly to the ground, appearing utterly deceased. All is well. Bai Hongtu called out to Li Yanchu. As Li Yanchu approached, he observed Bai Hongtu forming seals, causing the sword embedded in the creature's chest to return to its sheath. Controlling the sword to vanquish evil, such a technique is truly celestial, Li Yanchu remarked with a hint of envy. Bai Hongtu winked at Li Yanchu, striving to suppress his pride. Though his martial prowess paled in comparison to Li Yanchu's, Bai Hongtu's mastery of Taoist techniques was evidently superior, instilling within him a sense of accomplishment before Li Yanchu. In this world, only I and Yanchu are heroes. Clad in a dark Taoist robe and bearing a long sword, Bai Hongtu's handsome features gave him an ethereal appearance. This malevolent entity is surely dead, is it not? Li Yanchu inquired with concern. Previously, the similar paper effigies he had dispatched had their souls scattered upon defeat. This creature, however, exhibited immense strength, akin to mountain spirits and other corporeal monsters. Rest assured, this malevolent entity has been struck by my golden light spell and pierced through the heart by the flying sword. Its demise is inevitable, Bai Hongtu confidently replied with a smile. At that moment, sounds emanated from the direction of the city tower, revealing that Su Zhixian and his attendants were hastening towards them. Upon hearing the commotion, both Bai Hongtu and Li Yanchu turned to face the city tower. An unexpected turn of events. The corpse of the malevolent entity, which had seemingly perished, suddenly opened its eyes, its blood-red gaze glinting ominously as it sprang from the ground and lunged at Bai Hongtu. Bai Hongtu's expression shifted dramatically, and he staggered backward while hastily forming seals with his hands. The proximity of the ambush left him somewhat unprepared, but he had not anticipated that this malevolent entity would be so cunning, feigning death to deceive them. The creature, capable of emitting the cries of an infant, descended upon Bai Hongtu in an instant, leaving him no time to retaliate. That life is forfeit. Bai Hongtu's face paled, sensing that he might meet his end here today. However, a figure darted forth like lightning, delivering a powerful punch to the scheming malevolent entity. Chapter 39. Tracking Technique, Paper Effigy Bang. In that moment, Li Yanchu's entire being radiated with the fiery vigor of a furnace, his 6 yang force erupting forth. The malevolent entity's chest was obliterated, and before it could utter a cry of despair, it was sent sprawling backward. Li Yanchu swiftly appeared before the creature, unleashing a flurry of punches midair. Each strike carried tremendous force, embodying an overwhelming momentum. The malevolent entity lay powerless on the ground, its body shattered. Li Yanchu's mind resonated with a familiar sense of the Tao point 300 merit points. Bai Hongtu was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and began to take action. Go! The flying sword behind him unsheathed, morphing into a beam of white light that cleaved through the creature's body. This time, Bai Hongtu did not overestimate himself. He once again invoked a talisman. Boom! The talisman struck the flying, malevolent entity, igniting a burst of flames that engulfed its form. This time, the creature offered no further resistance. Li Yanchu's overwhelming strikes had decisively vanquished it. However, when Su Zhixian and the others arrived, they were met with the awe-inspiring sight of Bai Hongtu wielding his Taoist arts to exorcise evil. The sight was nothing short of miraculous. The creature's corpse, consumed by flames, swiftly turned to ashes. Bai Hongtu's face flushed red. Only moments ago, he had confidently proclaimed the creature's certain demise, yet it had deceived them and nearly claimed his life. Yanchu, thank you. It was nothing. The malevolent entity perished due to your flying sword and talisman that I merely assisted a little. Li Yanchu replied, modestly deflecting the praise for vanquishing the creature. Bai Hongtu cast a grateful glance at Li Yanchu, recognizing the value of this friendship. Just then, Su Zhixian and his men arrived, inquiring about the situation. Upon learning that the malevolent entity had been completely eliminated, he visibly relaxed, expressing his gratitude towards Bai Hongtu. And of course, the baiting Li Yanchu did in an instant. Bai Hongtu became the center of attention, his heart swelling with joy as he felt he was reaching the pinnacle of his life, that he was thoroughly pleased with Li Yanchu, viewing him as a lifelong confidant. The group returned to Weiqing, and the news of the malevolent entity's extermination spread swiftly from the government office, soon making Bai Hongtu's name known throughout Weiqing. Li Yanchu was intrigued by Bai Hongtu's Taoist techniques. The flying sword talisman clearly bore the hallmarks of a celestial style. Their paths in cultivation diverged significantly. Bai Hongtu's Taoist arts leaned toward destructive power, reminiscent of the traditions of Longhushan and Maozhan. In contrast, the spells Li Yanchu practiced from the Huangting Daojing were far more enigmatic. Techniques such as retrieving items from thin air were beyond Bai Hongtu's capabilities, and there were no records of such in his sect. However, in this ancient era, Taoist arts were not to be casually shared. The two merely engaged in friendly exchanges without divulging their secrets. For Li Yanchu, the potency of martial arts was significant, and he remained more inclined towards spells that provided a temporary boost in strength, such as the summoning technique. Bai Hongtu achieved fame in Weiqing, realizing his ambition of slaying demons and vanquishing evil in recent days. Many prominent figures in the city had hosted feasts in his honor. The Bai family of Jinchuan was indeed a prestigious lineage, and it was astonishing that this Bai family scion possessed the prowess to exorcise malevolent beings. Bai Hongtu's purse soon grew heavy, and he frequently indulged in the delights of the brothels, living a carefree life, but he had completely set aside the old man's admonitions. Furthermore, he felt immense gratitude towards Li Yanchu for aiding him in gaining renown, that he repeatedly invited Li Yanchu to join him in revelry, only to be met with refusals. Bai Hongtu lamented this, assuming that his newfound friend was a reclusive cultivator uninterested in women. This notion persisted until he discovered the voluptuous and enchanting proprietress had an extraordinary relationship with Li Yanchu, which dispelled his assumptions. The proprietress, with her fair skin and alluring eyes, resembled a ripe peach, her charm utterly captivating. Yet Bai Hongtu was taken aback to learn that the proprietress was, in fact, Li Yanchu's beloved. Subsequently, he encountered the ethereal beauty, Feng Qinglan, and was utterly astonished. However, no matter how earnestly he pursued her, she remained aloof and unresponsive. Bai Hongtu speculated that perhaps Feng Qinglan's disposition was inherently cold. Unexpectedly, at the Taiping Inn, I encountered Feng Qinglan, who had been in the company of Li Yanchu, her laughter like a blossoming flower, reminiscent of a living jade beauty. Bai Hongtu, deeply affected, succumbed to the allure of the brothel's melodies. The legend surrounding the elixir of immortality had spread, though Li Yanchu was uncertain of its origins. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of the repercussions this matter would entail. Incidents frequently occurred in Weiqing. Recently, a sinister entity lurking outside the city had been responsible for the eerie cries of children, leading to numerous disappearances. With dark currents stirring in Weiqing, Li Yanchu remained vigilant. His initial foray into the cultivation of divine summoning techniques had not yet been put into practice. Bai Hongtu envied Li Yanchu's profound Taoist skills, while Li Yanchu, in turn, admired Bai Hongtu's formidable prowess, marked by a distinctly ethereal flair. Nonetheless, Li Yanchu chose to select a supplementary technique from the Huangting Dao Jing, the tracking technique, which allowed one to trace the essence of an entity through residual traces. This was specifically devised to combat the lurking malevolence within Weiqing. After collaborating with Bai Hongtu to vanquish the malignant entity outside the city, Li Yanchu discovered a paper effigy causing havoc within the city. Once obliterated by the Zhaojiao blade, he successfully garnered 100 merits. Tonight, I shall ascertain whether any other paper effigies remain in Weiqing, he mused. Gazing at a torn piece of paper upon the table, the malevolent spirit that had possessed Captain Zhao, transforming him into a corpse, was indeed a paper effigy, and the same entity had infiltrated the Taiping and under the cover of night, intending to harm the innkeeper's wife. The paper effigy Li Yanchu had dispatched was the true culprit behind the disappearance of several maidservants from the Qin residence, the very family that had sought Li Yanchu's assistance in expelling a lecherous spirit. 3 maidservants had vanished from their household, coinciding with the emergence of peculiar footsteps. Bai Hongtu naturally accompanied him, yet it was Li Yanchu who delivered the final blow, shattering the effigy with a single strike. Li Yanchu formed a hand seal, reciting the incantation in his heart, and an invisible force struck the remnants of the paper effigy on the table. "Rise," he commanded sharply. The torn paper quivered and ascended. Drawn by an unseen force, flying outwards, Bai Hongtu chuckled beside him, saying, "Impressive. Your skill is nothing short of miraculous, Yanchu." Li Yanchu rose. "Let us proceed." His heart raced with excitement. Clearly, remnants of the paper effigy lingered within the city, and he was eager to uncover where this piece of paper would lead. On Yongxing Street in Weiqing, amidst the eerie silence, frantic footsteps echoed that a young woman, visibly pale and trembling with fear, hurried towards the inn. Her complexion was unnaturally ashen, and her demeanor was fraught with anxiety as she frequently glanced over her shoulder, as if evading an unseen threat. Her trembling hands fumbled with the keys, dropping them several times onto the deserted street. Producing a jarring noise, after several attempts, she finally managed to align the key with the lock, her face lighting up with relief as she swiftly entered her home. Once the candles within were lit, the young woman collapsed onto her bed, wrapping herself tightly in the blankets, desperately seeking warmth and safety. The night's harrowing experience left her shaken, haunted by the echoes of mysterious male footsteps behind her, only to find no one upon turning to look. Employed as a seamstress in a wealthy household, she possessed exceptional needlework skills. The eerie sound of footsteps had sent chills down her spine, leaving her hands and feet ice-cold. That it was only upon returning home that she felt a semblance of security. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps shattered the night's tranquility, resonating from the main hall, striking dread into her heart. Thud, thud. The footsteps drew nearer to her bedroom door. Creak. The bedroom door emitted a faint sound, slowly revealing a dark crack, and the candlelight extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. The young woman froze in despair, her eyes wide with terror as she glanced towards the hall, yearning to cry out for help, but fear enveloped her, rendering her voice mute. Why me? Why me? The icy grip of terror consumed her entirely. Just then, a voice called from outside. "Is anyone home?" A gentle, unfamiliar voice broke through the shadows. Yet, with curfew approaching, it was unusual for anyone to be out. Nonetheless, the young woman clung to this voice as a lifeline. "Help! Help me!" she gasped, her eyes wide with desperation, gazing towards the door, but it felt as though she were paralyzed, her mind clear yet unable to utter a single word. Suddenly, a deafening crash erupted. The courtyard door burst inward, the sheer force causing the very walls to tremble. "Got you!" A chilling, meaningful laugh echoed. Moments later, a young man crashed through the bedroom door with a single powerful blow, sending splinters flying. Following him was a tall young man, a sword slung across his back. Bai Hongtu's lips twitched slightly. Was this truly human? Even a wild beast would be tamed by such ferocity. Li Yanchu stormed into the bedroom. Almost immediately, another explosion rattled the room. One wall of the bedroom shattered, a large hole opening up as a young woman was unceremoniously flung out. Bai Hongtu, quick-witted, caught her in his arms. "Yanchu, you truly lack finesse," he exclaimed. "How could one be so callous as to drop such a delicate girl?" Li Yanchu merely twitched his lips, ignoring Bai Hongtu as he focused on the paper effigy within the room, that a paper effigy, adorned with striking red rouge and exuding a ghostly aura, was engaged in combat with Li Yanchu. Bang, 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 Li Yanchu's strikes were relentless, his power overwhelming, rendering the paper effigy no match for him. After all, Li Yanchu had risen to the status of a second-rate martial artist, capable of establishing his own school of martial arts. Bai Hongtu, are you merely going to stand by and watch? Li Yanchu frowned. Observing Li Yanchu's fierce onslaught, Bai Hongtu had relaxed his efforts, preoccupied with comforting the frightened young woman in his embrace, with his handsome features. Bai Hongtu smiled gently at the young woman, and upon hearing Li Yanchu's discontent, he replied with a smirk, "Yanchu, it's merely a paper effigy. Your strength alone suffices, that no need for the both of us to join forces." He exuded an air of confidence. The young woman, still trembling in his arms, found herself somewhat calmed by Hongtu's unwavering assurance, but Li Yanchu paused, momentarily speechless. This fellow was once again putting on a show, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. Then redirected his frustration towards the paper effigy. "Which one of your kind did I slay last time? Your father or grandfather? Cat got your tongue. You paper effigies truly are oblivious to your own demise." Boom! The celestial hand, the tyrant's lift. A tremendous force obliterated the bedroom wall. Bang, bang, bang. Debris rained down, filling the room with dust. For a moment, the situation within was obscured. Only the sounds of explosions could be heard. Bai Hongtu, cradling the young woman, retreated to a safe distance. Moments later, the night watchman arrived, accompanied by several armed officers, only to find the scene reduced to rubble, their jaws dropping in disbelief. "Did a bear run amok in the mountains?" one officer exclaimed, eyes wide. Bai Hongtu stood tall, sword at his back, a figure of calm amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Li Yanchu focused on the remnants of the paper effigy in his hand, employing the tracking technique, which had now yielded 2 flying pieces of paper. Bai Hongtu, a prominent young expert in Weiqing, had eradicated the malevolent entities from the outskirts and together with Li Yanchu, had dispatched the paper effigy. With his reputable family background and significant influence in Jinchuan Prefecture, Weiqing's county magistrate held Bai Hongtu in high regard. Bai Hongtu reported the paper effigy's involvement in the women's disappearances, thus preventing any unnecessary misunderstandings from arising in haste. That night, guided by the tracking technique, Li Yanchu successfully eliminated 4 more paper effigies. One paper effigy, in its attempt to flee, possessed a young swordsman, nearly leading to the slaying of innocent bystanders. Ultimately, Li Yanchu forced the paper effigy out with a decisive punch. Captain Wang had returned to Weiqing, a close ally of Li Yanchu. Upon learning of Li Yanchu's pursuit of the hidden paper effigies, he immediately gathered his men. "Captain Wang, I wish to conduct a nocturnal sweep of the incense shops and paper effigy stores in Weiqing." That night, a group of armed officers, accompanied by local militia, scoured the city for paper effigy shops. "Open up! Open up! The authorities are in pursuit of fugitives." A pack of fierce officers thoroughly inspected every paper effigy and incense shop in Weiqing. They carried talismans capable of sensing malevolent energies, as well as special medicinal wines for the shop owners to consume. Those practicing dark arts would inevitably reveal themselves. That Li Yanchu and Bai Hongtu personally scrutinized the shopkeepers and assistants to ensure no malevolent monks or sorcerers slipped through the cracks. However, after a night of searching, no further discoveries were made. That Li Yanchu's tracking technique could locate the paper effigies, but not the individuals behind them. Yet he did encounter a familiar face, the young coffin maker, Song Sanlang, who had previously reported a case at the magistrate's office. "What brings you to Weiqing, running a coffin shop?" Li Yanchu inquired. Chapter 41. The Night Wanderers under the watchful gaze of a pack of knife-wielding enforcers. Song Sanlang bowed and replied, "At home, it is merely my uncle and I. There are no other ties. I have decided to settle down in Wei City and establish a shop, no longer engaging in the grim trade of corpse handling. The events of last time have left me with lingering trepidation." Li Yanchu employed his art of divination, yet he discerned no issues with the man before him that he then shifted his attention to Bai Hongtu, who shook his head, indicating he too had found nothing amiss. After posing a few brief inquiries to Song Sanlang, they permitted him to depart as Li Yanchu observed Song Sanlang's receding figure. A contemplative expression flickered across his face. Could it truly be so coincidental? After a night of searching, no trace of the concealed demon monks or sorcerers within Wei City was uncovered. However, Li Yanchu ordered the collection of all paper effigies within the city, commanding them to be set ablaze. Naturally, the expenses were to be borne by the government. Furthermore, he instructed County Magistrate Su to issue a decree prohibiting the unauthorized crafting of paper effigies within the city, with severe penalties for transgressors. In tumultuous times, stringent laws must prevail. With the currents of intrigue stirring within Wei City, Li Yanchu felt compelled to act, hoping this measure might unveil clues regarding the paper effigies. His tracking skills were still in their infancy. Or perhaps the puppeteers behind the scenes had severed such connections that in any case, the mastermind behind the paper effigies remained elusive. Nevertheless, the successful elimination of 5 paper effigies granted Li Yanchu a modicum of merit, sufficient to alleviate his spirits. For 2 consecutive days, no news of the paper effigies surfaced, nor were there reports of any missing women. Li Yanchu sat in meditation at the temple, refraining from visiting the Taiping and to seek the proprietress that evening. The catalyst for his decision was the quarrel that had erupted between the usually composed Feng Qingyun and the innkeeper over dinner. The 2 sisters clashed fiercely over Li Yanchu, neither yielding an inch. Although Feng Qingyun's demeanor was typically frosty, she had developed genuine feelings for Li Yanchu. Yet, she found herself mocked subtly by the innkeeper, who ridiculed her for not being as humble as herself, suggesting that she was too proud to see her own feat. Feng Qingyun felt a surge of frustration. As a martial artist, any excessive protrusion would undoubtedly expose a significant flaw in her technique. Moreover, during her training, such discomfort could be quite painful. Thus, she had developed a habit of binding her chest, yet she found it difficult to voice this in front of Li Yanchu. The 2 sisters continued to bicker, their tempers flaring. While Feng Qingyun was cold in demeanor, her words were nevertheless sharp. The innkeeper, with her rosy lips, was particularly quick-witted. Witnessing this scene, Bai Hongtu, a wealthy young master who had intended to spend the night at Qingyun Temple, felt his heart shatter and promptly made his way to the entertainment district at Li Yanchu, preferring to remain oblivious, returned to the temple to cultivate his practice, but he soon entered a state of meditation. Channeling the techniques of the Huangting Dao Sutra, breathing rhythmically to absorb the ambient spiritual energy and strengthen his own Qianguo as time slipped by, Wei City lay enveloped in silence, its citizens long since surrendered to slumber. In ancient times, due to curfew regulations, once night fell, the populace remained indoors, seeking entertainment only in the brothels. Common folk retired to rest early. Upon concluding his practice, Li Yanchu extinguished the lamp, preparing to retire for the night. Despite his current state of heightened awareness and vigor, he maintained the commendable habit of resting punctually, unless the innkeeper had other plans. Tonight, he was alone in Qingyun Temple, and after his cultivation, he intended to rest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in the darkness, casting his gaze towards the ceiling, as if he could see through the tiles above. Yet, there was no disturbance atop the roof, not even the faintest sound. Li Yanchu seemed to sense something amiss, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. After a few breaths, he heard a faint sound, crack, crack, as someone lightly tread upon the tiles above. Li Yanchu raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. Though the intruder was exceedingly cautious, attempting to be silent, their movements were crystal clear to Li Yanchu's keen senses. Crack. Another subtle noise resonated. He sensed yet another presence atop the temple's roof. This one less careful, causing the tiles to creak underfoot. No wonder the protagonists in those martial arts dramas can hear such sounds. This is far too loud. Li Yanchu mused as he sat upright. Moreover, the second individual clearly lacked finesse. Qingyun Temple was one of the 2 remaining legacies left by Li Yanchu's master, along with the old donkey. Every tile and brick had been painstakingly laid by his master himself. The audacity of these intruders to lurk upon his temple roof in the dead of night was indicative of their nefarious intent. They were either thieves seeking to pilfer from his abode or fiends intent on murder and arson under the cover of darkness. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of them being young, fledgling heroes, unlike their predecessors, who often defied the law, flaunting their martial prowess while disregarding governmental regulations. They sometimes reveled in the night, engaging in mischief upon rooftops, fully aware of the curfew. Li Yanchu's curiosity regarding the identities of the two above piqued. "Senior brother, how goes it on your end?" inquired the first voice belonging to the earlier arrival. To Li Yanchu's surprise, the voice seemed to belong to a young woman. Moreover, they were indeed siblings in their sect. "All has been checked thoroughly. I assure you, the location where I buried the items remains untouched." "What about you, junior sister?" the second night wanderer queried. The woman replied, "I have also inspected my area. There are no issues." Following her statement, an uneasy silence enveloped them. The female night wanderer whispered, "Senior brother, I have been feeling increasingly unsettled of late. The leader has instructed us to bury these items without revealing their nature. I cannot shake this ominous premonition." The senior brother responded, "You are being overly anxious. Our leader's trust in us is immense, and we must strive to serve the sect diligently." The woman remained silent. Suddenly, a resounding twang of a bowstring echoed from a distance. Bang, bang! A figure clad in black darted across the rooftop, prompting the patrolling officials to spring into action, swiftly dispatching him with crossbow bolts. The black-clad figure was unable to withstand the hail of arrows from all directions and plummeted to the ground. In recent days, strange occurrences had plagued the city, coinciding with the impending Qingyun Temple Fair, prompting county magistrates Su to order Captain Wang and the patrolling officials to heighten their vigilance. The brother and sister duo, witnessing the black-clad figure being slain by the authorities, felt cold sweat bead upon their foreheads. The senior brother, Zhang Zhiliang, and his sister, Wang Wanrong, both disciples of Ren Wanweng from the Iron Chain River, were no slouches in martial prowess. Zhang Zhiliang was slight of stature and not particularly handsome, while Wang Wanrong possessed a fair degree of beauty. During their training under Ren Wanweng, many fellow disciples had eyed Wang Wanrong's lithe figure with envy, especially now as she donned a fitted dark outfit that accentuated her curves in a rather striking manner. Wang Wanrong murmured, "Senior brother, we do not know how many officials are lying in wait here. It would be prudent to retreat and exit through the alley." Chapter 42. Swift and resolute Zhang Zhiliang nodded. "Your suggestion is sound. Junior sister, let us depart." Under the cover of night, the two stealthily descended from the rooftop into the courtyard, intending to use the surrounding buildings as cover to escape, avoiding becoming living targets for the officials' crossbows. Ordinary martial artists stood no chance against such formidable weaponry. However, as the duo, clad in black and with half their faces concealed, turned to make their exit, they were confronted by a tall, strikingly handsome young Taoist standing before them. Startled by the sudden appearance of a silent figure in the courtyard, both were momentarily taken aback. The young Taoist smiled gently at them. "What brings you two to my rooftop at such a late hour?" Engaging in a clandestine rendezvous. Originally poised to draw a dagger for a swift kill, the two paused in their tracks, their expressions perplexed by the young man's words. Zhang Zhiliang, steeling himself, thought little of the young Taoist's remarks. Suspecting him of feigning ignorance, the Taoists safeguard the mission assigned by their sect. He resolved to eliminate this young man first. That a glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhang Zhiliang's hand as he lunged towards Li Yanchu. The two had been on alert, engaged in a covert mission for their sect, hiding among the populace. Although they had heard rumors of Li Yanchu and by Hongtu's formidable skills, they had never imagined the young man before them was the very same. Primordial Unity Technique. The Protective Aura Clang. The finely crafted steel dagger struck against Li Yanchu's protective aura, producing a sound reminiscent of clashing metal. Zhang Zhiliang's eyes widened in shock. The young man was a concealed master. In an instant, he recalled the most renowned young Taoist in Wei City. Overcome with a desire to retreat, Zhang Zhiliang realized that being entrusted with the sect's clandestine tasks indicated he was a perceptive individual. Faced with a master capable of manifesting a protective aura, he began to withdraw. Wang Wanrong, fearing for her senior brother's safety, feigned an attack towards Li Yanchu's eyes with her dagger, while simultaneously executing a devastating kick aimed at his lower regions. Li Yanchu's protective aura enveloped him entirely. However, unlike conventional hard martial arts, there were no vulnerabilities. This kick, intended to incapacitate, resulted in Wang Wanrong injuring herself instead. Thinking of fleeing, Li Yanchu sneered, fixing his gaze on the retreating Zhang Zhiliang. Witnessing his sister's injury, Zhang Zhiliang quickly calculated his options and impulsively shoved Wang Wanrong towards Li Yanchu, then attempted to leap over the wall. "Senior brother, you!" Wang Wanrong exclaimed in surprise, caught off guard by the sudden force propelling her toward Li Yanchu. With one hand, Li Yanchu caught Wang Wanrong, striking out with the palm in midair. The heavenly gang palm. The old eight bows to the moon. PFF. Zhang Zhiliang felt a sharp pain sear through his back, his entire body convulsing as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing onto the ground. "Senior brother?" Li Yanchu smiled at the fallen Wang Wanrong, remarking, "Your senior brother's character leaves much to be desired." Though Wang Wanrong had been struck down, her injuries were not severe. Upon hearing Li Yanchu's words, she shot Zhang Zhiliang a fierce glare. Zhang Zhiliang, however, appeared unrepentant, though the blow to his back had nearly cost him his life, his internal organs in disarray. Blood and qi surging chaotically within him, and he now regarded Li Yanchu with even greater trepidation. The ability to harm from a distance, the protective energy surrounding him. This young Taoist martial prowess was nothing short of astonishing, likely surpassing even their master, Ren Wanwan. The greatest regret of Zhang Zhiliang's life was listening to his junior sister, Wang Wanrong's advice to descend from the rooftop, that he would have preferred to encounter the authorities. Believing he would stand a better chance of survival than facing this seemingly innocuous yet remarkably skilled youth. Who could have predicted that a mere secluded rooftop would harbor such a rare martial arts master? They were caught in a deadly predicament, unable to withstand even a single strike. "Which faction do you belong to? And what are your conspiracies within Wei City?" Li Yanchu, lacking the imposing demeanor typical of a martial arts master, adopted a gentle attitude, resembling a neighbor casually inquiring, "Have you eaten?" Yet, this nonchalant demeanor, so unlike the rough and tumble of the Jianghu, left Zhang Zhiliang and Wang Wanrong perplexed, uncertain of this young Taoist temperament. After a prolonged silence, Li Yanchu chuckled. "It seems I may not be suited for the role of interrogator. Perhaps I should hand you over to the authorities for some coercive questioning." At this declaration, both Zhang Zhiliang and Wang Wanrong's expressions shifted dramatically. Particularly Wang Wanrong's, that as a woman, she had never engaged in any heinous acts within the gang. It was her senior brother Zhang Zhiliang who had invited several fellow disciples into the organization. She had some awareness of the methods employed by the officials. Yet Wang Wanrong felt a conflict within, believing that confession would betray the code of the Jianghu, a breach of etiquette. Surprisingly, it was Zhang Zhiliang, usually known for his shrewdness and unwavering loyalty, who spoke first. "As long as the Taoist agrees to spare my life, I am willing to divulge everything." Li Yanchu pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well. As long as you are forthcoming, I shall allow you to depart." A flicker of joy appeared in Zhang Zhiliang's eyes, completely ignoring the fate of his junior sister Wang Wanrong. To him, she was merely a woman. There were plenty more like her in the world. Despite Wang Wanrong's exceptional beauty, a man of his stature should not be encumbered by a woman. Zhang Zhiliang's image had now crumbled before her. Wang Wanrong felt as though she was meeting her senior brother for the first time, realizing he could so readily betray their gang. The location of their hidden treasures had been determined personally by the gang leader, and the decision to keep it secret had been solely at the leader's behest. "The Taoist must keep his word and spare my life," Zhang Zhiliang said, hesitating slightly, not mentioning Wang Wanrong at all. Li Yanchu found it amusing and asked, "Have you forgotten about your junior sister? Are you not concerned for her safety?" Zhang Zhiliang was momentarily taken aback, forcing a smile as he replied, "I only seek to save myself. I cannot afford to think of her. The my junior sister can be dealt with as you see fit. What she knows, I likely know as well. I shall not make it difficult for you, Taoist." Zhang Zhiliang's smile was ambiguous, laden with implications. Having spent years immersed in the gang, his thoughts were inevitably convoluted, and he had indeed followed Wang Wanrong, observing her as she buried their secrets. "Zhang Zhiliang, how could you?" Wang Wanrong was left speechless with indignation. Li Yanchu found the situation somewhat amusing and remarked, "You truly are quite the character. Go ahead and speak." Chapter 43. Setting Off. Seeing Li Yanchu's attitude, Zhang Zhiliang felt somewhat reassured. He composed himself, preparing to divulge. "We are." Suddenly, Zhang Zhiliang's complexion turned ashen, his eyes rolling back as if someone had seized his throat. Wang Wanrong, standing behind him, experienced the same fate. That in the blink of an eye, Li Yanchu struck decisively. The Heavenly Gang's 42 techniques, the dragon capturing hand, with both hands extended, the searing energy within him caused the surrounding air to heat up significantly. Squeak! Squeak! Two invisible phantoms were swiftly captured by Li Yanchu, firmly grasped in his hands. "A mere parlor trick, and you dare to flaunt it before me?" Li Yanchu said with a faint smile. Zhang Zhiliang and Wang Wanrong found themselves at death's door, gasping for air as if they had just been rescued from drowning. They could not see what Li Yanchu held, but they felt an inexplicable chill. Had they not been near Li Yanchu, that chill would have likely overwhelmed them. Then Li Yanchu unleashed his vital energy, the pure yang energy utterly obliterating the two spiritual entities he had captured. "What was that just now?" Wang Wanrong exclaimed in terror. "You two have been implanted with Yin souls." "No, they are not complete Yin souls, merely spiritual entities, used by the mastermind to silence you," Li Yanchu explained. Wang Wanrong trembled, unable to fathom the cruelty of the gang she had joined. Li Yanchu glanced at the pair, chuckling. "It seems you both hold a crucial secret." Zhang Zhiliang, still shaken, said, "We owe our lives to the Taoists this time." After experiencing a common trope of silencing witnesses, the two were surprisingly cooperative in their accounts. When Li Yanchu eradicated the spiritual entities, they had vaguely glimpsed a grotesque, twisted face within his grasp, radiating malice and instilling fear. Once Zhang Zhiliang and Wang Wanrong recounted the events, Li Yanchu found himself taken aback. It turned out they were members of the Waha gang, tasked by their leader to bury certain items near the Qingyun temple. "You mean to say you do not even know what was buried?" Li Yanchu inquired. "Exactly," Zhang Zhiliang replied. "We were merely instructed to check on them periodically." Intrigued by this unseen leader of the Waha gang, Li Yanchu wondered why a gang leader would send men to bury items near the Qingyi temple and require regular inspections. Li Yanchu's expression grew serious as he stated, "This matter is of great importance. I must report it to the authorities. However, I can ensure your safety, and you may be credited for your cooperation." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiliang's eyes filled with suspicion, while Wang Wanrong remained composed, her thoughts unclear. Ultimately, both were taken to the magistrate's office, where Captain Wang personally interrogated them. With Li Yanchu's guarantee, they were spared severe torture, and Captain Wang swiftly led a team to investigate the location of their buried items. Li Yanchu chose not to accompany them. After all, this was a matter for the authorities, and he did not wish to interfere. However, the news Captain Wang returned with was shocking. "Gunpowder?" Li Yanchu frowned, asking, "Are you saying the Waha gang secretly buried gunpowder near the Qingyi temple?" "Indeed," Captain Wang replied gravely. "With malicious intent, the Waha gang seeks to blow up the Qingyi temple." Li Yanchu could hardly believe that they had buried gunpowder. He had initially thought it was some sort of talisman for feng shui. The audacity of their actions was astounding. In the Qian kingdom, gunpowder was a strictly controlled contraband, prohibited for private possession. This alone could spell disaster for the Waha gang. Captain Wang reported the matter to County Magistrate Su that very night, who was incensed. The Qingyi Temple Fair was just 2 days away, and many prominent figures and wealthy merchants would be attending to pay their respects, should an explosion occur at the temple. The consequences would be unimaginable. For a county magistrate, losing his official cap would be the least of his worries. A death sentence for his entire family would be light. Though Magistrate Su was a scholar, he was no less ruthless than a military general when it came to decisive action, that he promptly made an announcement. "I shall eradicate the Waha gang and arrest every last one of them." A glimmer of cold determination shone in Magistrate Su's eyes. He then addressed Li Yanchu, saying, "This matter is of great import. I wish to enlist your aid, Taoist, to accompany Captain Wang in apprehending the Waha gang's rebels. Given the Waha gang's considerable influence and its members being cutthroat ruffians from the Jianghu, They would be exceedingly difficult to deal with. The three leaders of the gang were martial arts experts, particularly the leader, who had once dominated Wei City. Thus, decisive action was necessary to eliminate the Waha gang. Hesitation could lead to unforeseen complications. Magistrate Su invited Li Yanchu to intervene. Recognizing the young Taoist's formidable martial skills, that Li Yanchu readily agreed. The Waha gang was no trivial adversary. The second-in-command, Luo Beishao, had previously conspired against Feng Qingyun. After learning more about the Waha gang, Li Yanchu discovered that it had once been a relatively reputable faction, known for conducting water transport business, akin to an ancient grain transport guild, with a good reputation among the populace and authorities. However, in recent years, the Waha gang's discipline had deteriorated, often extorting merchants and oppressing the common folk. Several violent conflicts had erupted, resulting in the ousting or demise of many elders, while ruthless disciples had seized power. Taking control of the gang, rumors circulated that they had sheltered numerous murderers, robbers, and bandits. Yet, as the Waha gang was a major faction in Wei City, the authorities would not act lightly without solid evidence. This time, Magistrate Su intended to leverage the case of concealed gunpowder to uproot the Waha gang entirely. With both parties harboring grievances, Li Yanchu promptly agreed to take action. On that night, a formidable assembly of over 100 men, comprised of constables and local militia, surged forth with an air of bloodlust towards the outskirts of the city. The atmosphere was suffocating and foreboding, akin to the sharp edge of a dagger. At the forefront rode two majestic steeds, one ridden by Captain Wang of the Wei City government, and the other by the currently influential Li Yanchu. Many townsfolk, peering through the cracks of their doors and windows, caught a glimpse of the procession and quickly recoiled in fear, their hearts racing with trepidation. Such a commotion from the authorities suggested that the night in Wei City would not be tranquil. Li Yanchu, astride a yellow steed, was accompanied by Captain Wang, while 100 torch-bearing men, brimming with menace, followed closely behind. Feng Qingyun was required to hold the fort at the Qingyi Temple, ensuring that no miscreants would take advantage of the chaos. Meanwhile, Bai Hongtu's whereabouts in some pleasure house remained elusive and too troublesome to locate. Thus, it was only Li Yanchu and Captain Wang on this occasion. The Wuhu gang, thriving on waterway commerce, had their headquarters outside the city. No one anticipated that this gang would dare to secretly hoard gunpowder. Chapter 44. The traitorous guides that To effectively suppressed the Wuhu gang. It was imperative that a knowledgeable individual familiar with their territory serve as a guide. The slender figure of Zhang Zhiliang, whom Li Yanchu had apprehended, was perfectly suited for this task. Unlike Wang Wanrong, Zhang standing within the Wuhu gang was not insignificant. He was not merely a common foot soldier, but a minor leader among the ranks. Upon hearing that the authorities sought a guide, he promptly stepped forward. Although he had Li Yanchu's endorsement, he also sought to redeem himself and curry favor with the officials. Every region harbors its shadows, and the government often supports compliant factions to facilitate management. Zhang Zhiliang recognized this opportunity and aimed to win the favor of the officials through his performance in the current undertaking, thus willingly becoming a traitorous guide. His fellow disciple, Wang Wanrong, accompanied him, her motives rooted in vengeance against the Wuhu gang. Having ventured from her sect, she risked her life for the sake of her gang. Little did she know she had been ensnared, bearing the burden of a lingering curse and nearly falling victim to silencing. Wang Wanrong's presence was solely for retribution. Following closely beside Li Yanchu on his yellow steed, he harbored no concerns regarding their loyalty. Although the Wuhu gang was a significant faction in Wei City, they were inconsequential to the imperial authorities that as long as one possessed common sense, they would not choose to perish alongside a gang guilty of such grave offenses. You ask why the Wuhu gang, despite its prominent status in Wei City, would hoard gunpowder and plot against the Qingyi Temple. Li Yanchu inquired of Zhang Zhiliang. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang replied, "I am unaware of the intricacies of this matter. But there have indeed been significant changes within the gang in recent years, and the leader's temperament has undergone a marked transformation. Those who adhered to the rules have either been ousted or perished in conflicts, leaving behind ruthless individuals in positions of power, and the gang's regulations have grown lax." Zhang Zhiliang cautiously distanced himself from the gang, wary of Li Yanchu's probing questions. "What manner of person is the leader of the Wuhu gang?" Li Yanchu pressed further. Gongsun Hong is generally known to uphold the principles of the Qianguo, having established the Wuhu gang through sheer skill in his youth. However, as he aged, he became somewhat indulgent in carnal pleasures, though he has not otherwise strayed from propriety. Indulgent in carnal pleasures. Li Yanchu mused, considering Gongsun Hong's age. Indeed, a year ago, he returned with a beautiful woman, subsequently withdrawing from gang affairs, Zhang confirmed. Oh, Li Yanchu inquired, intrigued. Do you know the origin of this woman? Zhang responded. Her name is Susu. She is said to be the daughter of an official, possessing extraordinary beauty, but beyond that, I am not privy to further details. His mid-level status within the gang left him unaware of more clandestine matters. How beautiful! Li Yanchu pressed, gesturing toward Wang Wanrong. Is she more beautiful than your disciple? Wang Wanrong's face flushed at the remark. Zhang assumed that Li Yanchu, being a fellow practitioner, would understand, stating, I have only seen her from a distance, but not only is she stunning, there is an enchanting aura about her. Oh, Li Yanchu inquirat, curiosity pica. What do you mean by enchanting? Zhang glanced around before whispering. This woman incites a desire for possession in those who behold her. Many gang members have fallen under her spell. Rather than displaying the expected admiration, Li Yanchu frowned thoughtfully to Zhang's heart sank, fearing his words had been ill-conceived. Meanwhile, Li Yanchu contemplated whether the upheaval within the Wuhu gang was linked to this very woman. There are typically 3 scenarios that could lead to such a drastic change in someone's character: a significant trauma or stimulus, coercion or manipulation, or the possibility that someone is impersonating Gongsun Hong. That Li Yanchu's gaze reflected deep contemplation, leaving Zhang Zhiliang silent, while Wang Wanrong could not suppress her curiosity as she studied Li Yanchu. At that moment, Li Yanchu's profile, illuminated by Wang Wanrong's shimmering eyes, conveyed a blend of elegance and resolute strength, exuding a sense of safety unlike that of an effete scholar. Li Yanchu remained oblivious to the unusual expression on Wang Wanrong's face. When the group finally arrived at the Wuhu gang's headquarters, it resembled not a land-based fortress, but rather a massive vessel moored by the riverbank. From a distance, it appeared as though an ancient, mythical beast lay in wait by the water. Illuminated against the night, the imposing ship stood with an air of solemnity and grandeur that a large flag fluttered in the breeze, revealing the embroidered characters Wuhu. Li Yanchu had heard tales of Gongsun Hong, who once roamed the seas before establishing a syndicate akin to the Grain Transport Guild. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he was struck by its imposing presence. The design of this Wuhu gang headquarters is quite intriguing, he remarked. This structure is entirely immobile. It was constructed as a floating fortress, Zhang Zhiliang explained. Captain Wang added, I was equally astonished upon my first visit to the Wuhu gang's headquarters. I could hardly believe such a grand vessel had been built. Yet, this place seems remarkably quiet. Where are the guards? Li Yanchu observed that Wang's brows furrowed as he too recognized the oddity. Zhang Zhiliang expressed confusion. That cannot be right. There have always been gang members stationed at the docks, armed and vigilant at intervals. Could it be that something has transpired within the Wuhu gang? Li Yanchu and Captain Wang exchanged glances, both harboring the same unsettling thought. Recent events involving Zhang Zhiliang and Wang Wanrong's near silencing, alongside the mysterious death of Liang Qi in the Wei City jail, bore striking similarities, suggesting a sinister connection, a vengeful spirit at work. Given the current circumstances, it was plausible that the individual responsible for the curse within the Wuhu gang had sensed the disturbance and preemptively acted. Captain Wang, having spent years dealing with such nefarious characters, understood the importance of swift action. With a decisive gesture, he ordered a contingent of constables and militia to secure the exit of the Wuhu gang's headquarters. These robust young men, armed with formidable crossbows and well-trained, were more than a match for ordinary ruffians. That he then led the remaining men alongside Li Yanchu to conduct a search. Be wary of ambushes, Captain Wang warned gravely. Understood. The constables and militia drew their blades and knocked their arrows, their demeanor fierce as they charged towards the Wuhu gang's stronghold. Chapter 45. Elder Wu. The ship, immense from afar, revealed its true grandeur upon closer inspection. That it measured over 200 feet in length, with 3 decks and more than 30 portholes. one of which glowed with light and emanated voices. The deck, however, was eerily deserted. Captain Wang frowned, remarking, "A headquarters of this nature should have visible guards and hidden sentries. Yet it is alarmingly quiet here." An unsettling premonition gripped him. Today's events were likely more than a mere gang suppression. There could be malevolent forces at play. After all, it was known that at least one individual within the Wuhu gang possessed the ability to summon spirits, capable of binding them to ordinary people. This was reminiscent of the situation his concubine, Yunyang, had encountered that Li Yanchu spoke softly. "I shall investigate." With that, he swiftly and silently darted towards the porthole, closing the distance with remarkable agility. Just as he reached within a yard of the window, he executed a swift strike. The sound of splintering wood echoed as he entered the cabin. However, the room that had previously been filled with voices was now desolate. Li Yanchu's expression darkened. Channeling the ferocity of a wild beast, he barreled into the cabin's wall. A resounding crash created a man-sized hole, through which he burst forth. He continued his search, finding that 3 rooms, once occupied, were now eerily silent. Captain Wang, observing Li Yanchu's prowess, felt a twinge of envy. His skills had clearly advanced since their encounter at the Qingyi Temple with Zhao Wuzhu's malevolent corpse. Zhang Zhiliang, on the other hand, was struck with astonishment. Was this commotion truly the work of Li Yanchu alone? It was hard to believe that a single man could create such chaos, as if a ferocious beast had unleashed its fury. Even the mightiest of bears or the formidable wild boar, weighing 400 to 500 pounds, cannot compare to the terrifying aura exuded by Li Yanchu. As Li Yanchu leapt forth, he furrowed his brow and declared, "There is no one here." That room was utterly devoid of any presence. Captain Wang's expression shifted, pondering the bizarre occurrence at the outset of tonight's encirclement operation. "Yanchu, do you perceive this as a calamity wrought by man or the machinations of malevolent spirits?" he inquired, having just employed his divination technique. Li Yanchu could not discern any issues with the colossal vessel. "I cannot ascertain. This place is indeed peculiar, that in any case, we must advise the brothers to proceed with caution," Li Yanchu replied. Captain Wang nodded and commanded, "Search the premises, form groups of 3, and do not act independently, that we must locate the missing individuals." "Understood." The armed constables and local militia, brandishing torches, commenced their search. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed as the group, fierce as wolves, sprang into action. However, the grand headquarters of the Wubang was astonishingly deserted. Not only were the armed members conspicuously absent, but even the high-ranking officials and the leader, Gong Sun Hong, had vanished without a trace. Could it be that Gong Sun Hong received word in advance and fled under the cover of night? One constable suggested. Captain Wang frowned. Tonight's operation was initiated on a whim by County Magistrate Su, who had personally led the charge outside the city, unless there was a mole among them. Upon voicing this concern, Li Yanchu shook his head, saying, "Not necessarily. Given that Zhang Zhiliang's comrades are lying in wait within the city, it stands to reason that other members may also be present. It is plausible that an adept in light-footed acrobatics has returned to the outskirts to relay information," he continued. "Moreover, the individual in the Wubang skilled in crafting Yin spirits might possess some means, and perhaps the issue originated with him." Captain Wang felt a slight sense of reassurance. Tonight, a substantial force from the Weiqing government had surged towards the outskirts to eradicate the Wubang. Returning empty-handed would be one matter, but if there were indeed traitors within the government, the implications would be dire. "Sir, we have discovered 11 members of the Wubang bound and held in the hold," one constable reported. Captain Wang's eyes brightened as he commanded, "Bring them forth." Soon, the armed constables ushered forth the captured Wubang members, among whom an elderly man with a ruddy complexion stood out. His robust frame towered over the average person, his knuckles thick and indicative of having practiced formidable martial arts. "Elder Wu," Zhang Zhiliang exclaimed involuntarily. Li Yanchu cast a glance at him and inquired, "Do you know him?" Zhang Zhiliang nodded, stating, "Elder Wu is a senior member of the gang. Fiery in temperament and not well liked by the younger leaders, that he had been out on business recently and went missing, only to find himself imprisoned here. with his hands bound behind his back. Elder Wu, despite being over 60, retained a muscular build. Having learned from the constables about the government's assault on the Wubang, upon seeing Zhang Zhiliang, he immediately erupted, "You scoundrel! So it was you who betrayed the Wubang." A glint of anger flashed in Zhang Zhiliang's eyes as he retorted coldly, "Elder Wu, the Wubang has hoarded gunpowder with nefarious intentions. This is a grave offense deserving of extermination that I suggest you abandon your delusions." "Bah!" Elder Wu spat in fury. "You shameless wretch! How could that old fool have taken you as a disciple?" Zhang Zhiliang replied sternly, "The Wubang treated me like a dog. And while I risked my life for the gang, the leader planted a mean spirit within me, intending to silence me. Why should I continue to serve such a gang?" "You!" Elder Wu seemed to harbor grievances against Gong Sun Hong, and surprisingly did not immediately counter Zhang Zhiliang's words. Captain Wang exchanged a glance with his constables, who struck Elder Wu's neck with the hilt of a sword, causing the formidable elder to kneel, albeit still expressing fierce defiance. "You government lackeys, had I not been injured, I could have torn you apart with one hand." Elder Wu continued to curse vehemently. Captain Wang's voice turned cold as he warned, "Wu Qiushan, if you persist in your insolence and ignorance, you will disregard the lives of these dozens behind you. The evidence against the Wubang's hoarding of gunpowder is irrefutable, that if you refuse to reveal the circumstances, your family will suffer the consequences, and you shall face the repercussions." Captain Wang's demeanor was stern. Having spent years capturing criminals, he understood the resolve of these hardened ruffians. Threatening their lives might not be effective, but targeting their families and brothers could yield results. Perhaps even the most ruthless individuals harbor a soft spot within. Elder Wu fell silent, his eyes glinting with fury, yet he ceased his cursing. Captain Wang was a figure of renown in Weicheng, a fearsome man who had single-handedly quelled bandits in his youth. Over the years, many desperate outlaws had met their end at his hands. Seeing that he had subdued Elder Wu, Captain Wang demanded, "Where are the others from the Wubang, who injured you and bound you in the hold? And where has Gong Sun Hong fled to?" Chapter 46. There are ghosts. Elder Wu's face turned ashen as he sighed. "I cannot say where the others have gone. As for Gong Sun Hong, I do not know his current whereabouts. He was the one who injured me and took our loyal brethren captive, imprisoning them in the hold." Captain Wang pressed, "Why is that?" Elder Wu spat with venom. "All for that woman, the one Gong Sun brought back a year ago. Since her arrival, Gong Sun's temperament has changed entirely, as if he has become a different person. Even a hypocrite like Luo Beishao has seized power, becoming the deputy leader, amassing a group of murderers and robbers, along with some unscrupulous thieves. We, the old brothers, are ignored and often persecuted. Last night, I dared to advise Gong Sun, only to be met with violence. And in turn, these elder members were also imprisoned. As for other matters, I know nothing." Captain Wang ordered that these members of the Wubang be temporarily detained. Suddenly, a shadow flitted outside. "Who goes there? Halt!" the armed constables bellowed angrily. Yet a lithe figure darted in like a gust of wind, entering the room with remarkable speed. That it was a young couple. The man, in his 30s, was tall with long legs, a deerskin pouch slung at his waist. The woman, in her 20s, was of ordinary appearance, slender in build, her garments seemingly custom-made, shimmering with unusual hues in the torchlight. Captain Wang, hand resting on his sword hilt, coldly demanded, "Who are you?" The young woman smiled and replied, "I am Guo Kaiyun, and this is my husband Xiao Wu, that we were invited to join the Wubang as officers." Captain Wang scrutinized them, his voice low. "You are not the infamous couple known for their light-footedness and poison, are you?" The unremarkable Guo Kaiyun nodded, "Indeed." Captain Wang suddenly shouted, "You audacious thieves! How dare you appear before me with such arrogance?" "Thieves!" Li Yanchu regarded the couple with curiosity, surprised by their self-identification as criminals in the presence of a government official. Were they brazen or simply intoxicated? Guo Kaiyun smiled slightly. "Your Excellency, I am but an honest woman. Wherefore the label of thief? Moreover, concerning tonight's events, do you not wish to uncover the truth?" Captain Wang's expression brightened, though he maintained his composure. "What do you mean by that?" Guo Kaiyun replied, "We were invited to the Wubang, yet to our astonishment, All the disciples within vanished without a trace, leaving the Grand Wubang eerily silent. Like a grave. Do you not wish to know the reason behind this? Captain Wang replied sternly. Speak plainly. I have no time for your riddles. Very well, Qingyun declared. Captain Wang, you are a man of directness. So, I shall be forthright. If you grant us a document assuring our innocence, I shall divulge the secrets of the Wubang to you. Captain Wang's pupils contracted, and after a moment's contemplation, he agreed, I will grant this request. But first, you must tell me the whereabouts of the Wubang's leader. Though Qingyun and Xiao Wu were notorious thieves, they had never taken a life, adhering to their own code of ethics. At such a critical juncture, with Gongsun Hong's whereabouts unknown, Captain Wang acquiesced to their request. Qingyun urged, Your Excellency, please follow me. With that, she turned and swiftly led the way in a particular direction. Her husband Xiao Wu followed closely, silent as ever. Captain Wang and Li Yanchu exchanged glances before quickly pursuing them. After navigating several turns, they arrived at a spacious room that on the wall hung a gleaming silver spear. Sharp and glinting with cold light, alongside a sturdy hardwood bed on the opposite wall hung a scroll of calligraphy, its strokes lively and flourishing, inscribed with the 4 characters, Hai Na Bai Chuan. This is the room of Gongsun Chong, the leader of the Wubang, Qingyun stated. Captain Wang, Li Yanchu, and a handful of constables, along with Zhang Zhiliang and Wang Wanrong, entered the room. Hearing Qingyun's words, Captain Wang furrowed his brow and asked, What of it? As Qingyun smiled sweetly. Her otherwise ordinary face unexpectedly revealed a captivating charm. Has Captain Wang not noticed anything peculiar here? Captain Wang furrowed his brow. Puzzled by Qingyun's insinuation, that moment, a constable suddenly exclaimed in terror, There's a ghost. His voice was piercingly shrill. Drawing the attention of everyone present, this constable, named Song Hu, trembled uncontrollably, his face pale with fear, as if he had witnessed something truly horrifying. Song Hu, what are you saying? Captain Wang said coldly. The constable, still shaken, stammered. Just a moment ago, I was speaking with Lu Qinglin upon entering, but in the blink of an eye, he vanished. A chill gripped Captain Wang's heart as he quickly glanced at Li Yanchu. Li Yanchu raised an eyebrow. He felt no trace of ghostly energy that he approached calmly and said, What happened? Could it be that you misinterpreted the situation? His composed demeanor seemed to instill a sense of calm in Song Hu, causing his trembling to cease. No, I was just talking to Lu Qinglin that I was here earlier, and there was nothing amiss. In the blink of an eye, he just disappeared. Li Yanchu frowned. How could a living person simply vanish without a trace? Captain Wang barked, Lu Qinglin. Has anyone seen Lu Qinglin? After calling out several times, no one responded to that moment. A young constable rushed over from outside the cabin. Captain Wang, I'm here. What's wrong? The surrounding constables recoiled in shock. Captain Wang, hand on his sword hilt, said coldly, Weren't you supposed to enter alongside Song Hu? Where did you vanish to in the blink of an eye? Lu Qinglin paused and replied, No, I was just in the adjoining room watching over members of the Wuhu gang. I didn't come in with Song Hu. Upon hearing this, a wave of cold dread swept over those present. Song Hu fell into a state of utter panic, realizing that if Lu Qinglin had not been beside him, whom had he been conversing with all along? Captain Wang felt a chill rise within him, his hand gripping the sword now slick with sweat. Taoist Yanchu, what do you make of this? Captain Wang inquired to Li Yanchu with a warm smile, replied, Everyone, do not be too anxious. Perhaps it is merely the darkness obscuring your vision. Misinterpretations can occur. Captain Wang wished to say more, but Qingyun interjected. Captain Wang, do not fret too much. The strangeness may very well lie within this room. Chapter 47. The Art of the Painted Skin. Captain Wang's eyes flickered with intrigue, and he frowned, asking, Did you just imply that there is something unusual about this room? Qingyun smiled and turned to Li Yanchu, asking, What do you think, Taoist? Li Yanchu shook his head, remarking, Surely, it cannot be devoid of the scent of cosmetics. At this statement, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Some constables exchanged confused glances, unable to fathom the significance of Li Yanchu's words. However, Captain Wang seemed to grasp the implication. stating, Taoist Yanchu, are you suggesting that since this room was occupied by Gong Sun Hong, who was always in the company of a woman named Su Su, there should be the fragrance of cosmetics present? Li Yanchu affirmed, precisely. He then turned to Qingyun, asking, is that the point? Qingyun smiled radiantly, casting a look of approval. She seemed oblivious to her silent husband, Qianguo, who appeared perplexed by their conversation, having remained taciturn since their arrival and seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. What is amiss within this room? Where on earth has the Wuhu gang's leader, Gong Sun Chong, gone? Captain Wang demanded. Qingyun softly replied, this room bears no trace of cosmetic scents. It could not have been cleaned. Thus, either Gong Sun's companion does not use makeup. Or, Qingyun gazed at Li Yanchu with a knowing smile. Captain Wang, now agitated, drew his sword with a metallic clang, its blade gleaming ominously. If you continue to be evasive and vague, do not blame me for my ruthless blade. Qingyun blinked innocently, her laughter ringing clear. If Captain Wang distrusts me so, then I shall take my leave. In the next instant, Qingyun vanished without a trace, leaving behind her reticent husband. Captain Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. A supernatural trick. He lunged forward, thrusting his sword at Qianguo. The steel blade, imbued with formidable force, could pierce not only a man, but even a sturdy tree or rock. However, with a clang, an unexpected occurrence transpired as Captain Wang's sword struck Qianguo, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against stone. The sword shattered upon impact. Qianguo seemed to harbor a strange power. Yet rather than retaliate, he suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly collapsing into a mere human skin, spread flat upon the ground. Captain Wang gasped in shock, and the onlookers stared in horror. Li Yanchu's expression darkened, a dawning realization taking hold. This resembles the art of painted skin. No wonder there is no aura of malevolence. Yet to master this technique to such an extent is truly astonishing. Li Yanchu remained composed, stating, Captain Wang, it would be wise to retreat for now and escort the prisoners back. We can deliberate at dawn. Captain Wang, still shaken, nodded in agreement. The group returned to the cell where the prisoners were held, where Elder Wu sat on the ground, and the remaining gang members waited obediently. Suddenly, Captain Wang noticed a constable trembling in the shadows and barked, Who goes there? A young constable emerged. It was Song Hu, his face ashen as he pointed fearfully behind Captain Wang, unable to utter a word. Just as Captain Wang was about to reprimand him, a gust of wind swept past his neck, raising goosebumps. The group witnessed the original Song Hu, who had been following Captain Wang, suddenly strike out with a knife aimed at his neck. Caught off guard, Captain Wang felt his head was about to roll. Suddenly, Li Yanchu appeared behind Captain Wang, seizing Song Hu's arm. Unable to tolerate such a treacherous attack any longer, Li Yanchu sneered. What, no more acting? Song Hu's face contorted into a stiff smile, appearing utterly unnatural as he threw a punch at Li Yanchu's head. Yet Li Yanchu was faster. With the technique Tiangang Si Air Sure Show, he executed a move known as Old Ape Bows to the Moon. His scorching vitality surged forth like a sharpened blade. Swish, with a single strike, he severed Song Hu's head, which rolled on the ground, spinning several times that Li Yanchu's demeanor turned solemn, exuding an astonishing presence. Zhang Zhiliang, who had been following closely, was taken aback, realizing that the Taoist had indeed held back previously. Women often fear malevolent spirits, and in this terrifying atmosphere, Wang Wanrong's nerves were particularly taut. The sight of two Song Hus had drained her color. Little did she expect that when Li Yanchu struck, it would be with such overwhelming force that it quelled the evil. Captain Wang, still shaken, muttered, Damn it, nearly fell for that ghostly trick. The others were similarly startled, sensing a chill creeping down their spines. My goodness, they had almost been infiltrated by a foul entity, a ghost hunting ghosts? Lu Qinglin patted his chest, expressing his relief. Thanks to Taoist Yanchu, or we would have been truly deceived by that evil spirit. Li Yanchu appeared unfazed. With a cold smile, he declared, You scoundrels have no idea how precarious your situation is. Bang! A punch erupted, unleashing a fierce gale that conveyed an overwhelming force. Lu Qinglin was obliterated in half an instant. Yet instead of blood, He disintegrated into a flurry of paper scraps that vanished into the air. The successive calamities left Captain Wang feeling utterly oppressed, as if his heart might burst from his chest. Taoist Yanchu. What on earth is happening? Captain Wang exclaimed in horror. Li Yanchu's gaze turned icy, his voice chilling. Captain Wang, is there truly a constable named Lu Qinglin among you? Captain Wang, confused, replied, What do you mean, Taoist Yanchu? Li Yanchu did not respond, but instead fixed him with a penetrating stare. Captain Wang initially hesitated, but then a look of realization dawned upon him, his face registering immense shock. Indeed, who was Lu Qinglin? There was no constable by that name. The other constables quickly caught on, realizing they did not know anyone named Lu Qinglin, nor did they recognize the Lu Qinglin who had just rushed in. Captain Wang exclaimed, But why did I instinctively believe I knew him and assumed there was a constable named Lu Qinglin? His words echoed the collective thoughts of the other constables that Li Yanchu slowly explained. It is the ship's influence that has affected some minds, akin to a soul-binding technique. Captain Wang began to understand. Li Yanchu calmly continued. Moreover, this vessel is likely not the true headquarters of the Wuhu gang, but rather a paper ship. What? Captain Wang gasped. Li Yanchu replied slowly. If you do not believe it, follow me to the deck. The notion was too absurd to comprehend. Even as it came from Li Yanchu's mouth, it felt unbelievable. How could a massive ship be anything but a paper vessel? Chapter 48. Ghostly walls and paper ships. The crowd assembled on the deck, their expressions grave. Suddenly, Captain Wang had a thought and said, Bring out the members of the Wuhua gang inside. Li Yanchu intervened. There's no need. Captain Wang, puzzled, asked why. Li Yanchu curled his lips into a cold smile and replied slowly, Because they are merely paper effigies aboard this ship. Not real people. Zis. Captain Wang inhaled sharply, feeling the hairs on his body stand on end, while the officials present exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. Li Yanchu spoke firmly. Am I not correct, Elder Wu? Without needing verification from Li Yanchu. The members of the Wuhua gang in the room stared fixedly at him, their faces adorned with a grotesque smile, tilting their heads in unison, evoking a chilling sensation. This scene appeared both bizarre and absurd. The officials guarding these individuals nearly buckled at the knees, their hands gripping their weapons trembling. Thus I say, you paper effigies truly have no fear of retribution. Still attempting to intimidate me? Today, I shall uproot you all. Li Yanchu's words echoed like thunder in everyone's ears. With a crack, the previously unyielding floor shattered under Li Yanchu's foot. His vital energy surged like a colossal furnace, the protective aura of Hunyuan Gong fully unleashed. The members of the Wuhua gang rushed out in a distorted, rapid motion, their faces still bearing that eerie smile, making one's scalp tingle. Thud! 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 Li Yanchu's legs moved with the might of a dragon, his blood surging, and with unmatched brute force, he instantly tore apart one gang member. Bang! His fist struck out simultaneously, the energy bursting forth. The Heavenly Gang's 42 techniques. The Overlord lifts the cauldron. One member of the Wuhua gang was immediately sent flying, his chest concaving, knocking down two others behind him. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind surged as the brawny Elder Wu approached. A strong killing intent radiated from Li Yanchu as he seized Elder Wu's hand. Crack! Elder Wu's arm was broken by Li Yanchu, without a fracture or a drop of blood. Boom! Grasping Elder Wu's hand, Li Yanchu slammed him to the ground. The six-yang energy erupted within him, veins bulging, blood surging uncontrollably. Elder Wu on the ground was suddenly engulfed in flames, turning to ashes. Too weak, with such trivial skills. You dare to show off before me? Li Yanchu's voice resounded like thunder. Having annihilated several paper effigy gang members, Li Yanchu remained unscathed. Instead, the heat emanating from him left the officials and local heroes feeling a warm comfort, as if the previous bone-chilling sensation had completely vanished. Zhang Zhiliang swallowed hard, utterly terrified. The overwhelming force behind his strikes seemed capable of shattering stone, akin to a dragon or elephant. Wang Wanrong glanced at Li Yanchu, her thoughts unknown, as a blush unexpectedly appeared on her cheeks. That as the battle drew to a close, the The crowd gradually regained their composure. Did Taoist Yanchu just eliminate all the filth aboard the ship? The collective sentiment towards Li Yanchu was encapsulated in one word: fierce. Not to mention the battles of the martial world, slaying demons and exorcising evil, that if he were to step onto a battlefield, he would undoubtedly be an unmatched warrior, capable of facing 100 or 1,000 foes. The battlefield is fraught with peril, and martial heroes are merely afforded a bit more maneuvering space than ordinary soldiers. The cold steel and arrows from all directions can easily lead to death amidst the chaos. Yet Li Yanchu's performance was truly astonishing. Who would have imagined that this seemingly delicate Taoist could be so ruthless in his actions? Captain Wang, visibly relieved, remarked, "Taoist Yanchu, we owe you a great debt of gratitude this time." Li Yanchu chuckled lightly. "Captain Wang, I feel as though my ears might develop calluses from hearing that." Captain Wang paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Their light-hearted banter brought a sense of calm to everyone present. Captain Wang lowered his voice. "Taoist Yanchu, do you have any idea how we should depart from this place?" He had heard from the elders that encountering a ghostly wall could lead one to run in circles for an entire night, always returning to the same spot. That Li Yanchu remained composed. A ghostly wall is merely a manifestation of excessive energy, obscuring one's senses. The situation here is somewhat unique. It is not a simple ghostly wall, but rather a sinister formation laid by someone. Captain Wang's face showed signs of urgency as he had just glanced towards the riverbank and noticed that the brothers guarding the exit had vanished without a trace. This understandably caused him distress. That Li Yanchu pondered for a moment and said coldly, "Since our adversaries have set a formation using paper boats, we shall completely annihilate this paper vessel." Upon hearing this, Captain Wang raised his knife, only to be swiftly stopped by Li Yanchu. That Li Yanchu explained slowly, "This place is filled with malevolent energy. Ordinary blades cannot harm the essence. It would merely be a futile effort." With a thought, Li Yanchu commanded, "Come." An ancient long knife suddenly appeared in his hand. This serpent-slaying blade had been placed in the Taoist temple, absorbing the malevolent energy through talismans, similar to sword-nurturing techniques. Once unleashed, it could greatly amplify its power. Unfortunately, he had not brought it with him earlier. Captain Wang's pupils dilated as he recognized the blade. With such divine techniques, it is no wonder Taoist Yanchu can wield this knife. This serpent-slaying blade had absorbed some of the official aura while in the government office. But ordinary martial practitioners could not control such a formidable weapon without endangering themselves. Paper boat puppets. I shall see just how many tricks the mastermind behind this has up his sleeve, Li Yanchu stated coldly. Whoosh! The blade in his hand flashed, and the intense malevolent energy cleaved a black fissure through the room. "Break for me!" Li Yanchu shouted coldly. The brilliant blade light swept across, creating numerous black cracks. As if tearing apart the void, it resembled a person ripping through a scroll. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The dense blade light spiraled like a tornado, engulfing the entire space. Finally, with a resounding boom, the scene before the crowd transformed, revealing that they were still by the riverbank, that a massive ship lay to their southeast. And at the dock, a large group of officials and local heroes could be seen turning in circles. "We're out!" Captain Wang exclaimed joyfully. Once they regrouped, they discovered that the individual stationed by the riverbank had fallen victim to the ghostly trick that a colossal ship was docked, but it lay in ruins, littered with corpses and debris. The pungent smell of blood overwhelmed even the seasoned officials. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies were scattered everywhere. That a naked, elderly man was impaled by a sharpened wooden stake, firmly stuck at the riverbank. His body was turning blue, his head shaven, and his skin etched with countless symbols, deep enough to reveal bone. "Chief Gongsun," Zhang Zhiliang blurted out, his face ashen. This scene under the silent night was horrifying. Emanating an indescribable malevolence, that Li Yanchu furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of discomfort at the hellish sight before him, and an inexplicable hatred arose within him towards the mastermind behind this. They must be punished. Captain Wang remarked, "It seems the Wuhua gang has already been wiped out by someone, and their leader, Gongsun Hong, has been brutally murdered." Li Yanchu responded, This place has been ensnared in a sinister formation that can obscure the senses of cultivators. The mastermind has clearly put in considerable effort. Captain Wang inquired. Taoist Yanchu. The woman we encountered on the ship, Qingyun, was she also a paper effigy? Li Yanchu shook his head. That woman emanated malevolence, yet she may not be aligned with the mastermind. She seemed intent on awakening us. The specific reasons remain unclear to me. The opponent was evidently a peculiar individual practicing the art of skinning, and whether they were friend or foe could not yet be determined. That Li Yanchu speculated that they were likely an outsider seeking the elixir of immortality in Wei City. That moment. Whoosh! A sharp-clawed eagle swooped down from the horizon, like an arrow. Be careful. Li Yanchu pushed Captain Wang aside and struck out with a palm. 6 yang energy. The piercing vitality erupted. The eagle spread its wings, twisting in midair, and evaded Li Yanchu's heavenly gang technique with astonishing agility. What kind of creature is this? Where did this eagle come from? The officials shouted, drawing their swords. Li Yanchu's gaze darkened as he prepared to slice the suddenly appearing eagle. However, a sound of poof reached his ears as the eagle vanished, transforming into a piece of skin that gently floated down. Li Yanchu reached out, gathering energy in his hand, and the skin landed in his grasp. Its slick texture made him frown in distaste. Is this human skin? A hint of revulsion flashed across Li Yanchu's brow. Yet, as he lightly rubbed the skin, he noticed something peculiar. What is this? Captain Wang sheathed his sword, furrowing his brows as he approached. Li Yanchu's gaze reflected contemplation and surprise as he said to Captain Wang, "It appears to be a list of place names from Wei City." Captain Wang's eyes brightened as he stepped forward to take the skin from Li Yanchu's hands. Upon inspecting it, he indeed found it densely covered with names of places from Wei City, and after a cursory glance, he estimated there were about 34 entries. These seemed to be locations near the Temple of the Lady in Green, Captain Wang exclaimed. The two exchanged glances. Could this be the site where the Wuhua gang buried explosives? Li Yanchu queried. Captain Wang took a deep breath and said, "It should be. I will dispatch someone immediately." Li Yanchu's gaze drifted into the distance, seemingly piercing through the profound darkness of the night. What exactly is Qingyun, whom we encountered aboard that ghostly ship? His heart brimmed with curiosity. The old eagle and the cunning thief, Qianguo, were evidently both masters of the art of disguise, likely the handiwork of the same individual. Once the affairs of the Wubang by the river were concluded, Li Yanchu took his leave from Captain Wang and returned to Weiqing. Observing the dense night enveloping him, tranquil and profound, a flicker of unease unexpectedly crossed Li Yanchu's mind. Among the known eccentrics in Weiqing, aside from the enigmatic figure behind the paper effigies, there should also be another adept in ghostly arts. Now, a new player, a master of disguise with unclear motives, had entered the scene. The legend of the elixir of immortality seems truly captivating. I just wonder who that wooling hermit might be. Li Yanchu held a skeptical view regarding the tales of the elixir of immortality. Throughout history, not only have eccentric individuals sought eternal life, but emperors have also pursued longevity. Yet, in this world, there has been no mention of anyone achieving immortality. However, such pursuits might invite bloodshed and chaos. Furthermore, Li Yanchu believed that the Qingyun temple was far from simple. Otherwise, the figure behind the paper effigies would not resort to the Wubang's assistance to obliterate the Qingyi temple with explosives. Was it merely for the sake of murder on a significant day, or was there something of greater value hidden within the temple? Li Yanchu pondered. Everything seemed shrouded in mist, leaving him bewildered. The following day, the infatuated by Hongtu, captivated by the beauty of the courtesan, dropped his chopsticks in shock upon learning that Li Yanchu had participated in the eradication of the Wubang the previous night. How could he have missed such a momentous occasion? Bai Hongtu felt a profound sense of regret. Glancing at his own handsome reflection in the bronze mirror, his anger ignited. I have been led astray by wine and beauty. Missing such a grand event, from today onwards, I shall abstain from alcohol. 2 days later, the annual Qingyi Temple Fair in Weiqing commenced with great fanfare. The streets were adorned with vibrant lanterns, bustling with throngs of people. Lanterns, calligraphy, and riddles were abundant, creating a jubilant atmosphere as Li Yanchu strolled through the lively streets. He noticed vendors springing up like mushrooms after rain, selling candied hawthorns, masks, sugar figurines, and various sweets, all creating an extraordinary spectacle. From the stone bridge, he gazed upon the river, where exquisitely crafted flower boats floated, filled with spirited young scholars enjoying drinks, alongside enchanting, delicately dressed courtesans whose allure was hard to resist. The entrance of the Qingyun temple was crowded with visitors, eager to pay their respects to the goddess. Renowned for her efficacy in granting wishes for fame, love, and household safety, Li Yanchu wandered about, captivated by the bustling scene, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. The calls of vendors filled the air, and he reached into his pocket, producing a small silver coin to purchase a skewer of candied hawthorn. Biting into it, the sweet and sour flavor was delightful. The vendor returned with 99 copper coins strung together and handed them to Li Yanchu. Initially indifferent, he casually tucked them away, but suddenly furrowed his brow and quickly retrieved the coins. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that one of the copper coins was stained with fresh blood. The vivid crimson stood out glaringly in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he placed the coins back into his pocket, glancing around with a newfound intensity. Such bloody money would go unnoticed by ordinary folk, appearing to the vendor as nothing more than a standard coin. Only someone like Li Yanchu, a practitioner of the Tao, could discern its true nature. How curious that blood money would circulate near the Qingyi temple. He mused that in folklore, blood-stained coins were often regarded as tokens of ill fortune. Chapter 50. The Spirit Officer's Invocation Talisman. Though he appeared to be meandering, Li Yanchu had visited several locations to employ his divination skills. With the Qingyi temple fair approaching, it was certain that other eccentrics lurking in Weicheng would soon make their moves. He sought to uncover any clues, but regrettably, after hours of wandering, found nothing amiss. The art of divination, while insightful, was not infallible. Numerous techniques could obscure its efficacy, rendering it merely an auxiliary tool. Returning to the Qingyun temple, he began preparing to inscribe talismans. This time, he intended to draw the Spirit Officer's Invocation Talisman. This was a divine summoning talisman that could invoke the protective deity Wanglingguan, the chief among the 36 divine generals of the celestial court, famed for his red hair and mighty presence. After meticulously crafting 100 talismans, he finally selected the one with the strongest spiritual resonance. By decree, Li Yanchu declared with resolute focus, mimicking the familiar divine cadence. Indeed, the talisman underwent a transformation. A glimmer of joy illuminated Li Yanchu's eyes. Though this divine tide lasted only a brief moment before gradually dissipating, he then cast a divination spell upon himself, revealing his merit points, 1,130, that having vanquished numerous malevolent entities, his merit had exceeded 2,000 yet. To his surprise, the summoning of the Spirit Officer's talisman had consumed a full 1,000 merit points. Li Yanchu was momentarily taken aback. That was a significant sacrifice. However, upon closely examining the talisman, elation shone in his eyes that a mere touch of his fingertip upon the yellow talisman sent waves of divine energy coursing through him, nurturing his spirit. For a practitioner of the Tao, the vitality of one's essence, spirit, and soul was paramount, particularly the soul, which formed the foundation of future cultivation. That in the realm of Qi practitioners, the strength of one's soul was generally comparable, with only slight variations among individuals. This Spirit Officer's Invocation Talisman, however, could directly nurture the soul. Though the enhancement was subtle, it was a remarkable treasure for cultivators, as it could be worn for an extended period. This Spirit Officer's Invocation Talisman is nothing short of miraculous, Li Yanchu exclaimed with delight. The talisman exuded divine qualities, radiating pure Yang Tao energy, capable not only of summoning deities, but also providing immense benefits to its bearer. Indeed, it is far more gratifying to invest in such talismans. My progress in the divine summoning technique has been painfully slow, Li Yanchu sighed. Subsequently, he proceeded to inscribe a Thunderstrike Suppression Talisman. This powerful talisman possessed formidable destructive capabilities, capable of warding off calamities and harnessing thunder, unleashing the might of the 5 Thunder Method. His previous victory against the vengeful spirit in the Feng residence had relied entirely on the power of the Thunderstrike Talisman. Li Yanchu inscribed another talisman and affixed it to his person. Consequently, his merit points dwindled to 810, but the sound of Bai Hongtu practicing swordplay drifted from the courtyard, prompting Li Yanchu to step outside. Bai Hongtu executed his sword techniques with fluid grace, exuding a charismatic presence. Each move radiated the poise of a swordmaster, impressively striking that a subtle smile crept onto Li Yanchu's lips. While Bai Hongtu's Taoist skills were commendable, his martial prowess seemed rather pedestrian, lacking practical application. This was a common flaw among scions of noble families, who often overlooked utility. However, Bai Hongtu had shown improvement since his vow to abstain from wine, refraining from nightlife and indulgence. Now he simply enjoyed the melodies of the tavern without a single drop of alcohol. With time on his hands, he frequently accompanied Li Yanchu, always poised for action. Li Yanchu had heard that Bai Hongtu sought to inquire with Captain Feng about any gangs in Weiqing that were causing trouble for the common folk, boasting that he could act as a champion of justice. This sentiment aligned with Feng Qingyun's intentions. Yet, after mending relations with Li Yanchu, Feng Qingyun had shifted her focus, leaving Captain Wang to oversee security at the Qingyi Temple while she managed the city's safety. Consequently, she had become a rare sight. The tavern owner secretly reveled in monopolizing Li Yanchu's attention, but she held Bai Hongtu in disdain, viewing him as a frivolous rich heir, trailing Li Yanchu without purpose. The tavern owner often expressed her discontent, particularly as Li Yanchu no longer shared meals with her, primarily due to Bai Hongtu's disregard for social boundaries. The tavern owner preferred to ignore the situation, believing that this wealthy young man would soon return to Jinchuan after the Qingyi Temple fair, not lingering in Weiqing for long. Excitedly, Bai Hongtu urged Li Yanchu to visit the Qingyi Temple. Thrilled at the prospect of mingling with the noble ladies and courtesans who would come to worship during the Qingyi festival. For Bai Hongtu, tightly controlled in Jinchuan, this was a golden opportunity. Yanchu, come on, I'll treat you. Let us dine at Wanglu. Bai Hongtu boasted. Li Yanchu shot him a knowing glance, countering, I see you just want to drag me to the Qingyi Temple. The Qingyi Temple was conveniently located near Wangulu. Bai Hongtu chuckled. We can pay our respects along the way. It would be a shame to miss the chance to visit the revered Qingyi Temple while in Weiqing. Li Yanchu smirked. I suspect you were simply drawn to the charms of those young ladies. Bai Hongtu retorted, what is wrong with that? You can pursue beautiful women like the tavern owner and Miss Feng, but I can't seek out a noble lady or a wealthy heiress in Weiqing. Unfazed, Li Yanchu laughed. With your status, you need not go to such lengths. If you simply reveal your identity, I'm sure many families would be eager to welcome you. Bai Hongtu exclaimed, what? With my exceptional talents, do I still need to reveal my identity and background? I merely need to make an appearance at the Qingyi Temple, and I am certain numerous young ladies would be captivated. Li Yanchu waved his hand dismissively, saying, then you may go. I have just taken a stroll there. Bai Hongtu, taken aback, asked, what? You've already been? Li Yanchu nodded. Indeed, while you were fast asleep. Bai Hongtu's face flushed. He had previously declared that he would rise early each day to practice martial arts, cultivate his spirit, and refine his character. Yet today, he had awoken rather late, primarily due to the excessive enthusiasm of a certain courtesan the night before, which had caused him to oversleep. Unlike Li Yanchu, who possessed abundant vitality and strong physique, he was merely an ordinary martial arts practitioner. In that case, accompany me on my visit, Bai Hongtu proposed. What? Li Yanchu was momentarily stunned. Bai Hongtu asserted, you said we are good friends, are we not? Li Yanchu thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed. Bai Hongtu feigned a wounded expression, saying, you actually had to think about it. Li Yanchu replied, Chapter 51, The Temple of the Lady in Green. Bai Hongtu remarked, a good friend arrives in Wei City and has not yet seen the Qingyi Temple. As a friend, should you not extend the courtesy of taking me to pay homage? Li Yanchu chuckled silently. Soon, he found himself being pulled by Hongtu back onto the bustling streets. By the way, Li Yanchu extracted a copper coin from his pocket and presented it to Bai Hongtu. What do you make of this? Bai Hongtu glanced at it, slightly astonished. A coin of grievance? Where on earth did you acquire this? As a disciple of a genuine Taoist lineage, he could easily discern things invisible to the naked eye. Li Yanchu explained, from a candied hawthorn vendor near the Qingyi Temple. Bai Hongtu retorted, "How outrageous! You went to indulge in candied hawthorns without bringing me back even one." Li Yanchu face-palmed, exasperated. "Is that really the point? The focus is on this coin of grievance." Bai Hongtu chuckled lightly. "I think you need not be overly anxious. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, we shall block them. When water comes, we shall bury it. No matter how many extraordinary beings arrive in Wei City, we shall deal with them as they come. Besides, you have me, do you not?" Li Yanchu pondered for a moment and praised. "Today, I've discovered a virtue of yours." Bai Hongtu joyfully queried, "Am I calm in the face of danger composed during significant events?" Li Yanchu shook his head. "Your use of idioms is commendable." Bai Hongtu was left speechless. The two continued their banter as they approached the Qingyun temple. Thanks to Bai Hongtu's light-hearted interjections, the shadows in Li Yanchu's heart had considerably diminished. In truth, Li Yanchu had never properly visited the Qingyun temple. His master, Taoist Xuanqing, although somewhat impoverished and struggling, was nonetheless the legitimate head of the Qingyun temple, a genuine practitioner of orthodox Taoism. Taoist Xuanqing had always scoffed at the bustling incense offerings at the Qingyun temple, viewing it as a mere folk superstition unworthy of serious consideration. For him, the Qingyun temple represented an unrefined form of wild fox Zen, hardly deserving of respect. True disciples of orthodox Taoism held such convictions firmly. This attitude had led Li Yanchu to harbor little enthusiasm for the Qingyun temple. Aside from the previous incident involving the paper effigy of the possessed Captain Zhao, it was indeed strange that both the Qingyun temple and the Qingyun temple bore the same Qing character. And Taoist Xuanqing was a capable Taoist master. Yet, the Qingyun temple remained devoid of followers. This phenomenon persisted even after Li Yanchu gained notoriety in Wei City for slaying evil spirits and capturing fugitives. It was unclear whether some special reason lay behind it. However, Taoist Xuanqing had always maintained a rather indifferent stance towards the matter of incense offerings and bore no aspirations for the prosperity of the temple. He had consistently instructed Li Yanchu that a cultivator should focus on inner peace, unencumbered by worldly fame or material possessions, and should not be constrained by so-called temples, but rather should follow their own heart and seek their true essence. Were it not for Taoist Xuanqing's well-known fondness for beautiful young women, often boasting about his youthful charm, Li Yanchu might have truly believed his master was a reclusive sage hidden within the bustling world. As Li Yanchu and Bai Hongtu finally squeezed their way through the throngs of people and entered the Qingyun temple, they exchanged glances, both awestruck by the scene before them. The crowd was dense, and the fervor surrounding the Qingyun temple's incense offerings created an atmosphere reminiscent of mass pilgrimage. In this unique setting, the expressions on the faces of the common folk were filled with fervor. Invisible threads seemed to rise from the heads of each individual, converging toward the Qingyun temple. This was the power of incense offerings. Bai Hongtu frowned. "I've heard tales of the Qingyun temple's thriving incense offerings. But seeing it now, I realized the rumors were rather conservative." Li Yanchu nodded. "The fervent expressions of these people make me feel inexplicably uncomfortable." Bai Hongtu, seizing the moment, refrained from mocking Li Yanchu's potential infatuation with the lady in green and instead nodded in agreement. "I feel the same." In comparison to the atmosphere here, Bai Hongtu preferred the tranquility of Qingyun temple, with its humble dwellings and a single donkey, exuding an air of simplicity and peace that made it a comfortable place to reside without any sense of unease. The two shared a knowing look and discreetly retreated from the Qingyun temple. "What kind of deity is the lady in green that is worshipped in this temple?" Bai Hongtu mused, munching on a skewer of candied hawthorns while lounging against a roadside. Li Yanchu, not having any candied hawthorns this time, was enjoying a sweet and juicy pear instead. The two appeared to embody the essence of carefree street wanderers. Li Yanchu replied, "At present, it does not seem to align with the path of any malevolent deity. If she can ensure peace for the region, that is sufficient. We need not concern ourselves with her origins." Bai Hongtu nodded. "From the statue of the lady in green, it is evident that she must have been a great beauty in life." Li Yanchu shuka momentarily. Incredulous. "What are you saying? How can one discern anything from that clay effigy?" Bai Hongtu paused, scratching his head. "I just suddenly felt that the lady in green possesses some charm." Li Yanchu clasped his hands together. "Impressive. Bai Hongtu's face turned crimson. In truth, Bai Hongtu had discerning taste and a unique perspective on women's beauty. Aside from his current admiration for the lady in green, Li Yanchu could hardly agree with Bai Hongtu's assertion. As Bai Hongtu put it, if a woman were to possess a perfect score of 100 in beauty, then the proprietress would be rated at 92 or 93, exuding an enchanting allure that was breathtaking. And growing more captivating the more one looked at I. In contrast, Feng Qingyuan's beauty might be rated at 86 or 87, with a cool demeanor that easily incited a man's desire to conquer, especially since she was a chivalrous woman of the martial world and now a public servant. She naturally enjoyed an elevated status that in Li Yanchu's understanding, it was akin to a combination of restraint and allure. However, these two beauties had nothing to do with Bai Hongtu, who had sought the courtesan from the brothel, who also possessed a score of 70 in beauty. She was indeed one of the more enchanting women in the world that the two bantered. An air of rare nonchalance surrounded them, drawing the attention of several beautiful women. Bai Hongtu relished the attention. Ah, that woman is quite appealing, with expressive eyes and a graceful figure. She is approaching me, Bai Hongtu remarked, his pride evident in his tone. However, the woman's subsequent actions left Bai Hongtu feeling disheartened. Greetings, Taoist Li Yanchu. It has been a while. You still possess your charm, said the young heiress, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Bai Hongtu frowned, thinking to himself, why is she blushing just for greeting? Li Yanchu nodded with a gentle smile. Miss Chun, it is a pleasure to see you again. This Miss Chun was none other than the third daughter of the Qin family, who had once been pursued by a lecher and was saved by Li Yanchu. Chapter 52. A murder case. Young ladies in their bloom are naturally captivated by such a dashing young hero, and the third miss was no exception. Before long, several wealthy young ladies spotted Li Yanchu by the roadside and approached him with smiles to greet him. Each one was a unique beauty, charming in her own right, as if to say that with a mere nod from Li Yanchu, they would eagerly join him for a boat ride and toast their spirits. While these young heiresses interacted with Bai Hongtu with practiced grace, it left the self-proclaimed gallant Bai Hongtu feeling despondent. He cast a resentful glance at Li Yanchu, regretting, why does this fellow attract such female attention? It seemed as though all the wealthy young ladies in Wei City were acquainted with him, that Li Yanchu remained indifferent, not particularly elated. He simply found himself surrounded by a group of women, which became rather noisy. Had Bai Hongtu known of his thoughts, he might have been compelled to invoke talismans and compete with him in shamelessness. The two soon departed the Qingyi temple, much to the reluctance of the wealthy young ladies who watched them leave. It should be noted that while Bai Hongtu appeared to embody the persona of a wealthy young master, he was indeed quite down to earth. He and Li Yanchu indulged in a few street snacks, without any critique, and instead, Bai Hongtu appeared rosy-cheeked and spirited. The confidence that had been shaken earlier by Li Yanchu seemed to have returned to its usual state as they savored their food and drink. Yanchu, do you think the elixir of immortality might be hidden beneath the Qingyi temple? Is that why these thieves intend to blow it up? Bai Hongtu imitated Li Yanchu, munching on a pear. Li Yanchu turned to glance at him, slightly surprised. What leads you to that conclusion? Bai Hongtu chuckled lightly and remarked, consider for a moment that the sole mastermind behind the Five Lakes gang is the paper effigy maker. This individual is undeniably ruthless, yet has lain in wait within the Five Lakes gang for at least a year, certainly in pursuit of the elixir of immortality. He continued, moreover, it is likely only recently he discovered the connection between the elixir and the Qingyi temple. Otherwise, after such a lengthy period of scheming, he would have already detonated the temple dedicated to the lady in green. Li Yanchu felt a stir of realization and suddenly exclaimed, are you suggesting that the paper effigy maker has possessed Captain Zhao? Bai Hongtu nodded, affirming, indeed, it is highly probable that by utilizing the possessed Captain Zhao, this papermaker may have uncovered clues regarding the Qingyi temple. However, there must be some restrictions in this area, leading him to resort to the Five Lakes gang to destroy the Qingyi temple. Li Yanchu pondered aloud. Is it because they cannot act directly? Bai Hongtu replied, I was just contemplating whether it is possible that the lady in green has a corporeal or true form present here. Otherwise, this place would not possess such remarkable efficacy. Li Yanchu reflected. I have considered this as well. Yet if the lady in green possesses a spirit, How could she allow the paper effigy maker to embody an evil corpse and dwell within the temple? Bai Hongtu glanced at him with profound significance, saying, "What if the lady in green is not inherently virtuous?" Li Yanchu was taken aback. Having resided in Wei City for many years, he was well aware that the legends surrounding the lady in green were deeply ingrained in the local consciousness. With no tales of malevolence or horrifying practices such as human sacrifice. Instead, Wei City was known for its favorable weather, prosperous waterways, and the fulfillment of the people's desires, often attributed to the temple's spiritual efficacy. His master, Taoist Xuanqing, held the Qingyi temple in disdain, yet even with his formidable abilities to vanquish demons, he never expressed hostility towards it. The term wild fox Zen carries a pejorative connotation, representing the condescension of orthodox practitioners towards such figures. Yet it does not imply that these entities are malevolent spirits or evil in nature. As such, Li Yanchu had never delved deeply into this matter until Bai Hongtu's words prompted him to consider it anew. Upon expressing his original thoughts, Bai Hongtu smiled and remarked, "Just because there were no issues before does not guarantee there won't be any now. The absence of human sacrifice does not preclude harm to mortals." Li Yanchu was momentarily stunned. But after a brief pause, he exhaled a breath of resignation and conceded, "You are right." Bai Hongtu, with his keen intellect, recognized that their differing pathways of cultivation, personalities, and perspectives on matters led to varied interpretations. Li Yanchu complimented, "I never realized that you possess such insight when you take things seriously." Bai Hongtu retorted with mild irritation, "Naturally did I have come to Wei City to establish my reputation and eradicate evils. If I lacked such cleverness, it would indeed be a laughingstock." "Ah, that woman's silhouette is quite enchanting, her figure." Li Yanchu initially deemed Bai Hongtu to be rather earnest, only to have the conversation swiftly pivot to a topic concerning women. Following Bai Hongtu's gaze, Li Yanchu was momentarily taken aback. That silhouette felt eerily familiar. Sure enough, the woman seemed to sense their scrutiny and turned her head, revealing a strikingly cool and beautiful visage. Her gaze sharp. Upon spotting Li Yanchu, her expression softened, and she asked, "What brings you here?" It was none other than the tall and graceful Feng Qingyun. Although she held a position in the government, she typically did not don official attire. Now, she wore a light purple garment, with an iron sword hanging at her waist, exuding the demeanor of a spirited and unrestrained heroine of the martial world. With nothing pressing to attend to, I decided to accompany this fellow on a stroll. Li Yanchu gestured towards Bai Hongtu. Bai Hongtu greeted her. "It has been a while since we last met, Miss Qingyun. You have grown even more radiant." Feng Qingyun nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. Bai Hongtu scratched his nose, contemplating. "So she smiles at Li Yanchu, yet remains frosty towards me. It seems I am merely here for her amusement." Recalling the matter at hand, Feng Qingyun spoke directly. "A murder has occurred on Huangyang Street. The head of that household has met a mysterious demise. Since we have crossed paths, let us investigate together." Li Yanchu was not particularly interested in such cases, yet Bai Hongtu was captivated. His eyes lit up. "Very well, Miss Qingyun, we shall accompany you." Feng Qingyun frowned slightly at Bai Hongtu, but said nothing. Li Yanchu could not help but chuckle. "Let us proceed." Upon arriving at Huangyang Street, the trio encountered government constables at the entrance of a residence. Entering the gate and crossing the courtyard, they saw several Wei County constables interrogating witnesses. While the women of the household wept with red-rimmed eyes, Feng Qingyun scrutinized the strikingly beautiful mistress of the house and inquired, "Was the deceased your husband?" Upon observing the respectful demeanor of the county constables towards Feng Qingyun, the mistress nodded submissively, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief to Li Yanchu and Bai Hongtu exchanged glances, momentarily surveying her alluring figure before quickly looking away. Feng Qingyun nodded and, bypassing the crowd, led Li Yanchu and Bai Hongtu into the house. The room they entered was a study, where the deceased lay slumped over the writing desk, and no blood was visible on the surface, nor were there signs of a struggle within the room. The coroner had just examined the body and found no remarkable evidence. Chapter 53. The Practical Application of Qi Observation in Solving Cases. Feng Qingyun, accompanied by the Wei County constables, meticulously inspected the corners of the study. Checking doors and windows that Li Yanchu inquired, "Have you discovered anything?" Fong Qinglan shook her head, replying, "Everything appears intact. There are no signs of forced entry, nor any footprints from a window, and the rafters show no traces." Bai Hongtu interjected, "Could it have been sudden illness, leading to an unexpected death?" Fong Qinglan acknowledged, "That possibility cannot be ruled out." Li Yanchu pointed at the mistress and declared, "She is the murderer." The room fell in a stunned silence. How could such a conclusion be reached so swiftly? The mistress's face turned pale with terror, as though she were utterly shocked. Bai Hongtu expressed his discontent. "Yanchu, what evidence do you have for such a statement? This seems rather presumptuous." The surrounding constables and Fong Qinglan wore expressions of skepticism. Solving a case should involve gathering evidence, examining the scene, and analyzing the situation to uncover the true culprit through subtle clues. "What are you doing?" Li Yanchu spoke with conviction. "This woman has been possessed by an evil spirit. The room carries a sinister aura. The deceased must have perished as a result of having their essence drained by this malevolent entity." "Evil spirit?" Bai Hongtu furrowed his brow. "How can I discern that?" Li Yanchu cast him a glance and replied, "Have you never studied Qi observation or similar techniques?" Bai Hongtu retorted with confidence, "I have not." "Do you possess such knowledge?" Li Yanchu admitted, "Just a smidgen." Bai Hongtu was left speechless. The mistress cried out in desperation, her emotions running high, vehemently proclaiming her innocence. Fong Qinglan frowned and remarked, "Such allegations lack concrete evidence. Furthermore, how can one determine guilt in such matters?" Li Yanchu waved his hand dismissively. "I am uncertain." Fong Qinglan fell silent, her voice growing stern. "Take her away." Two constables restrained the mistress and led her away. This case was undeniably peculiar, yet Fong Qinglan's orders were to be followed. The group prepared to exit through the main door. Li Yanchu suddenly threw a punch at a house servant. The force was tremendous. Li Yanchu, a martial arts master in Wei City, possessed the strength to shatter stone. His prowess was legendary among the common folk. However, the servant unexpectedly moved, executing a series of somersaults to narrowly evade the blow. Li Yanchu's gaze hardened, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. Boom! He then unleashed another punch, as if intent on ending the man's life. The servant, appearing to be in his 30s and of fair complexion, surprisingly displayed remarkable agility, blocking Li Yanchu's strike with both fists, a flicker of malice glinting in his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp sound of piercing air arose as 3 silver needles shot from the servant's sleeve, aimed directly at Li Yanchu's face. Clang, clang, clang. The protective aura surrounding Li Yanchu acted like an impenetrable fortress, deflecting the silver needles. Bang! Li Yanchu's fist connected squarely with the servant's chest, sending him hurtling backwards. This time, the servant did not rise again but lay there, looking astonished at Li Yanchu. Li Yanchu proclaimed, "He is the true murderer. It was he who plunged the silver needles into the deceased's skull. And moreover, this man must be a wanted criminal." Fong Qinglan waved her hand, and 2 fierce constables promptly apprehended the injured servant, just as the group was about to exit the main door. Li Yanchu had unexpectedly attacked an ordinary servant. Yet, the man possessed martial prowess and could wield silver needles as hidden weapons. Furthermore, Li Yanchu was convinced of his guilt. This scene was nothing short of extraordinary. Fong Qinglan inquired, "What exactly happened here?" Li Yanchu explained, "Earlier, I noticed a small wound atop the deceased's head. He was killed by someone from behind who pierced his brain with a silver needle. Given that there were no signs of intruders entering the home, the family members are the prime suspects. This man is shrouded in ominous energy, exuding malevolence, yet he chooses to serve as a mere servant. Is that not suspicious?" Bai Hongtu expressed his astonishment. "Yanchu, you can solve cases too. What do you mean by that?" Li Yanchu chuckled. "I merely claimed the mistress was the murderer and that the cause of death was due to possession by an evil spirit to prompt this person into a false sense of security, thereby forcing him to reveal his flaws. Indeed, at the brink of life and death, he resorted to using silver needles so we can have the coroner examine the body. There must be silver needles within the deceased's brain." Silence fell over the group as Fong Qinglan and the others stared at him. Dumbfounded, this is simply extraordinary. The case has been solved? In such a short span of time, Li Yanchu has apprehended the murderer. After contemplating for a moment, Feng Qinglan suggested, "Let us allow the coroner to conduct an examination first. In homicide cases, the coroner always performs a preliminary inspection. Previously, the coroner in Weiqing merely observed that the deceased bore no external injuries and had not succumbed to poisoning. Given the era's lack of systematic training, coroners relied solely on experience, resulting in varying degrees of proficiency. Upon re-examination, the coroner indeed discovered a silver needle embedded in the deceased's brain, leaving everyone in awe. Whether it was by Hongtu, Feng Qinglan, or the officers present, they all felt a deep-seated respect for Li Yanchu. What a pity! You are a Taoist, that if you were to enter public service, you would surely achieve great renown, Feng Qinglan lamented. The thought of having such an exceptional colleague to assist her in apprehending criminals would be akin to divine intervention. That Li Yanchu smiled, but remained silent. That in truth, his reliance lay in the art of divination. The aura of malevolence surrounding the individual in question was unmistakable, indicating he was no virtuous person, and the intense resentment and bloodlust emanating from him suggested he had recently taken a life. That Li Yanchu immediately identified this person as the murderer, and what followed was merely a process of deduction. During the examination of the corpse, he focused particularly on the area atop the deceased's head. After all, as a man who had watched thousands of television dramas, he was familiar with these fundamental tropes. He then expertly manipulated the psychology of the suspect, compelling him to act. Everything fell into place naturally. Of course, luck played a role as well. The art of divination is not infallible. Nevertheless, Li Yanchu's acumen truly astonished everyone present. Bai Hongtu, who had been a mere bystander throughout, pressed his lips tightly together, deeply moved. Why must there be a distinction between you and Tu? The gravely injured servant was soon taken away, casting a resentful glance at Li Yanchu. Just as Li Yanchu was about to leave, his gaze suddenly darkened as he swiftly picked up a small seal. That a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The small seal he carried bore the 4 characters, Wuling Sanren. Could it be that the deceased is Wuling Sanren? A sense of absurdity surged within Li Yanchu. The first time he had encountered this name was when Captain Wang showed him a letter inviting a great monk to Weiqing, claiming to have discovered the whereabouts of the elixir of immortality. Yet now, that great monk had fallen prey to an unknown beast outside the city, and Wuling Sanren had met his demise at the hands of a servant in his own home. Li Yanchu immediately summoned the lady of the house and inquired, "What was your husband's profession? Did he have any other aliases?" In the kingdom of Qian, scholars not only carried a given name, but also often had courtesy names. The lady, still shaken and fearful, glanced at Li Yanchu and replied, "My husband was a Jiren, and we have considerable ancestral property that he usually devoted himself to reading and painting. Ditto, my late husband's alias was Wuling Sanren." Indeed. Chapter 54. The Out-of-Body Experience. After confirming this, Li Yanchu found it hard to believe that a scholar of repute had somehow come to know the location of the elixir of immortality. After inquiring about the servant's background, he allowed the lady to leave. According to her, the servant named Song, he had arrived at their household 6 months prior. He appeared quite honest and diligent in his tasks. Who would have imagined he harbored malicious intentions? Li Yanchu was well aware of the tale surrounding wanted rogues who concealed their identities. That it would be necessary for the officials to conduct thorough interrogations to ascertain whether the servant had killed the deceased out of greed or under someone else's orders. Bai Hongtu stepped forward to ask, "What is the matter?" Li Yanchu recounted the incident in which Wuling Sanren invited the monk to Weiqing to search for the elixir. He explained that the deceased was none other than Wuling Sanren. Bai Hongtu was equally astonished. "What a coincidence!" Li Yanchu replied. "Indeed, on the very first day of the Qingyi Temple Fair, Wuling Sanren was murdered. This occurrence is far too coincidental. Moreover, whether this person is indeed the Wuling Sanren who invited the monk to Weiqing remains uncertain. He is a scholar, not the sort of eccentric one might expect from the martial world." Bai Hongtu pondered for a moment and remarked, "That may not necessarily be the case. Scholars are often well-read and may possess unique insights regarding the elixir's whereabouts, which could explain the invitation to the monk. Wuling Sanren is not merely a figure of folklore." Li Yanchu was momentarily taken aback. "You make a valid point." Li Yanchu found Bai Hongtu's perspective on certain matters quite enlightening. After this brief interlude, neither of them felt inclined to continue their leisurely stroll. Bai Hongtu invited Li Yanchu to the pleasure quarters to listen to music, but Li Yanchu declined. That it was not a matter of pretentiousness. Rather, he genuinely lacked the inclination at that moment. While he had a fondness for the enchanting women in sheer garments, the turbulent undercurrents in Weiqing had rendered him temporarily devoid of leisure. Bai Hongtu did not press the issue and proceeded to the pleasure quarters alone. Li Yanchu returned to the Taoist temple to practice the Huangting Dao Sutra. It was remarkable that after experiencing numerous events, he could still maintain his composure. One of his strengths was his tranquility during tasks, which aligned well with the Taoist path. Adorned with the Lingguan Qi talisman, he nurtured his essence and spirit, remaining invigorated. That night, he wished to attempt a technique described in the Huangting Dao Sutra, the out-of-body experience. In his previous life, he had encountered many fantasy novels and films, making him familiar with the concept of the out-of-body experience. However, the conditions for executing this technique varied across different narratives. Some required practitioners to attain a high level of cultivation, referred to as the emergence of the Yin spirit, while others depicted it as a more common phenomenon. In fact, some fantasy stories never even mentioned it. Based on the records in the Huangting Dao Sutra, Li Yanchu had attained a certain understanding of this technique, that it was inherently perilous, as the human soul is exceedingly fragile, especially when a practitioner first attempts the out-of-body experience. Numerous factors could endanger the soul during this vulnerable state, such as candlelight or the turbid air of the world. Sometimes, a gust of wind could blow the soul away, leading to a situation where one might awaken to find themselves in the body of a cow or horse. Alternatively, one could suffer complete soul disintegration. Nevertheless, Li Yanchu yearned for the out-of-body experience. With the Lingguan Qi talisman safeguarding his soul, he felt confident in attempting the practice. The Huangting Dao Sutra stated that upon achieving the out-of-body experience, one could witness sights typically unseen and traverse vast distances in a single night. Endowed with numerous supernatural phenomena, Li Yanchu, this represented true celestial power. He had mastered the techniques of breath control and energy circulation detailed in the Huangting Dao Sutra. However, the out-of-body experience was his first attempt. Generally, this technique belonged to the second stage of cultivation. The first stage, known as Qi practitioners, involved mastering the breathing techniques to draw in the essence of heaven and earth, thereby augmenting one's internal energy. The second stage was called Yin spirit emergence, enabling one to travel vast distances and witness myriad invisible phenomena. The third stage was termed Yang spirit emergence, allowing for the soul to roam freely with unmatched power. Having survived the tribulations of life for the lower stages, the Huangting Dao Sutra offered no further details. Thus, strictly speaking, Li Yanchu was still at the initial stage of Qi cultivation and was not yet ready to practice the out-of-body experience, especially with his master no longer present to safeguard his soul. However, who could deny that Li Yanchu was a devotee of indulgence, possessing a talisman forged from 1,000 merits that already conferred divine qualities, thus capable of protecting his soul? Subsequently, Li Yanchu settled into a meditative position, aligning his 5 hearts towards the heavens, and began to cultivate the out-of-body experience according to the teachings of the Huangting Dao Sutra. As he circulated his internal energy through the microcosmic orbit, a mysterious aura began to manifest before him. He sensed his body growing lighter, ever lighter, as though he were on the verge of ascending. The Taoists have a soul-capturing technique that can directly seize another's soul. And when the soul separates from the body, one often experiences this sensation of lightness. However, Li Yanchu was voluntarily attempting the out-of-body experience. It was unclear how much time had passed when a flash of white light seemed to shimmer before his eyes. While seated in the traditional 5 hearts to heaven posture, he suddenly felt a chill coursing through his body. It is worth noting that as a second-rate martial artist, with robust vitality, he remained warm even in the depths of winter. Yet now, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy lake amidst a snowstorm, sending a shiver through him. Li Yanchu opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment crossing his features to his astonishment. He beheld another version of himself. This other self, seated in meditation, appeared calm and motionless, resembling an ancient pine in tranquility, Steadfast as a rock, that in his embrace lay a yellow talisman radiating a faint aura of the divine. Merging with his own body, that it was indeed the Lingguan Qi Qing talisman, which Li Yanchu had painstakingly forged from 1,000 merits. Is this accomplished? Delight illuminated Li Yanchu's eyes, and his spirit soared. Witnessing his physical form in such a novel experience brought him immense joy. However, he still felt the bone-chilling cold. It's absolutely freezing. Li Yanchu could not help but shudder. The night breeze seeped through the wooden window's crevices, blowing across Li Yanchu's ethereal form, inducing instability in his previously solidified soul. Chapter 55. The Yin Envoy. Indeed, the out-of-body experience is fraught with peril. Li Yanchu pondered with lingering trepidation. Had he ventured too far from his body at that moment, he might have lost control entirely. And even a slight gust of wind could have whisked him away to an unknown destination. Li Yanchu was reluctant to bring his out-of-body experience to an abrupt end. He couldn't help but draw closer to his physical form, allowing the vital energy of his corporeal body to envelop his ethereal spirit. The bone-chilling cold that had previously assailed him diminished significantly. Nevertheless, Li Yanchu's spirit remained exceedingly fragile, constantly exposed to the perils of the cosmos. The heavens radiated malice, the earth emanated threats, and humanity itself harbored deadly intentions, as if the universe conspired to grind his spirit to dust. Unable to resist the urge, Li Yanchu retreated further, finding solace within a mere 3 feet of his physical body, where the menacing energies dissipated entirely. Clutched in his embrace was the spirit officer's invocation talisman, glowing faintly, exuding divine essence from the celestial gods, nurturing his spirit and safeguarding his soul to ensure utmost security. A flicker of inspiration struck Li Yanchu as he removed the talisman from his clothing, and instantly, warmth enveloped him, invigorating his essence. The unsteady state, which had once plagued his spirit when distanced, transformed into a solidified presence. Shielded by an invisible force, emboldened, Li Yanchu began to traverse the confines of the room, reveling in the novelty of his first out-of-body venture. After meandering for a while, he found himself at the threshold, eager to test whether the lethal energies of the outside world posed any danger to him now. With a gentle extension of his hand, he effortlessly passed through the door. Indeed, once detached from the body, the walls offer no hindrance. A smile graced Li Yanchu's lips, affirming the teachings found within the Huangting Dao Sutra regarding the out-of-body experience. Now fortified by the protective talisman, his spirit stood resilient, unperturbed by the biting winds and flickering lights. He glided through the door with ease, only to return again, passing through walls with the utmost simplicity, arriving swiftly at Bai Hongtu's chamber. Li Yanchu gasped softly. Within Bai Hongtu's room hung a long sword, shimmering with a faint spiritual glow, a flicker of latent lethal energy emanating from it. This sword was utilized by Bai Hongtu in his swordsmanship. It was clearly no ordinary weapon. Ordinary spirits would stand no chance of entry. Bai Hongtu's lineage was renowned for its prowess in combat and mastery of sword techniques and talismans. Despite his youth, Bai Hongtu possessed exceptional talent, having honed his skills to a considerable degree. On that fateful day outside the city, when they vanquished the mountain spirit, Li Yanchu had taken note. The mountain spirit was a formidable foe. Faced with a mundane martial artist, it would likely tear them to shreds in an instant. With immense strength, skin harder than steel, rapid movements, and razor-sharp claws, it was undeniably a troublesome entity. Yet under Bai Hongtu's command, it succumbed within mere exchanges, almost leading to a mishap due to Bai Hongtu's lack of experience. The mountain spirit was easily dispatched by Bai Hongtu's sword techniques, a display of power that left one in a devoid. Li Yanchu chuckled softly. It was indeed fortuitous to have befriended such a young companion. He exited Bai Hongtu's room, finding himself in the courtyard of the Taoist temple. The night breeze carried a hint of chill, but Li Yanchu's spirit remained steadfast, entirely unaffected in this ethereal state. He perceived the divine aura emanating from the spirit officer's invocation talisman with crystal clarity, as it gently nurtured his spirit. Elated, Li Yanchu mused, "Is this the distinction between having an advantage and lacking one?" He sighed. Realizing that had he relied solely on his own cultivation to reach this stage, it would have taken an eternity. Now, with the talisman, such feats were achievable. This was no longer mere talisman paper. It was akin to a talisman treasure. With a surge of inspiration, Li Yanchu seamlessly traversed walls, gliding through buildings unnoticed. His out-of-body state allowed him to move with unparalleled swiftness, floating effortlessly. Unburdened by the weight of gravity, he yearned to witness the world of Wei City through the lens of his ethereal form. The streets, devoid of life save for a few patrolling guards, offered a sense of desolation. At this hour, anyone lingering in the streets could only be deemed ill-intentioned. Violating the curfew could result in confinement or even death. Should the guards raise the alarm and one attempted to flee, they might find themselves struck down on the spot. Of course, any acrobatics performed after curfew would be met with lethal retribution. Such laws were particularly harsh on the thieves of the lower echelons. Clang! The sound of a gong echoed through the night, jarring and piercing. Li Yanchu frowned. The sound was peculiar, unlike the usual gongs of night watchmen. Following the sound, he floated closer, spotting a tall, gaunt middle-aged officer emerging from behind a high wall, clutching a brass gong. His attire was antiquated, not resembling that of the current officials of the Qian kingdom. The officer bore a stern countenance, exuding an air of authority. As he struck the gong, a peculiar procession followed, a group of individuals trailing behind him, appearing oddly disheveled. The initial few were dressed in scholar-esque robes, their faces ashen, following the officer with vacant stares. Others among them bore shattered skulls or ghastly greenish hues. One figure seemed vaguely familiar to Li Yanchu, stirring a wave of recognition within him. Is that not the Wuling Sanrin, who was slain by silver needles? Li Yanchu's thoughts surged with tumult. Are these the souls of the departed? He marveled, astonished. Could this middle-aged officer truly be the legendary ghostly messenger? As the officer continued to strike the gong and advance, the listless souls trailed behind him like a somber parade. Save for Li Yanchu, no one else could perceive them. The scene left Li Yanchu momentarily dumbfounded. The middle-aged officer proceeded, his gong resounding, as the procession of soulless apparitions followed suit. Li Yanchu concealed himself, glancing briefly and estimating there to be a dozen or so. When the procession approached within 10 paces of his hiding spot, the officer suddenly turned, directing his gaze toward Li Yanchu's concealment. Who might the wandering spirit be? Venturing out of body at this hour, he inquired. Why not reveal yourself? Discovered. Li Yanchu's brow arched as he emerged confidently from his hiding place. The officer bowed, introducing himself. I am Jiang Tong, the ghostly messenger of Wei City. You seem a familiar face. How forthright was the ghostly messenger of this realm? Li Yanchu pondered briefly, discerning the underlying current. The officer likely viewed him as a high practitioner, unafraid of the lethal energies of the world, capable of freely traversing the realm of spirits. Yet Li Yanchu harbored a curiosity. Did a realm of the underworld truly exist in this world? Chapter 56. Absorbing the 3 souls and 7 spirits, Li Yanchu regarded the middle-aged ghostly messenger Jiang Tong, stating, I merely harbored a curiosity towards the soul-reaping process, hence my concealment. Your Excellency is far too courteous. Jiang Tong responded. These are the newly departed souls of Wei City, whom I am escorting to the underworld for reincarnation. Li Yanchu inquired, Might you enlighten me on matters of the underworld? I find myself quite intrigued. A flicker of hesitation crossed Jiang Tong's features as he replied, Your spirit is resolute and your cultivation commendable. Surely you cannot be entirely ignorant of the matters of the nether realm? Li Yanchu nodded, confessing, Please forgive my ignorance. I am but a wandering cultivator, passing through Wei City in my out-of-body state, and I have indeed never heard of such matters concerning the underworld. Jiang Tong studied Li Yanchu for a moment, then said, The underworld has its order, and the realms of yin and yang are distinct that I must beg your understanding. I cannot elaborate further. With that, Jiang Tong bowed and led the procession of souls away. Gradually fading from view, Li Yanchu refrained from pressing further, stepping aside to allow the ghostly entourage to depart, watching as they became increasingly transparent until they vanished entirely. That he stood in contemplation, pondering the quiet, desolate and dark atmosphere of Wei City after nightfall. Only a few scattered places shone with light, primarily establishments of ill repute or the homes of the wealthy. Suddenly, the sounds of revelry reached Li Yanchu's ears, accompanied by the clatter of dice. Intrigued, he followed the noise, floating through walls until he found himself within a gambling house, emblazoned with the name Baotong Gambling House. Inside, dozens of gamblers congregated, their voices loud and boisterous. Caught up in the thrill of wagering, the croupier shouted, "Bets are locked in." The gamblers eagerly placed their bets, eyes glued to the dice cup, exclaiming excitedly for big or small. Li Yanchu's ears perked up as he discerned the telltale signs of deceit within the dice cup. Such was the nature of gambling establishments. One could scarcely rely solely on luck. Li Yanchu, however, was not here to scrutinize the tricks of the trade, but rather to investigate the matter of blood money. Upon casting his gaze upon the gambling table, his eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, several copper coins on the table bore traces of blood. Yet the gamblers remained oblivious, continuing to shout and cheer as they wagered. Ordinary people, with their limited perception, could not discern the abnormality of the blood-stained coins. Though Li Yanchu was no stranger to blood money, the ensuing scene left him utterly shocked as the gamblers experienced surges of elation and despair. Their 3 souls and 7 spirits began to transform into wisps of peculiar grayish-white energy, being siphoned away by the blood-stained coins. The essence of life, one's vital spirit, was paramount. Losing the 3 souls and 7 spirits would spell death. Yet these individuals faced a graver fate. The grayish-white energy that departed from them rendered them suddenly weak. However, as ordinary mortals, particularly those accustomed to all-night gambling, they remained blissfully unaware of this change, attributing it instead to the after-effects of their nocturnal indulgences that in the throes of gambling. Their spirits were heightened and their focus unwavering, oblivious to the ominous transformation occurring within them. Is the blood money solely capable of siphoning the essence and spirit of gamblers? Or does it extend its grasp to all who possess it? A contemplative glimmer flickered in Li Yanchu's eyes that if it were the latter, then this matter would indeed be rather alarming, far more formidable than the mischief of any malevolent spirit. Li Yanchu visited several gambling houses in succession, discovering that nearly every establishment harbored blood money. These coins, during moments of exuberance or despair among the gamblers, would absorb their vitality. Taking a deep breath, Li Yanchu ventured into several common households, examining the abodes of ordinary folk. However, after visiting a number of them, he found only a single piece of blood money, which did not actively drain the spirit of the residents. From whence does this blood money originate? Is there a peculiar channel through which it circulates into Weiqing, or were these once ordinary copper coins that have inexplicably transformed into blood money? At present, it appears that this blood money can only extract vitality during moments of extreme joy or sorrow, leaving one to wonder if it might escalate in severity in the future. Li Yanchu's astral spirit momentarily departed, leaving him with a multitude of questions that he chose not to continue this astral exploration and instead returned to the Taoist temple. Although protected by a talisman from the spirit officer, his mind was restless this night, rendering further excursions inadvisable. As his astral form rejoined his corporeal body, a warm sensation enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, they sparkled with vitality. Were it not for the talisman, he would have undoubtedly felt weary after his astral journey, rather than invigorated as he did now. Li Yanchu's face lit up with delight. The decision to employ the spirit officer's talisman had proven to be astute indeed. It was no wonder that it was a treasure costing 1,000 merits, continuously bestowing upon him pleasant surprises. The night passed in silence. At dawn, despite the tumultuous events of the previous day, Li Yanchu awoke with a clear mind and a refreshed spirit, but he and Bai Hongta sought out a breakfast stall with fried dough sticks in his left hand and soy milk in his right. "Long time no see, Taoist Yanchu," greeted the tofu beauty, her cheeks flushed. Compared to the common folk, Li Yanchu emanated a unique aura, particularly with Bai Hongta present, whose handsome face and upright stature only enhanced their appeal. The tofu beauty was quite taken with the charming and gentle young man. Li Yanchu greeted her with a smile. Having built quite a reputation in this bustling marketplace, that he settled onto a long bench, and the tofu beauty, in her mid-20s, swiftly served him the traditional trio of dishes. Tofu pudding, chai blossoms, and spicy sauce that a nearby man chuckled. Chuyer, your tofu tastes simply divine. Pa, the tofu beauty exclaimed, hands on her hips, tilting her head defiantly. If you're not satisfied, go find your own wife. Ha ha ha. Laughter resonated through the morning streets. A stark contrast to the image of a ruthless killer who had slain malevolent spirits. Now engaging in light-hearted banter with the common folk, that Li Yanchu enjoyed a delightful breakfast, humming a tune as he and Bai Hongtu made their way back to the temple. He had previously inspected the tofu stall and found no blood-stained coins. Reflecting on his findings, he decided to inform Bai Hongtu of what he had witnessed the previous night. What? You mean to say that this blood money can absorb a person's essence? Bai Hongtu exclaimed in astonishment. That Li Yanchu refrained from disclosing that he had witnessed this during his astral excursion. Such matters were too peculiar, as practitioners of Qi could not freely roam the heavens with their astral forms. He nodded, saying, As of now, it seems that during times of great joy or sorrow, gamblers lose a wisp of their grayish-white essence, leading to a depletion of their vitality. Bai Hongtu did not press further regarding the source of Li Yanchu's knowledge. Respecting the privacy of their friendship. Chapter 57. Such matters must be addressed by the authorities. The revelation of blood-stained coins siphoning the essence of mortals left Bai Hongtu aghast, that is, a practitioner of the mystical arts. He understood that given enough time, the dissipation of one's 3 souls and 7 spirits would lead to certain death. The waters of Weiqing are rather deep, Bai Hongtu remarked with gravity. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Li Yanchu inquired. Bai Hongtu's smile faltered. What I mean to say is, doesn't this situation bear resemblance to certain malevolent deities drawing power from their followers' faith? He suggested. Li Yanchu's expression shifted. You cannot be referring to the lady in green. Can you? Bai Hongtu shrugged. I merely indicated a similarity. However, now it seems that talismans have been replaced by blood money. Li Yanchu fell into deep contemplation. Bai Hongtu continued. This matter is quite troublesome. Weiqing is vast. And who knows how many copper coins have transformed into blood money. Aside from those like us who are adept in the mystical arts, ordinary folk would be utterly oblivious. Bai Hongtu's eyes lit up. What if we inform the authorities? They could issue a public notice, compelling citizens to bring their copper coins to the magistrate for examination. Li Yanchu pondered. That is indeed a viable approach, but I worry that this blood money may simply be transformed ordinary coins. Bai Hongtu asked in surprise. Are you suggesting that blood money may continue to emerge? Li Yanchu replied. It is quite possible. And with the ongoing Green Garment Temple Fair, Weiqing is bustling with visitors, including many nobles that if this issue becomes too sensational, the authorities might not support it. Bai Hongtu chuckled. You seem to have a keen understanding of how the authorities operate. Li Yanchu sighed. Originally, my master did not task me with saving the world, but as practitioners of the way, we cannot ignore the presence of malevolent spirits. As you said, the number of malevolent entities in Weiqing is excessive, and the waters run deep. Bai Hongtu concurred. Indeed, we are merely junior disciples. It is unreasonable for us to encounter such supernatural disturbances. An idea sparked in Li Yanchu's mind. What if we request the authorities to summon some esteemed monks or Taoists to assist? Bai Hongtu's suggestion had prompted this thought. He considered and said, most temples and monasteries are filled with charlatans. There are few with genuine skill. The more renowned ones like Mount Longhu, Mount Qingcheng, and Mount Wutai are too far from Weiqing, and those masters may not be easily persuaded. Li Yanchu rose. If that is the case, let us resort to simpler measures that we can act separately, informing the authorities to issue a public notice about the blood money, and then we shall verify and collect the blood-stained coins. Afterward, the authorities can invite monks and Taoists to come to Weiqing to oversee matters. This is a significant issue, and it cannot be resolved solely by our words. Bai Hongtu nodded. It seems we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. Li Yanchu added, when you approach the authorities, be certain to specify that any blood-stained coins must be exchanged on a one-to-one basis for the people. Bai Hongtu raised an eyebrow. These are ominous objects. If they learn of this, won't they scramble to turn them in? Li Yanchu replied, common folk live modestly, and copper coins hold great significance for them. This is also to prevent anyone from acting irrationally at a critical moment. Bai Hongtu, hailing from a wealthy family, had not considered such details. After Li Yanchu's reminder, he nodded in agreement. However, Bai Hongtu suddenly frowned. Wait, why should I be the one to inform the authorities? Li Yanchu responded. You are the scion of the Bai family of Jinchuan. Your words carry weight. Moreover, this matter is of great importance and a deed of immense merit that will enhance your reputation in Weiqing. I am doing this for your benefit. Bai Hongtu acknowledged. That may be true. But where will you go? Li Yanchu glanced across the street. I shall head to the Taiping Inn first to inform the proprietress of this matter and inspect the copper coins there. Bai Hongtu was taken aback by Li Yanchu's reasoning, which seemed contrary to the traditional heroic image of prioritizing the welfare of the people. That he chuckled wryly. Shouldn't you first attend to the people of Weiqing? Li Yanchu replied, bewildered. Why should I? What relation do I have with the proprietress? If trouble arises, I must first look after her. Bai Hongtu fell silent. Unaccountably, he felt there was some truth in Li Yanchu's words. Li Yanchu smiled. Stop overthinking it. Let us proceed separately. Bai Hongtu hesitated for a moment before departing for the authorities. Upon hearing the news, the proprietress was initially taken aback, but then her expression softened. You mean to say, upon discovering this matter, you came straight here? She asked gently. Li Yanchu replied confidently. Of course. It was certainly not the case that he had merely returned for a long sleep and a bowl of tofu pudding. The proprietress's eyes sparkled with amusement. You do have a conscience. Li Yanchu blinked and smiled. When have I ever been without a conscience? The proprietress let out a playful huff, her mature charm truly captivating. Li Yanchu quickly inspected the copper coins at the Taiping Inn. Meanwhile, Bai Hongtu hurried to the magistrate's office, where he met with County Magistrate Su, informing him of the circulating blood money in Weiqing. The magistrate was taken aback, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, despite his love for wealth, County Magistrate Su still maintained the integrity expected of a scholar. He promptly dispatched officials and constables to post notices regarding the matter and designated a specific location where the government would provide funds to exchange for citizens' blood-stained coins. With the government taking the lead and committing substantial manpower and resources, the operation quickly fell into a routine. Numerous citizens gathered at the magistrate's office, where local militias helped maintain order to prevent any unscrupulous thieves from causing chaos at this time. The likelihood of such occurrences remains minimal. Even those brazen ruffians, who are often emboldened by their bravado, are wary of possessing tainted coins, fearing that the blood-stained money could lead to their untimely demise. Furthermore, Li Yanchu has specifically instructed the magistrate's office to announce that in Wei City, malevolent entities can absorb the life force of individuals through these cursed coins, which may also result in unforeseen transformations in the future. Before these malevolent beings are eradicated, it is highly probable that the authorities will organize extensive inspections once again. For the time being, it seems unlikely that anyone will harbor ill intentions towards the blood-stained coins. Nevertheless, to prevent any astute individuals from exploiting the situation, the government has deployed a significant number of personnel to maintain order. Li Yanchu and Bai Hongtu are tasked with the inspection of these tainted coins. Fortunately, such cursed coins do not require the use of divination techniques. Those with a modicum of insight can easily perceive them. The process is proceeding in an orderly manner, and after a day of diligent effort, they have discovered a total of 310 cursed coins. 300 coins. It appears this issue has not yet spiraled out of control in Wei City, Bai Hongtu remarked with a hint of regret. While this number seems substantial, it is actually a minor fraction in the grand scheme of the city. This is merely the first day. I anticipate there will be many more to come, Li Yanchu stated. After a day of this, my eyes are nearly blurred. Is this method truly effective? Bai Hongtu rubbed his eyes. First, we must ensure that this matter becomes widely known, informing the populace of the dangers posed by the cursed coins to prevent further victims. And then we shall observe the developments quietly, Li Yanchu replied solemnly. Are you suggesting? Bai Hongtu furrowed his brow. You wish to see if the entities behind the cursed coins will make a move? Precisely, Li Yanchu nodded. As long as those behind the coins do not reveal any vulnerabilities, we are at a loss as to how to deal with them. We cannot simply monitor whether the coins are stained with blood indefinitely. Very well, should I uncover the entities behind these cursed coins, I shall not hesitate to strike them down with a flying sword. Bai Hongtu declared vehemently. Using such indirect means to take lives suggests that these entities are either not formidable or are constrained and unable to kill directly, Li Yanchu concluded. That makes sense. Bai Hongtu's eyes brightened. Casting a glance at the cursed coins on the ground, he expressed his agitation. What should we do with these coins? We cannot carry them indefinitely. Although these coins were officially acknowledged by the magistrate's office, they are still considered ominous, and with only 300 coins at hand, the magistrate allowed Li Yanchu and Bai Hongtu to take them back. I have a solution, Li Yanchu said with a light chuckle. Since we are unable to trace the origins of these cursed coins, I plan to find a way to eliminate the bloodstains. What do you propose? Bai Hongtu asked skeptically. Are you suggesting we wash them with water? Li Yanchu's smile faltered, and he shook his head in resignation. You have quite an imagination. Of course not. He then produced an ordinary yellow talisman from his robe. Smiling as he explained, this talisman can dispel the bloodstains from the coins. After placing the talisman upon a coin, a sizzling sound ensued as the talisman heated up. Once removed, the coin appeared normal again. This is merely an ordinary yellow talisman. Yet it can remove bloodstains, Bai Hongtu observed, momentarily taken aback. I have tested it. One talisman can cleanse 3 coins of their bloodstains before it burns to ashes, Li Yanchu responded with a smile. However, with this many coins, we would require over 100 talismans. Where can we acquire so many in such a short time? Bai Hongtu frowned as he glanced at Li Yanchu and waved his hand. I cannot assist. My talisman drawing is quite slow, and my methods are more suited for lethal purposes, which may not suffice against malevolent entities. Li Yanchu chuckled, bending down to retrieve a burlap sack from beneath the bed. Upon opening the sack, a full bag of yellow talismans was revealed. Where on earth did you acquire so many talismans? Bai Hongtu exclaimed in astonishment. Li Yanchu replied with a light laugh. I drew them. Whenever I have spare time, I practice drawing talismans, and thus I have accumulated this many. Bai Hongtu looked at Li Yanchu with admiration. These yellow talismans possess minimal spiritual potency and are insufficient for dealing with true malevolence. Bai Hongtu, who wields the method of the flying sword, typically dismisses such ordinary talismans. However, their sheer quantity cannot be overlooked, and in this circumstance, they may prove invaluable. Li Yanchu has found that using yellow talismans to dispel the curses from the bloodstained coins grants a merit of 1. Therefore, upon successfully cleansing the 300 coins he had collected during the day, he gained another 300 merit points. After Bai Hongtu departed, Li Yanchu retrieved a previously consecrated 5 Thunder Talisman. He possesses 2 of these talismans, having used one to vanquish the long-haired female ghost from the Feng residence. The other was consecrated after his invocation of the spirit official's talisman. Li Yanchu wished to test whether this 5 Thunder Talisman could be consecrated a second time. Consecrate, he intoned, mimicking the celestial tones echoing in his mind. However, this time, the familiar surge of spiritual energy did not manifest, and the 5 Thunder Talisman remained unchanged. Is it not possible? Li Yanchu furrowed his brow. Is it a lack of merit? Or is it simply incapable of being consecrated a second time? He shook his head, opting not to delve further into the matter. As night fell, Li Yanchu bathed and burned incense, preparing once more for his spirit to leave his corporeal form. This time, upon the departure of his spirit, he took 3 talismans with him. The 5 Thunder method embodies the utmost yang energy of heaven and earth, infusing his soul with a warm, invigorating aura. Not only does the spirit official's talisman protect his soul, but the 5 Thunder Talisman also serves as a guardian that he intended to traverse Wei City at night to seek out the entities lurking behind the cursed coins. Gliding through walls and houses, he soon arrived on the bustling streets. The city remained eerily quiet, and the atmosphere of Wei City at night conveyed a sense of profound stillness, particularly following the recent rumors surrounding the cursed coins, which added an air of eeriness. Yet, at this moment, Li Yanchu's spirit, imbued with the vigor of the 5 Thunder Talisman, felt no trepidation or fear. The pure yang energy emanating from the talisman continuously influenced him, instilling his spirit with the essence of righteousness. According to the records in the Yellow Court Tao scripture, the 5 Thunder method represents the utmost yang, embodying unwavering integrity. when malevolent spirits or wicked individuals gaze upon the thunderous power. They are gripped by fear and can hardly withstand the brilliance of celestial justice. That Li Yanchu's spirit wandered throughout Wei City for an extended period, yet he encountered no signs of abnormality. Recently, the local authorities had increased their personnel, tightening security. Even ordinary residences could harbor officials in disguise, equipped with formidable crossbows, ready to execute any wrongdoers without hesitation. This has resulted in a significant decrease in petty thieves, as even the most trivial burglary could result in a fatal encounter with the authorities. Suddenly, the sound of a gong echoed in his ear. It is a ghostly envoy of the underworld. Li Yanchu's heart stirred, and he swiftly pursued the sound. Typically, the ghostly envoys of the underworld should maintain strict oversight of the local yin-yang order, given the recent events surrounding the cursed coins that siphon the life force of the living. The local spirits should not be oblivious. This time, I must seek out the ghostly envoy for clarification. Li Yanchu's spirit hurried toward the source of the sound. Soon, he encountered an official clad in attire distinct from that of the kingdom of Qian, holding a bronze gong, followed by a procession of pale, soulless spirits. That a cursory glance revealed a ghostly figure of a wealthy young man, bloodied and lifeless. This appears to be the second son of the Su family, who met his demise in a fall from a horse. Li Yanchu noted, recognizing the familiar visage. The leading ghostly envoy, having noticed Li Yanchu, bowed and said, "Ah, it is you, my friend, we meet again." Li Yanchu quickly recognized that this ghostly envoy was Jiang Tong, the same one he had encountered previously.